What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. Because it is Thursday, April 14th, 2022, 11:28 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I apologize. But, you know, here we are. I'm so jealous you get to see Joji this weekend at Coachella. I mean, if you were a true socialist, you would buy me a ticket. Yeah, totally. And also, let me tell you something. I don't fucking know. I am not even going to piss you off further is that I'm not even, like, I don't know. I don't know who's playing. I don't know anything about the artist. And, yeah. Who's Joe? I don't even listen to music. I was trying to get Kevin on earlier today. But of course, once again, he bailed. So shouts out to Kevin of Brockhampton for, you know, not coming on the broadcast. Thank you, Kevin. Anyway, so that's going to happen. But I mean, I get why. He's doing rehearsals like crazy. So, yeah. What is this positivity clip?
Like, I don't know why Hasan even needed to buy the house for $3 million. He lives rent-free in, like, so many people's fucking heads. This is insane. I'm not even talking about Hasan at all. Like, I didn't even bring up his name. And like, people just think they can't fucking help themselves but give their opinion on Hasan. And, oh, he's a communist, but he's got a lot of money. I can't believe he wants to kill people. Like, it's gonna put me in jail. Oh, my God. Why do you know this? Why do you know this? You clearly don't agree with him or like him. Why are you consuming content about him? Why are you thinking about him? What's wrong with you? Like, you're spending all your time thinking about a person that you don't like. This don't you see a problem with that? Doesn't that seem like an issue? I don't know. I think it does. Yeah,
it is an issue. It's a gigantic issue. Like, I feel terrible for, I mean, sometimes I feel terrible for all my haters because I'm like, God damn, bro, you really fucking have like a super miserable life. But then other times I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna say it, but you know, my haters should have horrible lives. Like, it is a prison of your own making. Okay, straight up, you did this to yourself, and I don't feel bad. And also, I want you to get better. Becoming Turkish?
DOXYRG made the news in Turkey. Yo, shout out to Turkey, man. Fuck with y'all the long way, the strong way, never the wrong way.
Oh no, bro. First destruction of the Armenian flag. Now he's shouting Turkey out. What's happening right now?
Love y'all. Now, Armenia is a different story.
Oh no. Does he know what he's saying? What the fuck? Oh no. Hasan, you got me started on Neon Genesis and I can't stop crying. I'm sorry. It's not my fault though. It's the fault of the dude who made the show. Knew Noah Samson about Fresh and Fit. It's incredible. Oh yeah, that we might watch that after. But anger/hate is drinking poison and hoping the other person dies. Wow, that was beautiful. When we rated Moist this week, there was a chatter being a bit rude and dickish with him, and he straight up was like, "Are you okay, man? That's pretty hostile." And the entire chat was like quiet, and that's when I realized how bad your chat is to you. Oh yeah, no, my community like I love my chat. I think I have a wonderful chat, but also at the same time, like I do have some fucking real freaks in here. I think y'all are like cats, you know? You get too used to the fucking comfort and affection I offer you, and then when you don't get it immediately in the way that you are used to or want, like you fucking go buck wild. Like you start acting out. You start acting different. Like it's just the case. And it's so strange because there's a spectrum of like Norman watchers, people who like, you know, enjoy the content, people who are just coming in here for the news and say, "Come on, newsman, give me the news." And then there's just like motherfuckers who are like, "Dude, I haven't gotten my fix. Like, I need it." So you just behave in a way that's like super dorky and super entitled and annoying. I don't know. Or the way to get my attention is by being like incredibly against me. Chelsea Fagan on the financial diet wants a collab. Please collab with my favorite niche internet micro celebrity and save the other whores in chat. What? Anyway. So, yeah, ultimately though, there's there are a lot of fucking weirdos in here who are just like watching, who used to be really like fond of me and now hate me, and I don't know. I still think it's wonderful though. I like, it's not a coincidence that a ton of chatters, when you shit talk cats, take it personal. Yeah. I think it's okay. I still enjoy what I do. I know we already watched the Channel 5 video last night, guys. The Ukraine situation did a lot of that, Pepela. It's not even a Ukraine situation, though. Like, it's not. If people weren't so fucking brain broken by, only looking at news from the framework of, like, whatever some fucking YouTube essayist told them, then they would recognize that I'm not, like, pro-Putin or doing Russian apologia or anything like that. I think they're just... Americans and a lot of people on the West are fucking bloodthirsty. Straight up. They're just bloodthirsty. And they're incredibly used to war propaganda being a certain way, that you're with us or you're against us type beat. That's just how it is, you know? So I used to despise you, and now I'm legitimately thankful for your presence. Nothing makes me fucking happier than having one of my haters, though, turn into a participator. Like, and I have a lot of those. I have a lot of haters, but they come in here, and I think it gets harder and harder for them to hate, maybe. I don't know. And then they become participators, and that's a good thing. So have you seen anything about the Bon Appetit drama, Bon Apple Tea, where they keep publishing videos that have recipes that will give people botulism? No, I have not seen that. Anyway, look. We're back. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, but like not really much going on. I worked out this morning. I went to sleep early last night. You know how it is. I started rewatching Devilman Crybaby. That was fire. I can't even talk. That was fire. Okay. So much sex, which is kind of weird, but so much violence. It's beautiful. My fucking cat hates your guts. I mean, look, I love cats, man. I do. I just wish they would love me back instead of fucking hurt me. To be honest, though, I also feel that way about women, too. So that's all I got. You know what I'm saying? What's your favorite TV/movie watching setup? You got a home theater of any kind? No, I do not. I just have regular TV couch. I have regular couch and I have a regular TV and I enjoy it. That's my favorite. Honestly, that's not my favorite. My favorite low key is like laying in bed and watching on my laptop while simultaneously when I engage with a content creator who doesn't like me and their replies are filled with people making 41% jokes, misgendering me, and mocking me for being trans, every trans person is aware of it. It doesn't even take an ounce of integrity to tell your audience it's wrong. I watch Hasan streams to participate in his community. Despite there being tens of thousands of people at all times, I've had one person be transphobic towards me and they were immediately banned. The message you send to your audience tells them what behavior is acceptable. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I mean, I fucking clap ass cheeks, which is always so funny because motherfuckers will be like, Hasan is transphobic. Hasan is homophobic. It's like, yeah, dude, I am a foe to the LGBT. Just spend a little bit of time in here, ever, in comparison to like literally any other fucking chat or community, and let's revisit that conversation. It's so funny, bro. How's your back? Still hurt? No, my back's good. My back is good. You gotta get an ill home theater, bro. You're not in an apartment anymore. Blast that. No, dude. Why would I do that? Home theaters are straight up the absolute most like ridiculous expense. I can't even think of a sillier fucking expense than a goddamn home theater, dude. It's just like, why? I'd rather get a spa, or not a spa. Spa is what they call jacuzzis. I'd rather get a fucking sauna than I would get a home theater. And plus, I don't even have a place to put the home theater. Like, I don't have an actual large enough space to put the home theater. Like, my house is expensive as fuck, but also not that big. Not as big as like the McMansions where they do have home theaters. You know what I mean? Home theaters are for Midwestern McMansions that are like incredibly expensive for no fucking reason. Also, I don't like the concept anyway. Maya told us you have thousands of rooms. Maya's so stupid. Jacuzzi, 8K laser projector, 7.1 surround, if Eastern Europeans can do it. Most Americans call a sound system attached to a big screen a home theater. Imagine leftist Twitter reaction if you got a home theater. I think they're done with me. I think left Twitter is like, you know, they've already realized, like, you know, I'm a fake grifter, phony capitalist who is like whipping my employees or something, or they are in here and defend me regardless of me being a capitalist who whips his employees. So I think that's it. Like, you know, no matter what I do going forward, I can make any purchases of what I want. It's more like, oh, this further reinforces my suspicion that he was terrible. Like, okay, bitch, you fucking never was a fan. And also, you always thought I was a terrible person. And now you think you have justification to feel that way. That didn't change anything, you know? You're just like, dumb bitch. Have fun. Elon Musk owns you now. Your entire life is posting. To be fair, though, when I think about it, if Elon Musk like purchased Twitter and then blocked or banned every single leftist person, low key, if Elon Musk banned every single leftist person on Twitter, that shit would be fire. Like, our lives would be so much better. If he unblocked Trump and he let me tweet a little bit and then fucking yeeted me out of Twitter, like, that'd be sick. Actually, fuck it. I'd unblock Trump, allow Trump to tweet again, block me, okay, ban me off the platform, and everyone else that has like a hammer and sickle in their emoji, hammer and sickle Twitter, or whatever the fuck, like anarchist Twitter, you know, just like clap all of them. We would collectively be so much better overall. Like, sure, Twitter is an organizational tool, yada, yada, blah, 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 public marketplace, public town hall. Pfft, who cares? Ultimately, we would literally, there would be less people killing themselves if every single leftist person got off Twitter. Neoliberals can stay on Twitter because, you know, I don't have a problem with an outcome that is undesirable for neoliberals. They can fucking keep brain rotting themselves. But yeah, we'd maybe actually get some organizing done. Yeah. What if Elon started watching and became a socialist? Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, I already said conservatives are allowed. Yeah. No, it's like Tumblr contain the brain rot. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The reason why Twitter is so fucked right now is literally because the fucking brain rot is seeped out of Tumblr, like, and went to TikTok. Like, all these motherfuckers were like, I'm gonna teach you, you know, like critical gender theory or whatever the fuck, okay? Even though I learned it from memes as well. Like, even though I learned it also on the internet. So now the next generation of 14-year-olds are also going to fucking learn from me, my broken understanding of gender. Okay? Anyway. Radical centrism is where it's at. Yeah, it's disgusting. Where it's at. Yeah, where the poo-poo is at. Fucking got him. Oh my God. So anyway, look. It's let's just fucking blast off, okay? I'm just fucking around too much. I'm in a silly mood. Let's blast off and fuck my shit up, okay? Okay. Will Elon buy Twitter and ban everyone? Police shooting Grand Rapids. Go sparks protest. Ukraine destroys Russian ship. Or I will let chat take my outfits for Coachella. Get in now. twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Twitter is a toxic nuclear cesspool. Why do baseball players got so much cake? Oh, dude, I know this video. I already saw it. This shit's crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. My dude is double cheeked up on a fucking Thursday afternoon. He has got a whole lot of ass, dude. I mean, god damn, okay? Straight the fuck up. I've never seen. The bakery is open 24/7, okay? Look at this fucking ass, dude. Boom! God damn! Look at that! Look at that! He had a whole jiggle too. It's crazy. His ass was jiggle peeking like his Rainbow Six.
He just was never able to get that hand out in front.
Yeah, he's about to hit a home run with his butt, dude. That fucking recoil, dude. That shit was coming at it. You would have lost Gay Among Us on day one. Yeah. Men always got cake. It's unacceptable. If that's not a blammo, I don't know what is. Oh, God. Every moment is a blammo moment for some of you, okay? Yeah, anyway, I was supposed to go to Coachella, like, right now, and I was like, dude, this is so stupid. Thank you, Jinsui, for this incredible fucking incredible take. Here's my blast off surprise for all of you. All right, I'm blasting off. Blast on off. We're blasting off. You can take a look at the idiotic fucking. Doesn't it start tomorrow? Yeah, but like a lot of people start going. As bougie boys go in early, and I'm like, dude, I've been there so many times. I've been there year over year over year. It is like fucking terrible. It's terrible to go. Thursday night is like fucking awful. You know what I mean?
Doc, start here for the Rays. He just was never able to get that hand out in front. Doc, start here for the Rays. He just was never able to get that hand out in front.
Dude, I can only think about the bruise that's gonna cause. Shit gonna hurt. Yeah, I agree. When are you fighting Russell this weekend? Mr. Comedy called you out. Yeah, why is he trying to fight me? What's happening? Chet Hanks is going to be on the new season of Z-Way. Play this trailer for the ladies and gays. Oh, shit. You know who I should have on? Z-Way. I should have her on the show. On the broadcast. We're moots. Is that the right term? Did I say that right? God. How the fuck do people think I'm gay sometimes? I try my hardest to, effectively queer bait. But also, it's just, I just let it slip every now and then. Oomphy? Are we a oomphy? Is that, what the fuck? Is oomphy the right term? Closeted? Yeah, dude. I'm the most closeted homosexual man who is the gayest straight man on the planet. How are you younger than me? By the way, yeah, full of homophobic thoughts. Head full of homophobic thoughts. I'm like trying to figure out how to get up there. How to get up to Coachella. Article on Dianne Feinstein's declining mental health faculties. Yo, I mean, that's not. Is this even news? Like, yeah, dude. The sun rises and it sets, okay? Yeah, no shit. Like, this was true 2 terms ago. Yeah, literally. You trimmed your beard today, didn't you? No, I did not. Easy, take the Porsche. No, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, yeah, but full of homophobic thoughts up in here. Here, retweet this to let everybody know my head's full of homophobic thoughts. She's actually 88 years old. Dianne Feinstein is the second oldest person in Congress. Second. There's someone older than Dianne Feinstein in Congress, motherfucker. Think about that for a second. Imagine that, dude. Fucking imagine that, dude. It's wild. Who's the oldest person in the U.S. Senate? At 88, Feinstein is the oldest sitting U.S. senator right now. The oldest person in the U.S. House of Representatives is born in 1923. Representative Ralph Hall of Texas is the oldest person to have served in the House. He retired in 2015 at the age of 91. Oh, never mind. That's not even... Wait, hold on. What the fuck? There's another... Isn't Chuck Grassley? Is it Chuck Grassley? Who the fuck was the oldest guy? People die of old age at 88. What the fuck? I mean, fucking fingers crossed. Am I right, boys? What the fuck? I'm just kidding, dude. No shot. Obviously, I would never do that. I would never wish that upon Dianne Feinstein. How old is Grassley? Why are you trending? No. Chuck is born 3 months after Diana, so Diana is the oldest. You mean Diane? You trending? Brother, when am I not? Okay, when the fuck am I not? It's crazy that we don't have term limits. I think we should throw them in a pit after like the third term. You know what I mean? And just like let God sort it out. If you can crawl out of the pit, you get to continue having no term limits. But if you can't survive it, then it's over for you, you know? This is actually low-key very close to a Felix Biederman theory of how to do politics, where he believes that like the president has unlimited powers, but he gets killed in the end of his first term. He thinks Americans, I think his dad advocates for the American presidency having like unlimited powers, but he gets executed at the end of his first term. Like at the end of his term. Did you see Ethan's butt on the timeline? I did. No term limits, lack of experience will just make staff lobbyists the true power instead of the elected official. I love that fucking stupid line because it implies that staff and lobbyists aren't the true power of the elected official right now. Hey, jackass, they already are. What world are you living in, dude? You think your fucking point of view is ever coming across a congressperson? Dianne Feinstein literally is like, hey, shut the fuck up, you little shits, to like young babies who are like, I'm gonna fucking die of climate change. You're gonna die soon, so you're not gonna see that. She's like, shut the fuck up. You're too young to fucking vote. I'm your grandma. And you're out here like, oh, dude, fucking, it would be so different. It would be so different if like, Dianne Feinstein, instead of Diane, we had like some other younger person. She said, you didn't even vote for me, to like a 5-year-old, dude. Jesus, is this always this political? Wait, what? Yeah, of course, dude. What do you mean? Oh, Dianne Feinstein? Bro, come on. Young Nancy was better than Dianne, to be honest. Like, let's be real. Not that it matters. A female politician's looks never matter, obviously. I'm not saying that they do. That would be objectification. Chuck Grassley and his tweets on the History Channel or something else. Chuck Grassley, 88 years old, just spent 45 minutes finding out why I don't have History Channel negotiations between 4 channels, including History and DirecTV results. If I want History Channel, my bill goes for $65 to $99. I'm not paying $34 for History Channel when not much history / or should I change from direct to dish? Dude, he is such a good poster, low key. I can't even fucking hate on this. He tweets like I do. Like, the only difference between the way Chuck Grassley tweets and the way I tweet is that I also don't use capital letters. And that's pretty much it. Like, this is directly some shit I would tweet out and be like, I'm looking for advice. Like, it's awesome. It's fire. Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about this. Hold on. Let's get started on this incredible video I found earlier today. That's right, baby. Tennessee's best and brightest, okay? God, I love American politics so fucking much. This is why I love conservatives, dude. Because they're fucking brilliant, okay? Because they're incredible. They are the least creative fucks on the planet, unless you're talking about racism, unless you're talking about bigotry, in which case they all of a sudden perk up and become literally the most creative motherfuckers. They are the Van Gogh of racism, okay? It's so good. I'm constantly thinking to myself, like, how can they up the ante? Because they've set the bar so goddamn high. How will they take it further? Well, right here is how they took it further. Let's take a look at what's going on with this Tennessee state legislator.
I haven't given you all a history lesson in a while, and I want to give you a little history on homelessness.
Now, he's been known, that man right there, State Senator Frank S. Nicely, he's been known to give a lot of lessons. But he hadn't given you one in a while, brother. He's going to give you one right now.
1910, Hitler decided to live on the streets for
What?
a while. So for 2 years, Hitler lived on the streets and
What?
practiced his oratory and his body language. And
Adolf? You're talking about Adolf, brother? Senator Frank S. Nicely, you're talking about Adolf? Adolfo? What? There is no other rags the riches story about, homelessness than Hitler? Incredible. Also, Hitler, I love the idea that Hitler also did the fucking billionaire's son YouTube video. You know what I mean? And he was like, Hitler decides to be homeless for the night, to understand how the other side lives. Yes. Oh mein God, I found the AirPods. Very nice. I will be taking this to the pawn shop. Ooh. Oh, yes. I will be flipping the AirPods I found on the ground, and I will be selling the candy. It's not that hard to be homeless. You're wrong. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Das ist gut, ja. Anyway. So that's cool that Hitler also did that, like a billionaire's son who LARPed as a homeless person for a little bit. Okay, let's see. Hitler, man, I didn't know this. What else?
to live on the streets for a while. So for 2 years, Hitler lived on the streets and practiced his oratory and his body language and how to connect with masses, and then went on to lead a life that got him in the history books. So
a real rags the riches story. My man wrote books. He went to jail, wrote books. Think about that, Hitler was rehabilitated in the criminal justice system. A fine fella. My man literally said he went on to be in the history books. Like, no context. As though this is like a, in a good way. This is awesome. Oh, yeah, he's a real historical figure, okay? You two can, the next homeless person one day, I'm talking to you right now. Look at Hitler. You two can be the next Hitler one day if you work hard enough. Yeah, much to think about.
Connect with masses, and then went on to lead a life that got him in the history books. So a lot of these people, it's not a dead end. They can come out of these homeless camps
and become Hitler. But he's saying that not pejoratively, in a positive way. Understand that the positive story that he is explaining here is Hitler's rise to power in a good way.
come out of these homeless camps and have a productive life, or in Hitler's case, a very unproductive life. I support this bill. Thank you.
Wait, what? In the end, or in Hitler's case, a very unproductive life. But you can't say he went on to, you know, be in the history books and then simultaneously be like, but the Holocaust was unproductive. Oh, that's great, dude. This is such a wonderful way. What a wonderful way to start this. I love that. I love that. It's great. Isn't this kind of scary, though? Doesn't this signify in some way that conservatives no longer think Hitler is taboo/bad? I keep seeing clips of conservatives praise Hitler. That shit literally used to never happen. No, it used to happen. It always happens. It's happened all the time. Guys, like actual American Nazi Party members have run for congressional seats and almost won in like fucking Illinois. You know what I mean? Like it's not... It's happened in perpetuity. It happened since the beginning of the Nazi Party. It says something that Hitler's crime to this guy is a lack of productivity, which isn't even accurate. Yeah, because it conflicts with what he said originally, which was like Hitler really turned himself around after experiencing homelessness. If you lost your pet pigeon, it's dead in front yard. My Iowa farm just discovered here. Our identifiers right leg blue 2020 30 39. What? Left green band, no printed info. Sorry for the bad news. Better to be Hitler than homeless. So if he's saying homelessness can't be that bad if Hitler did it, or is he saying transient people are going to commit genocide? No, he literally said like, yeah, rags the Reiches. Okay, he just straight up was like saying like Hitler turned his life around and he went into the history books from experiencing homelessness. So you can too. This is not a dead end. Nicely has argued against making cockfighting a felony in Tennessee and helped defeat a bill that would have increased the $50 fine for cockfighting to $2,500, saying that cockfighting is a cultural tradition. He said they pay their taxes. They're not bothering anybody. I don't know what the big... Okay, respect. I take it back. I love this man. This man is slowly but surely becoming my favorite politician. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? He just straight up came out pro cockfighting? What? Yep, that's true. He did that. That's real. You are not lying. He actually did that. Yep, that's it. Bill to boost cockfighting penalty again defeated in May 21st, 2011 by Frank Nicely. That's awesome. Oh. What point were you making? Oh, dude, I love the Tennessee. I love the motherfuckers living in Tennessee, like stuck in Tennessee, just trying to make the most of their circumstances, like the guy at the Tennessee Holler. What point were you trying to make with your Hitler comments? If Hitler can do it, anybody can. That's my favorite type of shit, dude. Respect.
Yesterday with the Hitler comment, what was your point?
Hitler decided to live on the streets for a while and then went on to lead a life that got him in the history book.
Confusing to a lot of people. I'm saying Hitler pulled himself up by his bootstraps. If Hitler can do it, anybody can do it. Like, why invoke Hitler, Frank? That's the weird part. I think people are struggling with. I genuinely don't understand what point you're making. I think a lot of people are curious. What is Hitler an example of to you in your life? My grandparents survived the Holocaust, so I'm just curious, like, why invoking Hitler.
Just curious, Andy.
Felt like the right thing to do about a bill criminalizing homelessness.
Is he gonna say anything? Aw, bummer. I wished he did say some shit. That would have been funny.
History book.
Confusing to a lot of people. I'm saying Hitler pulled himself up by his bootstraps. If Hitler can do it,
What? Come on, bro. Enough. His hearing aids weren't on. Here are 2 clips of the TED Live interview Elon Musk did about an hour ago. These cover the Twitter shit he spoke about. Okay, that's cool. Dude, he just loves blowing shit up. That's his thing. Like, he just has a lot of power and he can get away with playing around like this. It's crazy. I love when old white men have a parasocial relationship with Hitler. Yeah, they're like, Hitler, he's not hydrating enough. I really do wish he was hydrating more and making sure he's got the best he's got 50 SPF on his face, especially when he's out in the sunlight. Okay. Hey, make sure you pack a nice little parka when you're trying to invade Russia, which is, of course, certainly a good idea since you came up with it. Great Felix quote, tweet about Elon/Twitter, right? We did it. Twitter will not be owned by a bad guy. Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Al Saud, the second largest Twitter shareholder, is rejecting Elon Musk's offer. Yeah. I love that. I love that so much. I was going to talk about this before. Like, didn't the information like Twitter released to the Saudi government straight up was used in investigating, anti-Saudi sentiment? And potentially killings? Let me see if I can find it. A direct trail of blood leads from a Twitter hack to Jamal Khashoggi's murder. I just wish the Saudi government has embedded Twitter employees. Yeah, Twitter had to fire Saudi employees leaking info. He's just trying to manipulate the stock price so he can sell. That's what I thought too. By doing this, if Musk sells his shares, which went higher because he bought them, considered market manipulation. That's what I thought, yeah. I thought it was a pump and a dump. You know what I mean? Will endeavor to keep as many shareholders. I made an offer. Will endeavor to keep as many shareholders and privatize Twitter as allowed by law. Why would he give up control right after he got it? Elon isn't even using his own money to buy it. He's getting outside investors. He doesn't have money to buy it. Twitter weighs poison pill to prevent Musk from increasing stakes significantly. Morgan Stanley would provide some debt financing for bid. How would Elon Musk buy the fucking company? He doesn't have $40 billion laying around. How would he do that? He doesn't have that kind of cash, everyone. And his companies are like fucking literally damn near insolvent. So how is he going to do that? What's he going to do? He's got like 10 bill that we know of. All he can do is buy, borrow, die. Take loans against the collateral that he has, which is his fucking gigantic stock price that is overinflated. That's the only way he could actually make these sorts of purchases. No other way in which he could make this kind of purchase. He takes loans with his stock as collateral at 0% interest. Yeah, I know. So that's precisely what he's doing here. My conclusion, Elon Musk is fucking with the SEC. He's filing with the SEC, allows him to say he wants to take a company private for $54.20 versus his am considering taking Tesla private at $4.20, funding secured, price go up, his shares get sold, profit. SEC, like, what the fuck just happened? Boards typically never relinquish control to an outside buyer. If 41 billion can't buy Twitter, nothing can. The board is fighting for its survival with this. Elon is doing it for clout. Yeah, I think he's just like fucking around. And guess what? He has enough money to do so. So he can do it. He can fuck around like this. A lot of people wondering what's going to happen. Here's a thread. Twitter can't just say sold or not sold. Public companies must go through a rigid process whenever they receive a tender offer. Twitter must now form an independent committee with its own advisors to evaluate the offer and determine the entire fairness of the offer, which will probably require them to run a sales process. Essentially, they will have to shop around the offer. I mean, the board has to fucking sell, right? If it increases shareholder value, the board can't exactly block it. Or at least if enough people want it, they can't. because they can literally get successfully sued, for the record, unless like if guys, we've talked about this before. There's a concept in America. There's a legal concept called the fiduciary responsibility. Now, the fiduciary responsibility in most instances just specifically refers to financial advisors who have financial advisors who work for you. They have to work to ensure you're getting a return on your investment. You know what I mean? They're trying to improve your shareholder value no matter what. Like they're bound by law to have to do this, okay? Because if that wasn't the case, they could make like risky plays, they could do whatever the fuck they want, and even, you know, fuck you over and melt your money, okay? And some of them do that regardless. So with the board is entrusted members, some of which own stock, some of which own a significant amount of shares, some of which don't, some of which are representatives of those who own shares, get together and make these sorts of financial decisions, but they are ultimately beholden to the shareholders as a whole. And if they are to make a decision that would have greatly improved, if they were to go against a decision that would greatly improve shareholder value, like, I don't know, selling it to fucking Elon Musk, especially when like stock prices are going up for Twitter, they could be successfully sued for not taking that offer, potentially. But then again, I'm not entirely certain how that works with privatization regardless. Anyway, the deal is also contingent on Elon obtaining debt. Elon said he would take debt, which he should, which is a big hurdle. No other offer is going to come even close to the price Elon is offering, making it highly unlikely shareholders would sue if they took Elon's offer. When Elon rejected the board seat, the price dropped, making the offer premium look even sweeter, and also highlighting that Elon controls a good bit of Twitter's share price, which is a huge turnoff to potential buyers. As for debt, it's probably going to be in the $20 billion plus financing package, which will require a fairly large group of lenders. The collateral for the lenders is Twitter post-acquisition, so the underwriters need to get comfortable with what that exactly means. Loan values that need to go to investment committees, go through internal controls, compliance, regulatory approvals, lots of red tape here. It doesn't matter. Elon Musk is the wealthiest person on the planet, and he can fucking literally put his dick through all of that. That's how it works when you're the richest person on the planet. That's how it works when you're a fucking billionaire, for the record. Oh, dude, what happened? You banned the guy who highlighted his like idiotic fucking Econ 101 take. Let me hear what the finance major has to say. You have some of the worst takes ever, never listening to other people's opinions because you think you're always right. You are a little spoiled, privileged man-child. Oh. Thank you for your input, my friend. Certainly not as spoiled and privileged as you are, who thinks, you know, fuck everything that's going on. Fuck the 24,000 people in here. Fuck the news coverage that you're doing. Focus on me. Okay. For purposes of the entire fairness standard, the burden is on the acquirer, Elon, so the events leading up to the offer will be scrutinized to include the arguable stock price manipulation from back and forth over the board seat. So how do I think it will play out? I'm bullish on Elon owning Twitter at the end of this journey. Elon might get frustrated with the process, which the board and management could lean into to elongate and try to push him away, but there's no way they'll come to the conclusion that the price is not fair. I could also see a truly independent committee come to a swift conclusion that it is fair to get a shareholder vote ASAP. To get a shareholder vote ASAP in statutory and regulatory guidelines, but absent Elon getting frustrated with the process and walking away, I think Twitter will be his. This is such a new frontier. It's not even a hostile takeover. It's a gift wrap takeover from a single individual shareholder. Not an institutional sponsor, but the world's richest man. Elon is playing games that no one else can play. I mean, that's true. The last part is true. And these are otherwise stupid games. But such is life in America. Part of me likes that a billionaire can so openly fucking manipulate and do whatever the fuck he wants. And like other billionaires get on the same platform that the billionaire is trying to purchase and try to criticize his moves. Like that, what a wonderful world we live in. I mean, fuck it, YOLO. We're accelerating towards Ancapistan regardless. You might as well enjoy it, you know? World's burning. Might as well enjoy the show, you know? Strap on for the ride, baby. Yeet, yeet. He's going to get cumstered by the SEC one of these days. The hubris is off the charts. It's very cute, unironic Ben Shapiro viewer, that you think the SEC is not just a feckless, gutless institution that literally is a part of the revolving door between the mega corporations that it's supposed to, the financial institutions that it's supposed to regulate. That's cute. I mean, it's wonderful. A lot of you, I get why a lot of you are liberals, dude. I get it. Like, if you have this worldview where, like, our supposedly infallible institutions are legitimately doing what's right all the fucking time, okay, then yeah, no shit, you could be a liberal. You'd be like, oh yeah, like, I'm gonna vote for the right party instead of the wrong party, and then the right party will save everyone because, like, the institutions, like, got us covered. They got our backs. We're good. Like, we're fucking good, boys. I love that. Honestly, beautiful, beautiful. Liberals grew up being able to trust the authority figures. What cucks? I mean, yeah. Twitter stock chart over the past 5 years, dude. Donald Trump did things to Twitter that no one else will ever do. You know what I mean? God damn, brother. He really popped it right the fuck off. Dr. Mr. Cody, most recent Some More News episode talks about the IRS. How timely. Why don't you buy Twitter? It's only $54. You're right. I should. I should do that. The fuck is wrong with me, dude? Your takes on this make the stream so depressing. Like, there is nothing we can do and it's all hopeless. The SEC has done something to Elon in the past, not impossible. Dude, short of jailing Elon Musk, which is never going to happen, you're out of your fucking mind. The SEC can do nothing, dude. They'll just fucking keep slapping him on the wrist. How about the SEC arrest Elon Musk's brother? You know what I mean? No, all they do is literally hit him with, like, little baby dips. And every fucking finance bro friend I have, and I have some close ones, they constantly use the SEC's, like, lack of enforcement in this situation, or the little amount of enforcement in most circumstances, as a indication that they're not even doing anything wrong. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? They got nothing. They got no fucking power. The entire institution is there to reinforce the idea that the government is always there to do something while simultaneously not doing anything. Kind of like the ad break institution. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And I serve it to you, and I tell you that. But many of you have never even seen the ad break because you live in places that don't get served ads. Or you quite literally are a subscriber. You've subscribed for $5, or you've subscribed for free with a Twitch Prime, so you've never seen the ads. You have an ad-free broadcasting experience, okay? That's right. With Twitch Prime, you can have that for free as long as you connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 1-minute ad break that's coming now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but not many are. But you can make your own luck. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Jon Stewart's recent interview with the current SEC head. He is mega libbed up too, but anyway. Okay, we'll watch this and then we'll get back to Elon Musk and what he has to say. Actually, fuck it. I'm just going to play this.
I think it's very important for
I want to hear what he has to say.
there to be an inclusive arena for free speech where all, Twitter has become kind of the de facto town square. It's just really important that people have both the reality and the perception that they are able to speak freely within the bounds of the law. And so one of the things that I believe Twitter should do is open source the algorithm and make any changes to people's tweets. If they're emphasized or de-emphasized, that action should be made apparent so anyone can see that action has been taken. So there's no sort of behind-the-scenes manipulation, either algorithmically or manually.
He loves free speech, boys. He loves free speech. He's such a big fan of free speech. I love this motherfucker running around LARPing as a free speech warrior, by the way. Like, dude, you're literally a billionaire. You are the opposite of a free speech warrior. By the very definition of your job, you have silenced the free speech of so many people. There's no such thing as like a genuine interest in free speech for billionaires, okay? Yeah, he tried to get the Elon Jet account banned. He tried to get fucking Boost Italian Elon Musk to save free speech. What the fuck? If he buys Twitter for real, we have to go out in a blaze of glory. Everyone tweeting this out like the end of Spartacus. Hey, I make the rockets. I make the marionettes painted like a Rick and Morty. Hey, I am the pickle Rick, a paisan. I just invent a new fruit. I call it the tomato. I come up with this all by myself. Oh, disruptiano. I sent the calzone into space. I don't pay taxes. Oh. Dude, what are you posting, dude? Sometimes chatters are just going fucking crazy. Stop. Coachella set times? What unprecedented set times? The fuck does that mean? I mean, I don't know anything about anything. I just I know some of the people that are performing. I guess I have to listen to Phoebe Bridgers so I can, be a art hoe or be closer to art hoes. You know what I mean? Phoebe Bridgers is like, being into crystals, but for music. Horrid take? Wait, what do you mean, dude? Bro, stop. Phoebe Bridgers rocks. Your outro is literally a Phoebe track? Okay, everybody fucking chill for a second. I don't mean that it's a bad thing. Crystals can be cool, okay? Why is everybody getting mad? Bad, not good. Pokemonsta. Wait, I think I know who that is. I don't know any of the... Baby Keem. That'll be sick. I like Baby Keem. And Corday's playing. That's cool. I will not be seeing any of these people. Fair warning. Worst post ever made incoming. Brand, will I walk again? Brandon Rivers. What? You ain't from the north if you're not voting for me, man. You send me this. Fuck, am I old or am I the only one who knows Tupopele on this list? No, but I don't listen to music though. Saturday, Megan Thee Stallion, Billie Eilish, Flume, 88 Rising, Conan Gray, Maceo, Coffee, Rutgers Safari, Stromae. What the fuck? This is Laurent Dance guy. I didn't even know he was still around. Oh, Disclosure, that's cool. I know those boys. Oh, Molkat Doma. I know this too. This is sick. There you go. That's what they sound like. That is literally what that sounds like. That song sounds exactly like that, okay? And you know I'm right. Elon's music video and reaction to Grimes dumping him is fantastic, though. No, I don't want to watch that. Like Disclosure, like Peggy Goo. Disclosure follows Tim Pool on Twitter. Yeah, he probably. I remember talking to a guy a couple years back about Jordan Peterson, and I mean, we've not talked about politics, or I haven't really seen him in a while, so I don't know what his. He was always like I'm really interested in politics kind of person, though. But probably from afar. Not to say that he's like right wing or anything, but come on, you boys, listen, you guys literally don't understand how appealing people like Tim Pool are to the just like Normans who do their very best not to come across like me, who just fucking lays it bare. You know what I mean? I'm out here literally just saying exactly what I think. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers do their very best to get Normans to not know what their exact point of view is so they can always come out on top. Anyway, Brockhampton, 100 Gex, that's sick. JID is sick. I know that. Okay, I know some of the artists. I know some of the artists that are playing. 21 Savage, Isaiah Rashad, Rich Brian. Oh, that's what BB No Money's going to be there too. And then Sunday, dude, this is so whack. Can I just say, I've seen Swedish House Mafia when I was younger, obviously. Like, I was a big EDM head. When I lived in Miami, I went to Winter Music Conference. Like, I ultra all this shit. And, like, I've also seen Swedish House Mafia, like, literally at Madison Square Garden. What the fuck? In 2022, like, we're still listening to Swedish House Mafia? What the fuck's going on? Run the Jewels, that's sick. Doja Cat is cool. Were you at Ultra in 2013? I was there. No, 2009. Go see Altıngun. They're Turkish. What the fuck is Altıngun? Doesn't that mean Golden Day? Altıngun is an Anatolian rock band from Amsterdam, Netherlands. It was founded by bassist Jesper Vershulst when he first posted an ad on Facebook looking for Turkish musicians. Their style has been described as psychedelic with a dirty blend of funk rhythms, wah-wah guitars, and analog organs. Oh, damn. Their members are like straight Turkish. Merve Dasdemir, Erdinç Ecevit Yıldız. Doesn't get more Turkish than that. Holy fuck. Only two Turks in that whole thing. Okay. I love Vince Staples, and I want to be his friend. That's pretty cool. Denzel Curry's cool too. Damn, Denzel Curry's above Vince Staples? That's wild. What the fuck? I mean, Denzel, no disrespect, but these lineups are so strange. What the fuck? It's like Vince Staples, then Duck Sauce, which is cool as fuck. Great. Love A-Track. And then Duke Dumont, and then Denzel Curry. What is happening? It's the stagger. It's so people don't crowd to a single stage. No, I just mean like it's a wild lineup to. It's a wild lineup to switch up from like listening to Vince Staples to Duck Sauce. Vince is just Twitter famous, lol. No, I think his music is great. I love Vince Staples. I think he's hilarious as well as a very good artist. I don't know anything about these except for Fatboy Slim. Holy shit, can't believe he's still alive. That's crazy. Literally grew up with Fatboy Slim. Yeah, okay, there it is. Sampa the Great is, oh wow, Sampa the Great. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. This is like back when I did used to listen to music. Did I tell you guys I saw St. John at the basketball court I go to with his kid talking to a friend? I don't think I ever told you guys this story. Here, I'm going to tell you guys this story real quick. Do you guys know who St. John is? I mean, it's going to be stuck in your head the moment that I play one snippet of a song, okay? So this is St. John. He is, you know, I mean, he's like a relatively successful artist. His like main song that really fucking popped off was, what was the song? What was his first song that like really popped off? Was it Roses?
With the
Yeah.
I walked in the corner with the body screaming dollar. Never sold it back, but looking like Pablo in the fall.
So he's cool as fuck. Like I've always been a fan of his. I think he's like cool, whatever. He's at the basketball courts. He has his baby with him. I don't think he's trying to fucking oh god, people saying TikTok song. I want to fucking video game myself when I hear 12-year-olds be like, "Oh my god, it's a TikTok song." Shut the fuck up. Okay? Oh god. I don't even listen to music, but it's like making me so angry to just like have people only experience the music from like whatever fucking dumbass TikTok trend popped off. Okay? I'm a fucking boomer now. God damn it. Anyway. Oh. So I was a big fan of his back in the day. Didn't know what he was up to. Didn't know what he was doing. So when I saw him at the park, I was like, and he's not like super famous. You know what I mean? He's like he had a couple big hits and then he just kind of fizzled out. But he's always been like really into fashion. He's like very cool. Anyway, I walk up to him and I'm like, "Are you St. John?" And he's like, "Yeah." And his friend got really excited. Okay? His friend got really stoked that like someone recognized him. You know how that works. But he was not super stoked about it at all. And I was like, "Oh man, I'm a huge fan. That's dope. You know, I love your music." And he's like, "Oh, thanks, man. Whatever." You know, he's just like being humble. And I was like, and like I could feel that he was like uncomfortable that I recognized him because I think he was just trying to have like a brief moment at a park, and he's like, "Oh fuck, now I got to deal with this fucking dickhead." And he was like walking away, and I was like, "Listen, I was like, do you fuck with Twitch?" And he was like, "I know Twitch, but like I know what Twitch is, but I don't fuck with it like that." And I was like, "Do you want to?" He's like, "Oh, I don't know, man." I was like, "All right, well, you know, have a good one, but if you ever want to, you know, let me know." And at this point, he's like literally walking away, and I was like, "You can just look me up if you want, and if you change your mind, you know, let me know." And it's such a weird like way to have that conversation because he probably thought I was like some fucking random weirdo, which I am a random weirdo in all intents and purposes, for all intents and purposes. But it could have been sick to have him on. He thought that was super cringe for sure. I mean, I don't give a fuck. No shot. You said this to a man with his kids at a park? Yes, I 100% said that. And also, I don't give a fuck. And you guys are fucking dumbasses, and here is why. Because you would love it if I got St. John on the stream. Like, I'm doing this for the content, okay? And you would love that, except you're fucking being like, "I'm so socially insecure, it'd be so stupid." Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. Like, it's for you. It's for you. Shut the fuck up. Shut your stupid, dumb whore mouth up, okay? Why? Why do you have to react this way all the time? Why can't you, like, understand where I'm going with this? Okay? God damn. I talk to someone in public and like every socially awkward fucking weirdo literally just immediately blasts their own personal insecurities and anxieties into the timeline. Like, I can't even tell a fucking funny story without motherfuckers being like, dude, you should kill yourself for that interaction. Like, I know how y'all are. When I see you in public, you're shaking. You're doing a full body shake, but in the chat, you're like, oh, fucking idiot. I would have approached that in a super sick way. I would have done a 360 slam dunk, and he would have been like, damn, man, where'd you learn how to dunk like that? And then I'd be like, at twitch.tv/HasanAbi, boom. And then he'd be like, oh my God, I wish I could come on your stream. You must be really famous. Like, that's what chat thinks is how that interaction would go. It's a perfectly normal interaction that was a little awkward. And I'm explaining it in a way where it was like, I'm explaining it by hyping up the fucking funny story. And motherfuckers think like, you would have done a jutsu on him, okay? You would have been like, anyway, he's a cool dude. And the moral of the story is, you got to take your shot. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Wayne Gretzky said that. Can't you tweet at him or something? No, I'm not going to fucking push it further. Why would I push it further? What the fuck? He very clearly did not. He was very clearly not interested. And he didn't even look me up. So, you mean Michael Scott? Oh, God, this chat is the most Caucasian motherfucker. My favorite part of the HasanAbi is the explain the joke segment. I know, it gets really tiring sometimes. Like, as much as I love this community, and I care about it enough to literally explain the concept of jokes, sometimes I'm like, oh, please, just let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Let it be. Just laugh and be normal. Please, chat, be normal.
Last week when we spoke, Elon, I asked you whether you were thinking of taking over. You said, no way. You said, I do not want to own Twitter. It is a recipe for misery. Everyone will blame me for everything. What on earth changed?
No, I think everyone will still blame me for everything. Yeah. If I acquire Twitter and something goes wrong, it's my fault, 100%. I think there will be quite a few errors, yes.
It will be miserable, but you still want to do it. Why?
I mean, I hope it's not too miserable, but I just think it's important to the it's important to the function of democracy. It's important to the function of the United States as a free country and many other countries, and to help.
Yeah, dude, oh God, he's so brave. He's totally doing this for, good reason.
Actually, to help freedom in the world more broadly than the U.S. And so I think it's I think there's the risk, civilizational risk is decreased if Twitter, the more we can increase the trust of Twitter as a public platform. And so I do think this will be somewhat painful, and I'm not sure that I will actually be able to acquire it. And I should also say the intent is to
turn the private social media app owned by billionaires to another billionaire for democracy's sake. Yeah, dude, bro, you don't understand. Like, he loves democracy, bro. He's just, bro, please, bro. He's just doing it for free speech, bro. Please understand. Except he doesn't even need to say, bro, please, bro, okay? All he needs to say is, I'm doing this for democracy. And then every motherfucker who soy faces, they are the Redditors of Twitter, will literally be like, Elon Musk is my God and savior. He is going to smite me one day, and I'm going to say, please, sir, I want some more for a crumb of the Tesla shares that goes to the fucking moon. I love him. He is my alpha, my omega. He is the reason why I wake up every fucking morning. Elon Musk has the Fedayeen Twitter army, okay? Elon Musk defenders defend him the way that I want you to defend me, but you won't. Interesting. Just two questions, if I may. How much of the Twitter kingdom? How much of Twitter does the kingdom own, directly or indirectly? What are the kingdom's views on journalistic freedom of speech? Like, this motherfucker who literally got away with calling someone a pedophile, okay, just because he showed up to the court. Like, straight up, it was an open and shut slander case, okay? Very clear. He doesn't have the facts. He can't say it. Shows up to court, gets away with it, okay? This guy is talking about how much he loves free speech. Oh my God! How likely do you think it is to pump in the stock price by saying he's going to buy it and then just dump all the shares when it soars? I think so. Elon said during a TED talk that he was forced to concede to the SEC, ignore the account, only place I found a clip. Oh, Tesla owners SV? Yeah. Love this. There's so many accounts like this, dude. 378,000 followers on Tesla owners Silicon Valley. Dude, we deserve total annihilation. Do you understand? When I see stuff like this, I'm like, we deserve it. Like, we deserve climate change. We deserve just everything. We deserve all of the horrific things that are happening to us. 378,000 people have completely identified a fundamental part of their fucking existence with their commodity consumption, the choice of electric vehicle that they fucking drive, okay? The electric vehicle itself might be fucking doo-doo, might be fucking dog shit, but god damn, dude, it's like, this is it. This is my thing. Tesla owners literally just like, they're like, I do not have a personality anymore. I have become one with the car. I have become one with Elon Musk. I think Daddy Elon will take us to the fucking moon. I am hodling right now so fucking hard. This is no different than, you know, the fat diabetic couch potato saying, like, you know, I need to get jalapeno poppers or else I'm going to fucking do a school shooting. Okay? It's the exact same thing. For him, his identity revolves around his guns and being able to, like, I don't know, get a fucking haircut or you know, yell at a fucking waitress and tell him, like, you know, nice tits, sugar tits, you know, something like that after a long day at the HVAC business that he fucking got from his father, okay? After purchasing a bunch of jet skis. Like, this is the exact same thing, but on the liberal side. I love you, but please turn off your phone or give me a call. I cannot support hate. Please stop this. I know this isn't your heart. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. It's just so whack. Like, at least religion was kind of cool. Like, it's kind of metal, you know what I mean? There's death associated with it at the end. Or, I don't know, there's like this deity, this God that is supposed to explain things that you can't comprehend. Meanwhile, now this is just like, I like the car go fast. And also, I make money if I buy a little bit of fucking, you know, I make some money if I buy into stock price, if I buy stock. So now I'm like financially tied to Elon Musk's success. So it's like a double whammy. Tesla owners, SV is so cringe. By the way, trust me, I'm deeply embedded in the Tesla stan community. Don't ask. Well, I know Megaphonics. I know you are an EV, you know, you're an EV Andy. I know. Elon looks like he's in the middle of an anamorph transition into a skeleton. What has this man ever done other than establish already acquired companies? Be super cool and do like posts. He's so good at doing like 2008, you know, 9gag posts.
Originally, with Tesla back in the day, funding was actually secured. I want to be clear about that. In fact, this may be a good opportunity to clarify that. Funding was indeed secured, and I should say, like, why do I not have respect for the SEC in that situation? And I don't mean to blame everyone at the SEC, but certainly the San Francisco office. It's because the SEC knew that funding was secured, but they pursued an active public investigation nonetheless. At the time, Tesla was in a precarious financial situation, and I was told by the banks that if I did not agree to settle with the SEC, that the banks would cease providing working capital and Tesla would go bankrupt immediately. So that's like having a gun to your child's head.
What if I follow Nike on Twitter because I want the latest shoe or worse or better? No, dude, there's a difference between that, okay? There's a difference between, like, fucking, I don't know, buying Nike shoes and the Tesla evangelists that, like, literally tailor their entire fucking lives off of their vehicle that they drive, okay? Wannabe influencer HasanAbi, he hates that people with more followers than him don't tweet at all. Most of these top accounts tweet rarely and post very little content. Is Twitter dying? My conservative Tesla owning dad would die for Elon. Yeah, there's just something very strange about it. Like, Elon Musk has captured the essence of parasocial relationships and has tied it back to him, like, you know, his billionaire oligarch status and his, you know, vehicles that people fucking ride or die for. It's very strange. He has, like, parasocial cult-ass fucking followers. Instead, you should tailor your parasocial life around me, a healthy individual with good takes.
So I was forced to concede to the SEC unlawfully.
Dude, he's saying that an SEC investigation is similar to putting a gun to the head of his children. What the fuck?
Various financial situation. And I was told by the banks that if I did not agree to settle with the SEC, that the banks would cease providing working capital and Tesla would go bankrupt immediately. So that's like having a gun to your child's head. So I was forced to concede to the SEC unlawfully, those bastards. And
unlawfully.
And now they
he's literally saying, like, he's saying that the people that he was going to take on more debt from were like, you have to deal with this SEC, this active SEC investigation, or else you can't get this debt. And he's not even mad at the people who are forcing him to you know, concede to the SEC, and he's more mad at the SEC saying that it's akin to putting a gun to the head of his child. Like, brother, that's just a fucking investigation. Like, don't do shit. You know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? Isn't that how it works? How about you fucking follow the rules? And in the end, you didn't even get anything. Like, you got a fucking slap on the wrist. The fuck? It's wild. It's like, I don't even understand. It's like, oh man, I really hate that I paid zero taxes and the IRS came after me. You know what I mean? And then when I wanted more money from a bank, they were like, hey, you probably should pay your taxes. The IRS is going to put you in jail. Okay, I guess fuck it, YOLO. You know what I mean? That's
so. Elon,
the IRS said they're going to take away my freedom if I don't pay these taxes, and I think that's bullshit. Apparently, Rihanna broke up with him after she caught him cheating with Fenty footwear designer Amina Muaddi. What? Rihanna and A$AP Rocky have broken up? Apparently, no shot, dude. That's crazy. Burko, the hip hop and leak culture content follows me. Let's go, dude. Yo, I that makes me feel good. Not this though. This story makes me feel bad. A$AP fumbled the bag. Easy. What the fuck? Dude, why don't I have Mike on? What the fuck? Yo, let me DM Mike real quick. Let's see if he'd be down to come on. Holy shit, this is perfect. This is literally his beat, dude. Mike, do you want to come on the stream to talk Tesla and... Or not Tesla, what am I saying? To talk on and Twitter. Yo! I totally forgot. That I should have fucking DM'd him ahead of time. He was literally on the daily this morning. Not sure if you already mentioned it today, but Indiana University's 2,500 grad students voted 97 to go on strike today. Shout them out if you have the time. Shouts out to the Indiana University's 2,500 grad students, baby. Good luck. Solidarity. You guys. Become the father that stepped up? No.
Decision over the last few years, like your decision to invest in Twitter in the first place, or your anything.
What is this?
I mean, the worst business decision I ever made was not starting Tesla with just
This is pretty abhorrent for what it's worth. Madoff was never caught despite mountains of evidence. He got turned by his kids. Even though Musk is cringe, he wasn't in their bank or finance club in this case. Wait. Dude. You're being ridiculous. You're talking about the SEC's like ineptitude and then using that as an example as to why they fucking suck while simultaneously talking about an instance where they're actually doing their job. Wait, Mike said, OMG, that would be so fun. Oh, question mark. And then he said, not. Oh, no, never mind. He's actually saying exclamation mark, not question mark. I thought this man writes for the New York Times, folks. Okay. He did not say not to me. Okay. I am okay. All right. Perfect. That would have been pretty funny. I thought he hit me with a OMG. That would be so much fun. Not. Okay. We'll have Mike Isaac, the Rat King, New York Times tech writer, who is literally on the Twitter beat. He'll be coming on. New York Times tech reporter Mike Isaac will be on in a little bit. We'll talk about Elon and Tesla and going to the fucking moon, baby. Let's go. Oh my God, I love going to the fucking moon. I'm pogging.
JB Straubel. By far the worst decision I've ever made is not just starting Tesla with JB. That's the number one by far.
All right, so JB Straubel was the visionary co-founder who was obsessed with and knew so much about batteries. And your decision to go with Tesla, the company as it was, meant that you got locked into what you concluded was a weird architecture now of this. There's
a lot of confusion. Tesla did not exist in any. Tesla was a shell company with no employees, no intellectual property when I invested. But
wait, what? Yo, homie is just straight up. He's just like, I made Tesla. Like, I fucking made Tesla, boys. I made it. Tesla did not exist. I'm actually afraid about this. Most of my business is run through Twitter. Do you think any of the policies of Twitter would change if he takes over? What? No. There's a little bit of fucking revisionist history here. Let's hit the high note here. One of the high notes here is pretty brilliant. Let's hear what he had to say about his definition of free speech.
A good sign as to whether there is free speech is someone you don't like allowed to say something you don't like. And if that is the case, then we have free speech. And a good sign as to whether
yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. No, that's literally the brain broken conservative method, which is, free speech is hate speech. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. Free speech is hate speech and misinformation. That's it. That's where it starts and it begins and ends. Okay? And of course, for the record, it's hate speech that I like. Not hate speech that impacts me in some way. You know what I mean? In most instances, you wouldn't even consider that to be hate speech, but I will consider it to be hate speech, like the C word, for example. Constitutional rights mean you can't have this conversation without sounding strange to me? Yeah.
So there's free speech.
What do you mean conservative? He's obviously a socialist. Don't you remember? He did say he was a socialist. Then we have free speech. Obviously, we just watch someone we don't like say a bunch of shit we don't like. Yeah, I mean we do, but that's not enough. Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to this.
A false narrative has been created by one of the other co-founders, Martin Eberhard. And I don't want to get into the nastiness here, but I didn't invest in an existing company. We created a company. Yeah. And ultimately, the creation of that company was done by JV and me. And unfortunately, there's someone else, another co-founder, who has made it his life's mission to make it sound like he created the company, which is false.
Wasn't there another issue right at the heart of the development of the Tesla Model 3, where Tesla almost went bankrupt? And I think you have said that part.
So, from what I understand, there was actually someone, one of our EV evangelists was saying that Tesla actually did have some patents and a handmade electric sports car designed and built in very limited numbers by the U.S. company AC Propulsion in the early 2000s. It was a direct predecessor of the Tesla line of electric cars. The Zero was based on the Piontech Sport Tech kit car, which consists of a fiberglass body kit, yada yada. So he's not even, I mean, he's wrong about that, saying that it wasn't a thing. As the resident EV chatter alongside Fango Lives, the story of Tesla's beginnings and power struggle after Elon came in the picture is quite the rabbit hole. It's basically, Elon was just the money guy, but he demanded to be CEO and actually pushed out the actual founders/inventors. I love that people saying, bruh, that's a toy car. Yeah, well, at least it's still a car. Unlike the fucking Roadster. Suck my dick, okay? Like, for the longest time, Elon Musk promised things that were just never happening, okay? And every time he promised more things, everyone was like, Pog, this is a tech company. This is totally different than a regular car company. This is not like your granddad's car company. This is a tech company, okay? We're investing in the future of this company. It's just, oh, God. You mean the 2020 Roadster? Technically, they did ship like 2,500 original Roadsters. Musk took an active role within the company and oversaw the Roadster product design at a detailed level, but was not deeply involved in the day-to-day business operations. In February 2006, Musk led Tesla's Series B venture capital funding round of $13 million, which added the Valor Equity Partners to the funding team. Musk co-led the third $40 million round in May 2006, which saw investment from prominent entrepreneurs, including Google co-founders, and then another fourth round of $45 million. Prototypes of Tesla's first car, the Roadsters, were officially revealed to the public in 2006 at a 350-person invitation-only event held in Barker Hangar at Santa Monica Airport. In 2007, Eberhard was asked by the board, led by Elon Musk, to step down as CEO. Eberhard then took the title of President of Technology before ultimately leaving the company in January 2008. I wonder why. Co-founder Mark Tarpenning, who served as vice president of electrical engineering at the company, also left the company in January 2008. I wonder why. Tesla is asking for Roadster donation reservations again. There's still no car, but Tesla wants your money for it. That's crazy. That's so strange. I will literally give you money, okay, daddy? I will give you more money, daddy. I'm your pay pig. I'm your best pay pig. I am your best and biggest pay pig. I love you, okay? Give me your hardest battles. I am your most loyal and bravest soldier, okay? I am your Fedayeen. I will give you more and more money. You are so disruptive. You are disrupting my wallet in unimaginable ways. But this motherfucker invented the NFT car. Literally. No wonder all those motherfuckers turned into crypto bros, dude. He did. He was like, here's an NFT of a car. Okay, dude, let me make a joke, okay? You cannot sell your reservation. Okay, bro, like, that's not the point of the NFTs in this situation. It's the fact that NFTs are basically the same as like selling a fucking bridge to someone, okay? I got a bridge to sell you? You believe that? I got a bridge to sell you? Think about that. It's like that. Got a good 10 minutes video shitting on Elon and running through his bullshit if you want to watch by Brit Monkey. You're pissing off the Elon stands. EV chatter stand down. Hasan doesn't want to like Elon because he doesn't want to lose clout. Stand down. Literally farming extra money from rich people to fund renewable transportation, but okay. Dude, that's crazy. That is a fucking wild assessment, dude. I don't like Elon Musk because he is literally everything that is wrong with capitalism that has manifested into one singular, incredibly unlikable human being. Okay? Like, everything from the boring tunnels, the boring company, the fucking, just everything. Yes, he might have popularized EVs, or he, at the very least, saw the trend towards electric vehicles, that the inevitability of said trend, and made himself the face of it, even though, once again, everything that Elon does is not for a larger purpose. Everything that Elon does is for Elon, okay? And I say this as someone who is 100 million% in support of changing the way that our current energy production subsidies works. Everything that Elon Musk has done thus far, I'm a fan of at the theoretic level, okay? At the theoretical level, I want there to be a sexy renewable energy company, okay? I want that sexy renewable energy company to also be, basically fucking funded by subsidies. I'm fine with that. Make that a competitor to other companies. Except, he's just, what do you mean about that? What is this? I will literally fucking... I will literally give you money, okay, daddy? I will give you more money, daddy. I'm your pay pig. I'm your best pay pig. In his interview today, he claimed again he created Tesla. Yeah. I know, he did. It's just ironic how he didn't give a shit about the free speech of the 4,100 SpaceX employees who filed a class action lawsuit against him, but now he suddenly cares about people as long as they're libertarian and they're there to help him become wealthy. Yes, of course. Oh, also this too. Judge slashes Tesla's payout to black employee who alleged rampant racism. The amount was reduced from 137 million to 15. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Give the man his 137 million in damages. Are you fucking joking? Yo, that's bullshit, brother. Dude, black people can't get one fucking W, dude. Are you serious? Are you serious? Holy shit, dude. The goddamn criminal justice system is our court system is so fucked. That was a dub. That was a fat dub. Probably the fattest dub. Dub's so fucking fat, you could literally see it walking down the street, okay? 3 miles away, you could see that fucking dub. 15 million is still pretty good, but god damn, dude, that dub was astronomical, okay? Come on, dude. One time. You can't just you can't let it slip one time. Just like a little bit once? No? Curious how you talk about stealing bridges when India is making great innovations. lmao. This guy is not driven by money. He's driven by his desire to make the world a fundamentally better and more sustainable place. Money is a byproduct. People may disagree with his vision of better, but that's what drives his free speech value. He wants you to be able to disagree. You are so stupid, dude. You are literally a peasant. You are a peasant, okay? You have peasant brain. You're like, please, sir, I know the grain crop wasn't nice this long winter. Please just only take my right hand, master. I will do better next winter. Please. Oh, if you take both of my hands, I won't be able to hold up a spare for you. When time comes and I need to fight for my serfdom. That's you. That's this motherfucker who's literally like, no, I will study dick right, sir, for free. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? Why are you doing this? Why? Twitter for iPad Andy, dude. What the fuck? Yo, this is... Of course he's fucking tweeting from the iPad, dude. Like, I don't know how else to describe this. Like, I don't know how... I don't know how to describe the idea of, like... the dick riding is out of control, okay? Actually. Why do you always comment on what app the tweet comes from? Because I think it's so strange to fucking tweet from your iPad. Typing with both hands on the toilet. Yeah. This is what a judge who lowered the awarded amount for a racial discrimination lawsuit looks like. Yeah, I mean, brother, you didn't need to tell me that, okay? That's... I mean, the 130 million was pretty wild. It was a wild number, but it was fucking dope, dude. It was so sick. Yeah, this guy voted for Obama twice, okay? This guy would have voted for Obama a third time. That's how much he rides, dude. Absolutely, it would be utterly indefensible not to put this offer to a shareholder vote. They own the company, not the board of directors. If the board of directors at Twitter reject the offer made by Elon Musk, then wouldn't the board be acting in direct opposition to the financial interests of the shareholders? Oh, God, everyone just... They are fucking... They are dick riding hard. Sorry to see your favorites fight like this, Ken. I don't believe that the proposed offer by Elon Musk comes close to the intrinsic value of Twitter, given its growth prospects. Being one of the largest and long-term shareholders of Twitter, the Kingdom KHC and I reject this offer. Interesting. Just two questions, if I may. How much of Twitter does the Kingdom own directly and indirectly? What are the Kingdom's views on journalistic freedom of speech? Fucking, he owned it, dude. He owned it, dude. He ate it up. Oh, God, he loves free speech so much. I can't. God, he fucking, I'm soy facing so hard. He's so cool. He's a liberal judge appointed by Obama who sided with Trump's implementation of an executive order that stripped cities of sanctuary status, typical rich white lib. God damn, dude. This is when chat's the best, okay? When we look at a random, like, when we take a random short, like, side trip, and then we look at some Judge William Orrick, and then immediately they're fucking pulling out receipts of Judge Orrick, like, and his deliberations process. It's like, yeah, he actually drinks his coffee with with 1 cube of sugar. He personally demands make sure that, like, there's a 1 cube of sugar in his coffee every morning. It's really fucked up. Like, how do you know, bro? Are you in his walls right now? I love that. Can you stop? Elon is to Twitter what Zelensky is to Ukraine. Oh. Oof. Yo, why can't Elon own a media? Like, why can't he own a media company? Like, Jeff Bezos owns Washington Post. You know what I mean? That's what he wants. He wants, like, his own little media company that he can fucking use to his own desires so he can rewrite history and act like he, created Tesla. He's not even wrong about this one. Elon Musk has accomplished more in the last 48 hours for America than Joe Biden has his entire life. Wait, what? What has he done for America? But no one gives a shit about WAPO? Wait, are you insane? What? That's like, the second most important newspaper in the country. What the fuck are you talking about? No one cares about Washington Post? What? WAPO fell off, sadly. Yeah, I mean, after New York Times, like New York Times paper of record, WAPO is like maybe Wall Street Journal. Anyway, no one reads news anymore, you boomer. It's all TikTok shorts now. I want to melt myself when I hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get back to this.
Part of the reason for that was that you overestimated the extent to which it was possible at that time to automate a factory. Huge amount was spent kind of over-automating, and it didn't work. And it nearly took the company down. Is that fair?
I mean, first of all, it's important to understand, like, what has Tesla actually accomplished that is most noteworthy. It is not the creation of an electric vehicle or creating an electric vehicle prototype or low volume production of a car. There have been hundreds of car startups over the years, hundreds. And in fact, at one point, Bloomberg counted up the number of electric vehicle startups, and I think they got to almost 500.
Yeah.
So the hard part is not creating a prototype or going into limited production. The absolutely difficult thing, which has not been accomplished by an American car company in 100 years,
is the top of the hour ad break. That comes at the top of every hour. Sorry, that's a shit segue. I don't know what else to do here. Okay, at the top of every hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And unlike a fucking Roadster subscription, donation, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you actually do get the bang for your buck. You know what I'm saying? For $5 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime, as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch Prime account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Boom. Blammo. Kind of mid, homie. Shut the fuck up.
years is reaching volume production without going bankrupt. That is the actual hard thing.
I mean, for a guy who's like not very good at media, he sure knows how to deflect. He also has very successfully created this idea, this concept in a lot of people's minds that he like invented electric vehicles. So there's that. You know? Wild to consider.
The last company, American company, to reach volume production without going bankrupt was Chrysler in the 20s.
Right. And it nearly happened to Tesla.
Yes, but it's not like, oh, geez, I guess if we'd just done more manual stuff, things would have been fine. Of course not. That is definitely not the case. We basically messed up almost every aspect of the Model 3 production line, from cells to packs to drive inverters, motors, body line, the paint shop, final assembly, everything. Everything was messed up. And I lived in that I lived in the Fremont and Nevada factories for 3 years.
I'll be back.
Fixing that production line, running around like a maniac through every part of that factory, living with the team. Yeah. I slept on the floor so that the team who was going through a hard time could see me on the floor, that they knew that I was not in some ivory tower. Whatever pain they experienced, I had it more.
And some people who knew you well actually thought you were making a terrible mistake, that you were driving yourself to the edge of sanity almost, and that you were in danger of making bad choices. And in fact, I heard you say last week, Elon, that you, because of Tesla's huge value now and you know the significance of every minute that you spend, that you are in danger of sort of obsessing over it and spending all this time to the edge of sanity. That doesn't sound super wise, isn't there? Like your time, your completely sane, centered, rested time and decision making is more powerful and compelling than that sort of I can barely hold my eyes open. So surely it should be an absolute strategic priority to look after yourself.
I mean, there wasn't any.
God damn it. I hate when I get up to pee and then I literally miss an incredible fucking TOS moment that truly compromises my position on this platform. Dick sucking like that is actually a violation of the terms of service. And luckily we'll be able to get away with it this time, but you know, I mean, straight the fuck up. That's crazy. That's wild. You're seeing like, you know, two over 50 white guys sucking each other off back and forth, sucking and fucking, you know, good for them. I mean, but also it's TOS.
Hold my eyes open. So surely it should be an absolute strategic priority to look after yourself.
I mean, there wasn't any other way to make it work. There were 3 years of hell. 2017, 18, and 19 were 3 years, the longest period of excruciating pain in my life. There wasn't any other way, and we barely made it, and we were on the ragged edge of bankruptcy the entire time. So
when you
it's not
looked
like I
around,
want pain. I don't like it. Those were three so much pain, but it had to be done, or Tesla would be dead.
when you looked around the Gigafactory that we saw images of earlier last week,
imagine, it'd be so sick.
And just see where the company has come. I mean, do you
I wish the government had like a way to take, you know, bankrupt companies and turn them into, you know, government-owned entities. Like, imagine like a government-run, nationalized Tesla factory. I think that'd be sick.
Feel that this challenge of figuring out the new way of manufacturing, that you actually have an edge now, that it's different, that you figured out how to do this, and from those 3 years won't be repeated. You've actually figured out a new way of manufacturing.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
Tweet that.
Yeah. I can tell you how every damn part in that car is made. It's basically, if you just live on the factory, live in the factory for 3 years, and just,
that was nice.
That was poignant note to something.
Someone wants to compose a symphony to that expression of confidence, something like that. I have no idea what that is.
Anyway, yeah, every aspect of a car, 6 ways to Sunday, I know.
I mean, you talk about...
Oh, no, we're going to talk about the gigantic fucking dub that Ukraine got. Don't worry. New Tesla's delivered with surprise missing USB parts due to parts shortages. No, my favorite thing that Tesla has done so far, other than like, you know, block the shipping of a vehicle to a tech blogger that Elon Musk doesn't like because of the things that he's written, or even like potentially cutting out people out of the supercharging stations because of like their way of tweaking with the supercharging stations, which is like antithetical to libertarian ideals, for the record. All the way to the whole "look how hard I work" thing is so funny. I spent 60-hour work weeks, so you can too. Okay, if they spend 50 hours, are you giving them 200 billion? You know, in proportion to your rewards, it's dumb. Yeah, Fango lives and Megaphonics are the two fucking EV simps in the chat who I would go so far as to say Fango, I think, like literally writes blogs, I think, about Tesla. But that I love when Elon will be like, I don't like you, you can't buy my car, or you know, lying about fucking self-driving cars and what the capabilities are, which he can't do in like Europe, but he can do in America because we're a libertarian paradise. Or my favorite, when instead of fixing the fucking the little electric battery in the seats of the Tesla vehicles, okay? Instead of fixing the batteries that power the seats inside of Tesla vehicles, punishing people for using it too much and locking them out of using it. I love that. That's fucking awesome. It's great. Anyway, a number of new Tesla 3 and Model Y vehicles have been delivered in the last few days with missing USB ports, often without any warning, before the owners get their new cars home and notice the car's phone charger isn't working. The automaker blames the missing parts on the global chip shortage. Reports of missing USB ports seem to have started with the cars delivered on November 11th. So sometime in the last couple of days, Tesla started delivering cars with USB-C ports in the center console. While some owners received advance notice from their delivery specialists, other owners were taken by surprise when they got their car home and noticed their USB ports don't exist or their wireless charging doesn't work. Only after a call with Tesla service or browsing through Tesla forums on the internet or reading this article did they discover the pattern of missing USB ports. The global chip shortage has been affecting the auto industry for the better part of a year now, though Tesla has avoided the worst of it. We certainly understand the chip shortage and supply chain issues and how they've been difficult for every manufacturer. This is what happens when a pandemic spreads unchecked across the world for more than a year, aided by high-profile billionaires with millions of followers who tweet conspiracy theories and cast doubt on the science of epidemiology. Oh, dude, shots fucking fired by Electrek. This is a really good video surrounding the subject. Shut up. Really? Marcus Brownlee actually wrote a fucking critical, like he wrote a critical video essay on Elon Musk? I doubt it. Isn't he like a major Tesla simp? He says like the Plaid is the greatest car. Right? Am I wrong? A meme in the Tesla community is logs showed almost no usage after Elon tweeted this when removing passenger seat lumbar support without telling anyone they got their cars. Now, every time Tesla removes something, people say logs showed almost no usage. Moving lumbar was removed only in front passenger seat of 3/Y. Obviously not there in rear seats. Logs showed almost no usage, not worth cost/mass for everyone when almost never used. Prices increasing due to major supply chain price pressure industry-wise, raw materials especially. He's a shildo. I unsubbed from him after this video. He calls out all the grifters and completely fails to drive home the point how Tesla created this trend. Xi assured international investors he will not push for egalitarianism. Instead, he will first make the pie bigger, telling business leaders of the World Economic Forum that a rising tide lifts all boats. Oh no, Xi in his Reagan shit, bro. What the fuck? Tell me it ain't so, brother. Oh no, what is happening, dude? No, he said rising tide lifts all boats. No, that's some Reaganist shit, dude. My man said, Xi Jinping said, trickle down economics, not so bad, actually. Yeah, the Chinese neoliberal party. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, no. A rising tide lifts all boats. By the way, this isn't new, for the record. I know that this is an April 14 article, but I've heard him say this before. This is not a new concept at all. As a matter of fact, Xi Jinping has been saying this for a very long time. You will obviously not hear this from like the China simps who refuse to recognize that there are, of course, plenty of fucking problems with China as well. Yeah, no, this is... This is not new. A rising tide lifts all boats, a phrase traditionally used to justify policies that benefit the wealthy. It was a favorite proverb of Robert Rubin, former U.S. Treasury Secretary and Goldman Sachs co-chairman, part of the class of international investors Xi sought to assure. Xi's assurance that he will not push for egalitarianism was prescribed by one person as pursuit of a viable socialism in the face of U.S. imperialism. Sounds more like the pursuit of a viable capitalism in concert with U.S. imperialism. True. That is literally, yes, that is what that is. Motherfucker's still tweeting, bro. Maybe they should, imagine they ban him. Taking Twitter at private at 5420 should be up to the shareholders, not the board. Today is 4/14, you himbo. No, I'm saying I know this article is from today, but he has said this before. Listen, man, they have a fucking blossoming middle class right now. They're popping the fuck off. They're in their 80s shit right now. China is in their 80s and 90s shit. 80s, 90s America shit. Except unlike America, they do have a profound amount of control over their corporations and they're wealthy, which is precisely why they can do Chinese prosperity donations and then end up actually building, high-speed rail and major attempts at urbanizing certain areas. So, and have greatly uplifted their working class across the board. They're in their 60s shit, Hasan. So they won't need to invade other countries to exploit their populations. They'll do it with their own. I mean, what are you talking about China? The fuck do you mean? That was literally weaponizing their labor force. Was exactly how they fucking got out of the dire prospects that they were in. Fuck. Aren't they kind of market socialist still? What? Aren't they still doing the forced labor camp thing? Dude, this is the most American take, dude. The forced labor camp thing is not like what's guiding their fucking economy. They do it in the same way that Americans do forced labor camps in the form of our prison system, okay? Like, it's unacceptable when they do it, and it's unacceptable when we do it too. Don't misunderstand me. But you, like, greatly overemphasize. Like, you make it seem like, every fucking factory is, every Chinese factory is got, like, prison labor. That's how it's being operated. When, like, it's clearly a profoundly important part of the American economy, more so than the Chinese one. Their trains are useless if the citizens don't free speech. Sorry, gonna have to disagree with on this one. Get the fuck out of here, man. Man, you're out of your mind. My man said high-speed rail doesn't matter if I don't have free speech. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You have to be European or your take isn't valid. You're so distracted by their advancements in infrastructure that you rarely talk about their human rights atrocities, not just of minorities, but even of the general population via the zero COVID policy. No, I talked about their zero COVID policy being fucking psychotic, literally, like, this week. And I do I've talked about the Uyghur, the Uyghur cultural genocide. I've talked about all that shit, so I don't know what to tell you. Like, you don't think I do, but I do talk about it. I have. I knew Hasan was a Putin and Chinese sympathizer. I love that the conversation that we started off was literally me criticizing China for not upholding Marxist-Leninist principles. Okay? And then it still somehow turned into, dude, you suck the Chinese dick too much. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? I'm sorry. You can't literally acknowledge if a country that you have declared to be your foreign adversary is doing good, okay? You can't learn any lessons from what they're doing and say, maybe we should do this as well. No, they're all bad across the board. Actually, if China's doing high-speed rail, I fucking hate high-speed rail, okay? If China is doing, infrastructure projects, I fucking hate that shit. I hate it. I want to literally walk over a bridge and have it crumble and I die in it if that's against China. People who excuse American imperialism every day light the fuck up when you talk about China. Curious. Yeah, exactly. You have to say you want to nuke China or you're a simp. It's annoying that none of these motherfuckers seem to recognize that it's not a binary. You can have both free speech and high-speed rail, bro. Yeah, I know. Seriously. Everything our enemy does is an atrocity. Everything he says is a lie. America doesn't do high-speed rail. They do high-speed jail. China has a lot to be proud of. It's just true. They're fucking long-dicking the planet currently, okay? Deng was right. He made a gamble, and he was right. Genghis Gambit, okay? It was true. And it was so good that it literally eviscerated the American capital owners, eviscerated the American working class. Straight the fuck up. It's true. It's motherfucking true. We will throw our labor force at the problem. You will give us, you will produce everything for you at at such a cheap price that it's literally cheaper for you to ship your parts to China, have it manufactured and assembled in China, and then ship it back to America. Even if like the original materials were in the United States. You know what I mean? And with that, we will also take your IP, because we don't give a fuck, and we will steal it, and we will recreate our versions of it. And for a long time, our version of it will be cheap and dog shit, but eventually, after 10 years, 20 years, it won't. And we'll be able to uplift our entire country with the inflow of insane amounts of fucking foreign capital. And we will reinvest that foreign capital into infrastructure projects to actually technologically develop our country. And that's precisely what they did. And anyone who tells you, China steals IP, brother, what the fuck? Like, yeah, bitch, you knew that going in, and you did it anyway because you don't care. You never cared. You still don't care. Now, the real thing to pay attention to is what they will do next, now that their conditions are much, much better. Guys, I got to deal with something really quickly. I don't know what the fuck's going on right now, but hold on 1 second. Where the fuck's the video? Oh, here it is.
Scale
I'll be back.
right now. You're in the middle of writing your new master plan, and you've said that scale is at the heart of it. Why does scale matter? Why are you obsessed with it? What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, see, in order to accelerate the advent of sustainable energy, there must be scale, because we've got to transition a vast economy that is currently overly dependent on fossil fuels to a sustainable energy economy, one where the energy is, we got to do it. And, so the energy's got to be sustainably generated with wind, solar, hydro, geothermal. I'm a believer in nuclear, as Isabel, I think, gave a talk about. And then since solar and wind is intermittent, you have to have stationary storage batteries, and then we're going to transition all transport to electric. If we do those things, we have a sustainable energy future. The faster we do those things, the less risk we put to the environment. So sooner is better, and so scale is very important. It's not about press releases. It's about tonnage. What was the tonnage of batteries produced, and obviously done in a sustainable way? And our estimate is that approximately 300 terawatt hours of battery storage is needed to transition transport, electricity, and heating and cooling to a fully electric situation. Others there may be some different estimates out there, but our estimate is 300 terawatt hours. Yeah.
So we dug into this a lot in the interview that we recorded last week, and so people can go in and hear that more. But I mean, the context is, that is, I think, about 1,000 times the current install battery capacity. I mean, the scale-up needed is breathtaking, basically.
Yeah.
So your vision is to commit Tesla to try to deliver on a meaningful percentage of what is needed,
yes.
and call on others to do the rest. That this is a task for humanity to massively scale up our response to change the energy grid.
Yes, it's like basically how fast can we scale and encourage others to scale to get to that 300 terawatt hour installed base of batteries.
Right.
And then, of course, there'll be a tremendous need to recycle those batteries, and it makes sense to recycle them because the raw materials are like high-grade ore. So people shouldn't think, well, they'll be this big pile of batteries. No, they're going to get recycled because
it was just some delivery shit. You guys are fucking crazy. Like, not every time I fucking walk away or have a phone call doesn't mean like I'm dying. I'm alive. All right, I'm fine. I'm not a robot being taken over. I'm not a clone.
Even a dead battery pack is worth about $1,000. So, but this is what's needed for a sustainable energy future. So we're going to try to take a set of actions that accelerate the day and bring the day of a sustainable energy future sooner.
Okay. There's going to be huge interest in your master plan when you publish that. Meanwhile, I would love to understand more what goes on in this brain of yours, because it is a pretty unique one. I want to play, with your permission, this very funny opening from SNL, Saturday Night Live. Can we have the volume there, actually, please? Sorry.
It's an honor to be hosting Saturday Night Live. I mean that. Sometimes after I say something, I have to say, I mean that. So people really know that I mean it. That's because I don't always have a lot of intonation or variation in how I speak, which I'm told makes for great comedy. I'm actually making history tonight as the first person with Asperger's to host SNL.
And I think you followed that up with...
At least the first person to admit it.
The first person to admit it. But I mean... So this was a brave thing to say. I would love to understand whether, how you think of Asperger's, like whether you can give us any sense of, even you as a boy, what the experience was, or as you now understand with the benefit of hindsight. Can you talk about that a bit?
Well, I think everyone's experience is going to be somewhat different. But I guess for me, the social cues were not intuitive. So I was just very bookish, and I didn't understand this. I guess others could sort of intuitively understand what was meant by something. I would just tend to take things very literally, as just like the words as spoken were exactly what they meant. But then that turned out to be wrong. You can't. They're not simply saying exactly what they mean. There's all sorts of other things that are meant. It took me a while to figure that out. So I was, bullied quite a lot. So I did not have a sort of happy childhood, to be frank. It was quite rough. But I read a lot of books. I read lots and lots of books, and so that sort of gradually I sort of understood more from the books that I was.
Bro, chat literally eating this up so hard right now. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. You're like, oh yeah, he's neurodivergent, dude. He has Asperger's, so it's real hard. Like, fuck, man. Fuck you guys. Like, he's autistic. How dare you? Blah, blah, blah. What's happening right now, chat? Did you forget who the fuck we're watching right now? God damn, dude. Chat sees a little bit of himself. Chat sees a little bit of themselves inside of Elon, and all of a sudden they're like, you know what? Fuck it. He's a good guy.
just reading and watched a lot of movies,
he's just like me for real.
But it took me a while to understand things that most people intuitively understand.
So I've wondered whether it's possible that that was, in a strange way, an incredible gift to you and indirectly to many other people. In as much as brains, are plastic and they go where the action is. And if, for some reason, the external world and social cues, which so many people spend so much time and energy and mental energy obsessing over, if that is partly cut off, isn't it possible that is partly what gave you the ability to understand inwardly the world at a much deeper level than most people do?
I suppose that's certainly possible.
I was literally saying your autism helped you be a fucking bloodthirsty CEO. Which is like not the positive trait that you think it is to associate with autism. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Like he tried in the nicest way to be like, hey, do you think your autism cut off your empathy so you became a sociopathic CEO? Like, but because it's a crowd full of, because it's a crowd full of fucking pro-capitalist people, they're like, yeah, no, seriously, that's great, actually. Logical thinking and reasoning. Good thing that there are angles like you around. Angles.
I think there's maybe some value also from a technology standpoint because I found it rewarding to spend all night programming computers just by myself, and I think most people don't enjoy typing strange symbols into a computer by themselves all night. They think that's not fun, but I thought I really liked it. So I would just program all night by myself, and I found that to be quite enjoyable.
Bro, I don't get it. Like, what is he programmed? Like straight up, out of all the money makers for Elon, like, when has he ever programmed shit? Like, maybe PayPal? Did he do stuff at PayPal? I guess. I straight up don't understand where he's like, oh man, I'm doing so much coding on my computer. Like, what the fuck? What did you do? Like, what did you code at Tesla? Okay, what could you have coded at Tesla to begin with? I don't think he did, but it's like me saying, oh man, I'm a programmer because, growing up, we didn't have access to video games. So I would go and buy like cracked video games. You know what I mean? I would fucking use crack to hack into video games and play them for free. Which is why I'm a programmer and I'm a hacker, actually. And it's like, no, I'm not. Not that. I don't know anything.
But I think that is not normal. So
I mean, it does. I've thought a lot about. It's a riddle to a lot of people of how you've done this. How you.
He worked at Zip2 and other IT companies before big business. He programmed some games too.
Repeatedly innovated in these different industries, and it does. Every entrepreneur sees possibility in the future and then acts to make that real. It feels to me like you see possibility just more broadly than almost anyone and can connect the dots. So you see scientific possibility based on a deep understanding of physics and knowing what the fundamental equations are, what the technologies are that are based on that science and where they could go. You see technological possibility. And then, really unusually, you combine that with economic possibility of like what it actually would cost. Is there a system you can imagine where you could affordably make that thing? And that sometimes you then get conviction that there is an opportunity here.
Bro, there's no question. Like, this is not even a... That's wild, dude. I've actually, like, this is worse than Sean Hannity sucking Donald Trump's toes. every night to have him back on the broadcast. Like, this is straight up, like, there's not even a question at the end of it.
Together, and you could do something amazing.
Yeah, I think one aspect of whatever condition I had was I was just.
Damn, you really hate Elon, huh? I do. Dude, I'm anti-capitalist. He also literally coded drivers for hardware law. I think he can code. No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not questioning whether he can code or not. I'm saying, what has he done out of all of his like money-making initiatives, like his actual things that made Elon Musk Elon Musk? How has coding, comp sci played a role in that? How has comp sci played a role in Tesla? He didn't do anything. You said zip 2, you dimwit, but... And I even went so far as to say maybe he worked at PayPal. Maybe he did some shit at PayPal. I don't know. Potentially. But what made him Elon Musk is Tesla. Certainly PayPal played a role as well. But Tesla and SpaceX and all those other initiatives are just pre-existing capital that he was able to fucking basically move around. It played a role in Zip 2. That was what made him money in the first place that allowed him to invest in other stuff. To people who understand nothing, Elon has a deep understanding. Elon coded the simulation we live in, bad chest. He didn't make PayPal, you hogs in chat. Yeah, I don't even think he like... he just said he coded at 9 when he was younger. I understand that. I am trying to comprehend, and this is a question. I'm asking you in the chat. Like, there are inventors, okay, that become CEOs of private companies. Why do you talk about things you know nothing about? Dude, I'm anti-capitalist. Buys a $3 million mansion. Yep. Reformed. Maybe not reformed. Elon Musk became Elon Musk because he was a rich guy who used his money. Okay, he used his money to make more money. So, technically, he's a finance guy. Okay? Much like many of our corporations in the United States of America, our largest corporations, are all financial corporations. They make their money off of financial instruments. They make their money off of making wise investments, downsizing when need be, okay? No one is like actually a fucking inventor that was like so good. Like, there is no J.K. Rowling of fucking there is no J.K. Rowling of Tesla. And I hate to say this. I hate to admit this because J.K. Rowling sucks. But ultimately, it was her IP that got her all the way to this level of fucking wealth. Very close to this level of wealth, right? It was her IP. Now, you could say that the IP's dog shit, whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. You could say that, like, plenty of people helped her along the way. That's certainly true. But in the Silicon Valley space, there is no J.K. Rowling. You know what I mean? There is no, like, singular person who was able to quite literally fucking bring up a company from the ground up because of their like ingenuity, right? Steve Jobs is a perfect example of this. What are your thoughts on famous capitalist Steve Jobs? Who was worse? Steve Jobs is a great example of this. Brilliant marketer, right? Yes, there is a J.K. Rowling of Apple, Steve Wozniak, brilliant marketer. Steve Jobs is the one who we celebrate. This is part of the reason why I also personally think like Elon Musk he's just like Steve Jobs. Like, he is a good, and this is actually a profound accomplishment because of his like very clear difficulties in socializing. He's a very good salesman for Elon Musk. He sold Elon Musk to so many fucking people. He did it in a better way than Steve Jobs ever could have dreamed of selling Apple even. So I see your point. Mostly his money got him into his wealth and not his coding and other talents, abilities. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Unless there is like an actual place for him as like a coder. It's hard to tell you one thing because he did a lot of things. Dudes, please research Tesla's history. Not the same as your examples, even in SpaceX. HasanAbi doesn't explain why every dipshit thinks Musk made this, Musk made that. Even Steve Jobs and others never had people screaming, Jobs designed this, Jobs made this iPhone. It's so funny. That's not true. They definitely did. No, plenty of people think like Steve Jobs is personally, single-handedly responsible for everything inside of Apple. No, there are a lot of people who think that, like literally.
Actually, Nerd Jesus died in the last year, right? Steve Jobs. Yeah, he died, right? I know, a lot of nerds here tonight. I know, you're sad. I didn't get it. I didn't get the big deal they made about that guy. When he died, they were like, he changed the world. That was insane. He changed the world. The world was one way, and then Steve Jobs came, and it was another. What did he do? Somebody, for the love of God, what the fuck did that guy do? What did he do? He told other people what to invent? I want my entire music collection.
Old Billy Boozebag! How are ya? He's right.
In that phone. Get on it!
Right?
Right? And then these poor, nameless, faceless scientists got to go in a back room and figure it out. How the fuck are we going to get all of this into this? I mean, what year does this guy think this is? This is crazy. This is like Buck Rogers. Dude, my kid has a birthday in like 11 months. Steve Jobs just walking by. I don't hear any thinking going on in there. Just strutting around the office, eating some pretentious fruit like a pear, right? Just throwing out ideas. There's another one. There's another one I just came up with on the way to work. I was reading a magazine the other day, turning pages, you know? I like to turn pages on a screen that aren't even there. Yeah, wrap your fucking heads around that, guys. See you in 8 years. Where you going, Michael? Big, little, get on it. Right? And all these people slave away to make his vision come true. And then they have the big nerd fest, right? Down there, Comic-Con, and all their nerd mecca. They're all showing up with their Acne and their Hulk shirts, limping into the arena, right? Does Steve Jobs go out with a whole chorus line of scientists? No, he goes out there by himself. Sneakers and no belt, like it was no biggie, right? like he's Tesla. Tapping into the atmosphere. I know, this is always uncomfortable. I know, you bought into it, right? That whole advertising, the way they aligned themselves.
And it was actually so cringe. Hell yeah, dude. I want to live in a world devoid of laughter. I think laughter is bourgeois decadence. Or if you're a Nazi, laughter is moral degeneracy. Yeah. If you're a fucking, if you're a designated Marxist-Leninist who only upholds Maoist principles, then laughter is bourgeois decadence. Okay? It's cringe. I hate it. I think stand-up is unacceptable. Or if you're like alt-right, you think it's moral decay, moral degeneracy.
Of some of the greatest people of all time. Jesus, Gandhi, me. Remember that? Muhammad Ali, John Lennon, this guy. How the fuck was that dude?
Yeah, he's talking about Nikola Tesla, not Tesla the car company.
Like any of them. Gandhi didn't have a sweatshop. Nah, he didn't have people leaping to their deaths only to catch a net and get ricocheted back through the window to have to put together yet another iPad. John Lennon didn't have children in his basement pressing those fucking albums. I know. New phone can't fit the old charger. This is your hero? This is the guy? This is what all the silence is about? New phone can't fit the old charger, so then you gotta throw it out, ends up in the ocean around some octopus's neck. Do you realize how much sea life is ecstatic that that man is no longer walking the earth? That's where it all ends up, you know. Doesn't go
Why did you just describe like 20 political beliefs to a person just said, I dislike stand-up? Because I like stand-up, and that's the correct opinion to have. I think laughter is important. I think stand-up comedians, when they're not fucking crying endlessly about cancel culture or, I don't know, like genderqueer Marxists or whatever the fuck, are actually providing decent social commentary. My opinion is correct. Stand-up is funny, and you're fucking boring and annoying if you don't like it. Sorry. Just the truth.
Going to landfill ends up in the ocean. You realize that? I hate people who say I don't pollute. I don't pollute. Yeah, you do. You use shit and you throw it out. What do you think? Because you put it...
Like, this motherfucker in 3 minutes and 48 seconds described to you that CEOs are bullshit. The concept is literally about exploitation. They also end up making... They get proselytized for no reason, even though they're, again, bullshit. And then personally told you that they're also destroying the environment with the decisions that they're making to make more money, okay? And you're over here being like, this stand-up sucks. And once again, I have to describe to the Elon Musk in the chat what a fucking joke is. Every time. Every time!
Like a basket, it just poof, disappears. Everything he ever used is somewhere. You ever think about that? Remember that flannel shirt you bought back in the day when you got into Pearl Jam? That's out there somewhere. Probably on some porpoise's face. He's trying to get it off. Stupid little flippers. All the fads. You remember rollerblading? Remember that? Everybody had them. We set up cones. We did little tricks, right? One little homophobic joke killed that entire fad. What's the hardest thing about rollerblading? Telling your parents you're gay. Full-grown adults. Dude, I'm not gay. I don't have the cooties. These mean I suck dick. And they just threw them out. They end up in the ocean. They're made out of plastic. They can't biodegrade. They just break down to little cubes. Fish are breathing them in. 6 months later, you're going out, you're getting sushi. You think you're being healthy. You're eating your old rollerblades. All right, I'm out of time.
He's literally describing microplastics and environmental pollution that we cause. Again, another incredibly prescient fucking take. God, I fucking love Bilbo Baggins, dude. Old Billy bitch tits, old Billy booze bag. The famous fucking podcast host. What is the Thursday morning podcast on Monday? What was it? I haven't listened to his podcast in a while. I don't even know if he still has it. Yeah. He also addressed homophobia and individual consumption habits. Yeah. Have you ever met him? No, I've never met him. I do love him though. I mean, no one has been able to overcome being born in Boston harder than Bill Burr, okay? Can you imagine being born in Boston and not just being like the worst reactionary motherfucker on the planet? Like, straight up. What do you think about his trans and sports takes? I don't know. He probably has fucking not great takes on that. Most likely. Conan is from the Boston area. In the town next to mine, Canton, MA. How the fuck do right-wingers watch this guy and think he's a right-winger? I mean, they think George Carlin would be a right-winger too, so. Hasan, Joe Rogan is from Boston? Yeah, exactly. And also, Joe Rogan, from a worse place than Boston, Jersey City, or Newark. Right? Didn't he also grow up in Newark a little bit? Lady!
Just absolutely obsessed with truth. Just obsessed with truth. And so the obsession with truth is why I studied physics. because physics attempts to understand the truth of the universe. Physics is just what are the provable truths of the universe, and truths that have predictive power. So for me, physics was sort of a very natural thing to study. Nobody made me study it. It was intrinsically interesting to understand the nature of the universe. And then,
dude, he's so obsessed with truth, dude. I mean, me too, man. Me too. I fucking... You know what? Fuck that, actually. I hate the truth, okay? I am the biggest hater of the truth. Elon loves the truth. I'm a hater of the truth. I'm always saying shit like, fuck the truth, you know?
and then computer science or information theory, also to just understand logic and you know, there's an argument that that information theory is actually operating at a more fundamental level than even physics. Physics and information theory were really interesting to me.
So when you say truth, I mean, it's not like some people. So what you're talking about is the truth of the universe, like the fundamental truths that drive the universe. It's like a deep curiosity about what this universe is, why we're here, simulation. Why not? We don't have time to go into that. But I mean, you're just deeply curious about what this is for, what this is, this whole thing.
The most devastating combination is when someone like Elon, like someone on the spectrum, learning about philosophy. Sorry, no disrespect to my to the autistic HasanAbi heads who may be philosophy fans, but my lord, dude, just the consequences are really damaging, okay? To my brain specifically. Just actual nightmare fuel for me. I'm an autistic moral philosophy student. Yeah. Should I stop reading theory? No, the types of philosophy that you should read and are good are just, they're all grounded within a materialist understanding of the world. Dialectical materialism is good. Just don't be annoying, okay? What do I always say? Be normal. Don't be annoying.
Thing.
Yes, I mean, I think the why of things is very important. I actually, when I was I don't know, sort of young teens, I got quite depressed about the meaning of life, and I was trying to sort of understand the meaning of life, reading religious texts and reading books on philosophy. And I got into the German philosophers, which is definitely not wise if you're a young teenager, I have to say. It can be a bit dark. Much better read as an adult. And then actually I ended up reading The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is actually a book on philosophy, just sort of disguised as a silly humor book, but actually it's actually a philosophy book. And Adams makes the point that it's actually the question that is harder than the answer. He sort of makes a joke that the answer is 42.
Communism Bad says, you wish you had his charisma. Dude, you're right. Every day I'm saying, like, man, oh Lord, if only I had fucking fraction of the charisma that Elon Musk had. So fucking hot, dude. Jesus Christ. That was pretty funny, Chatter. Good job.
That number does pop up a lot. And 420 is just 10 times 42.
10 times more significant than 42. Okay.
There's you can make a triangle with 42 degrees and two 69s. So there's no such thing as a perfect triangle.
Hog! Hog!
But even more important than the answer Is the question. That was the whole theme of that book. I mean, is that
Yes,
basically how you see meaning then? That it's the pursuit of questions.
Yeah, so I have a...
This is the most thank you for the fucking Reddit gold, kind sir. Like, ass motherfucker on the planet. Thank you for the Reddit gold, kind stranger. He said the funny numbers.
A proposal for a worldview or a motivating philosophy, which is to understand what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And to the degree that we expand the scope and scale of consciousness, biological and digital, we will be better able to ask these questions, to frame these questions, and to understand why we're here, how we got here, what the heck is going on. And so that is my driving philosophy, is to...
Bill Burr's take on transgender athletes is not as bad as I thought. In 2014? Are you fucking serious? From 2014? There's no way I'm listening to this. That's going to be fucking horrible, probably. Bro, in 2014, if you asked my take on trans athletes, I would have probably said some shit that you wouldn't want to hear, okay? Like, what the fuck? Half the trans chatters would have probably been like, fuck trans athletes. Half the trans chatters were literally like, am I gay right now? What's going on? I'm on 4chan. I might be a Nazi. I really like Hearts of Iron. I mean, but what's going on? Maybe let me put these coder socks on. Let's see how that feels. Ooh, that feels nice. Sorry to call out my entire trans audience, but this is not a safe space for LGBT, as you know. Okay, now I kind of want to hear what he has to say.
Hey, Billy Beerbelly. I fucking hate how fucking true that is. I'm a lady listener on your podcast. Oh, thank God a woman wrote in. Jesus, I wish you guys would do that more often. Try to balance this out. He goes, I'm a lady listener of your podcast and think your opinions are often really honest and truthful. Why do I sense a fucking uppercut coming? So I was hoping you could give your opinion on something. All right. She said, I just started getting really interested in trans rights, transgender athletes' rights, okay, and have become a major advocate for the lovely people that end up having to fight such a difficult uphill battle. I am definitely convinced that trans people, why does she have like a fucking asterisk next to it? Trans people really should be allowed to be the gender they identify as without discrimination. But the issue is still hard for me to grasp, is that of trans athletes competing in professional sports. It seems like it could unfortunately be an unfair advantage for the trans woman, meaning they were born with male genitalia but identify as a woman because of their extra testosterone and bigger build. I am really conflicted on the issue and wonder what you think. Yeah, there was... A while ago, there was a dude who wanted to be a woman, became a woman, and he was a professional tennis player, and he just started crushing it on the female. Like, whatever he was ranked as a guy, he was ranked way higher. And, I don't think that that's fair.
Oh, no.
But there's not enough of them to start their own league. So I don't know what you do. Maybe they should start their own...
What? I mean, there's a little bit of misgendering there, but it's 2014, okay? It's 2014. I mean, like I said, half the trans Zoomers in the chat were literally transphobic, had internalized transphobia in 2014. Wait a minute. What is he going to say? What's the counter?
Why don't they start their own, like, NFL or something? Transgender NFL? Is that bad? I don't understand. Like, the women started the WNBA. Why don't they start a trend? Maybe that's the solution.
Oh God, no, never mind. That's not good. Even though he did kind of nail the whole, like, there aren't that many trans athletes.
You got the I have a dick and always had one and want to continue having one. And then you have the I have a vag, I'm happy with it. You have both those leagues. And then you could have another league. You know, I'm a seeker. That'd be a good name for a team, right? The fucking Omaha Seekers. Why not? And I think the biggest problem with the league was figuring out when to air it so you could get some TV time. No, then you just have the fucking
Pronouns weren't invented in 2014, but yeah, in 2014 I was in middle school using the F slur, and now I'm non-binary. I get it. Not all trans people were once closeted, self-hating Nazi sympathizers. Oof. No. Which is why I didn't say all. I'm using that as an example to describe how normative and how damaging transphobia is. Not to excuse it, but to understand it. Except you, regardless of what your background is personally, are narcissistic and wanted to literally, I said, yeah, half. I literally said half. Okay. And you are being annoying, and you're doing that thing where you're like, why is your joke not centering my experience? Not very blammo of that person, not very blammo of me. Please dial it back. That's not very blammo of you, my guy.
transgendered Oprah, you know, start her own fucking network. I mean, it's just fucking sitting there. I think the big problem that a lot of people make is they try to go, when you're doing something that different, is you're so hooked on the mainstream. Like, I want to be accepted the way somebody who isn't transgender is accepted. Like, walking around, that should be the deal. But, like, there's actually something to be said for being, to not being mainstream. I mean, there's a bunch of bands that aren't mainstream that have this
Or the joke reinforcing harmful stereotypes similar to all homophobes are actually gay. Now, we have a wonderful experience here. So, chatters, learn from this, okay? So this person went from cringe, most trans people don't have a Nazi phase actually, okay, which is a joke, and obviously most trans people don't have a Nazi phase, clearly, to recognizing that was a joke, but it's still like, or the joke reinforcing harmful stereotypes similar to all homophobes are actually gay. Now that's a whole different sentence. Not only is this a whole different sentence and not what I said, and you misconstrued what I had to say, you then took it to a completely different, it's really fucked up that you said you should murder all gay people. Like, it's kind of fucked up. Why are you saying that? No, I didn't say that. You are, like, out of your fucking mind. You're not a normal human being. Okay? So I'm not going to let that shit slide in here. Okay? You're not a normal person in the way that you're operating. Please stop. Please. Please. Chad knows what your takes on trans issues are. Why do they have to pin you against? There are other people that try to get you to criticize them. It's drama farming. It won't work with Bill Burr, but sometimes it creates unnecessary enemies out of other communities. Why? Why are you so butthurt? Why are you so upset about something I didn't even say that you are now, adding on to the equation? Let me tell you why. HasanAbi is triggered. No, I'm not. And also, if you're the type of person who's still using triggered jokes in fucking 2022, you would recognize that this is actually a moment that, like, I would be functionally on your side a little bit. You know what I mean? Where I'm saying, like, dial it back for the people that you normally would consider, like, triggered SJWs, lol. Okay? Hasan have a black trans woman on stream challenge? What? What is happening? The moment that I start reading comments, everybody loses their shit.
Following that make a really good living. I mean, I'm making a great living as a comedian. I don't have a fucking TV show. Never had one. You know, so I guess why? You know, you could start your own shit, and then if you start your own shit, you own it, like Dana White.
People have to engage in a hypothetical conversation in their minds because most of the time they have a preconceived notion of you in their minds that they subconsciously can't believe that they're wrong. So this is a defensive reaction to the realization that you're not a piece of shit. I agree. The Butt Geyser is a brilliant person who just dropped a profoundly insightful take on the minds of the average chatter who fucking loses their shit the very moment that something that they previously expected is not going their way. So they have to do the most. So your point was that there aren't enough transgender athletes, and you say they cannot have their own league because of that? Maybe because there aren't many transgender athletes because there's no league for them? There are currently 1.4 million trans people in the U.S. alone. Most of them are just not comfortable putting themselves out to compete into straight leagues. What? Yeah, but the solution to that would be to allow them to fucking compete and not make it a gigantic story every single time a trans athlete like literally wins. Winning athletic competitions, and this is going to be shocking for a lot of the chat who has never actually done anything athletic in their entire life. Sorry to fucking say that, especially all the neckbeards that literally write videos about like, trans athletes or whatever. None of those motherfuckers have ever played organized sports in their entire goddamn life, so they don't understand that this is an incredibly complex, multifaceted problem to become, or problem solving, I guess, if that's the problem, to become a successful athlete. Okay? So reducing it to like transness or reducing it to one thing or the other is kind of silly.
I don't know. That's how I always look at shit. I never look at it like, hey, let's join the thing that already exists. It already exists, so shit is...
I mean, it seems more bad faith when people are trying to force you to find a minority just to exploit on your show or for your content. It seems more offensive if you're only interested in them for your own fan base and content. Yeah, I don't do that anyway. It doesn't matter.
Set in stone. The fuckovers are already in there. And the people getting paid, I mean, you got to spill some blood now to try to fucking change it. Or you could just start your own shit. Right? Like the AFL. Who knows? One day you get so successful, they try to buy you out. I don't know. Anyways, where am I going here? MMA.
I mean, I guess his take is still transphobic, but like for 2014, it's pretty fucking woke. He did misgender a trans person, and they say they should have their own league. Maybe, I don't know. Is that even possible? Like, literally, was like they should have their own league, maybe. But then was like, I don't even know if that's possible. There aren't that many trans athletes out there. How would they even do their own
fighter?
League?
Fallon Fox is an example of a trans woman who is trying to compete professionally. If you want a reference. Oh, yeah. See, now that's the kind of thing. I mean, that is like an unfair advantage. I mean, you're removing... All right.
2014. Let's remember.
The dude's dick.
2014.
But not his shoulders. That is kind of fucked up then, because then it's like a dickless dude is beating the shit out of a woman.
For the record, this is transphobic, like 100%. Okay? But it's also important to recognize that like this thought process that he's going through is straight up what the normative position is and definitely was back then and still is to this day. I don't even think that he has this take now. He probably has like learned more from this, you know what I mean, in the future, because he's never like... He doesn't make it like a big part of his fucking commentary to like constantly fucking cry about trans people existing or whatever the fuck like most of these other older comedians do. But most normies literally go through this thought process and go, yeah, that's kind of fucked up, isn't it? I would be interested in his current thoughts. Yeah, I would like to know about his current thoughts as well. But most people... Because then this is what I talk about when I talk about like trans issues and whatnot. I don't care. I don't know what circles your chat's in, but even big time libs, etc., are still transphobic. Unfortunately, it's the societal norm to be transphobic. Yeah, this is the common thought process in a this is the common thought process of a person who grew up in Western civilization or a world dominated by American capitalist hegemonic ideals and American gender norms and everything else. And the reason why I say that is not to say like, oh yeah, there's like more understanding towards trans people in other countries, like in the Middle East or whatever, even though it would surprise you. Like Turkey literally has openly trans celebrities and shit. They just think that they're gay, you know what I mean? Not as woke, but have had them for a very long time. But I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like, you know, First Nation people with the three spirit, or no, was it two spirit? And numerous other cultures that have had what you would consider to be trans. Two spirit. What was it? Third gender? No, two spirit. Anyway, so especially in 2014, his take is transphobic, yes, but for 2014, it's like the common. Even for 2022, unfortunately, this is the common fucking attitude that like a lot of Normans have when they put even a little bit of thought into this conversation. Okay. Especially because of how rigid our gender norms have been, how we have been conditioned into existing in, how we've been, conditioned into thinking this way about gender. John Oliver, advocate for trans rights as far as 2015. I think 2015 is when I had my mind changed as well. So I also became an advocate for trans rights around that time. I just got here, Andes. Maybe around 2014, 2015. Guys, it was 2014 copium. Most people still think like this is 2022. You're just spoiled by this community and how open we are here. Most Normans are still transphobic, unfortunately. Yeah, dude. Literally go to... Bro. This shit's crazy. Like, dude, we honestly, we are victim to our own echo chamber in here. It's like successful. It's so goddamn successful that people like fail to comprehend how horrible it is in the outside world, beyond these fucking boundaries, beyond these borders.
Okay, transgender fan. Hey, all right, look at me crossing over here. Hey, Billy, I've been listening to the podcast since I was 16. I'm 22 now and have enjoyed every episode, especially during quarantine. I'm a violinist, sculptor, and a trans man. Look at you. Definition in the next paragraph. Thank you. And have been wanting to write in for a while. After hearing you read the letter a fan sent in about his trans friends attending his wedding, I thought now would be the time. Oh, beautiful. All right, let me do the recap. So this guy was getting married, and not one but two of his friends that he was going to have be groomsmen either had transitioned or were in the process of transitioning. And he was like, am I an asshole if I don't want him to wear a dress? Okay, that was the question.
It's the funniest thing when like people who are trans are asking motherfucking Bill Burr questions like this, which is hilarious because it's like, what the fuck does he know? Like, dude, it is perhaps the worst person to ask questions like this, but I guess that's what makes it content. You know what I mean? It is pretty hilarious.
So me knowing nothing about the subject, that didn't stop me from answering it. That's in I believe the previous or 2 episodes ago. All right, so now we're going to actually hear from somebody living the life here. First off, I do want to clarify that by trans man, I mean I transitioned from female to male. Oh, fuck, okay. I didn't get that. I thought trans man meant you went the other way. Okay. In instrument rating, that would be reverse sensing on a VOR for all you pilots out there. In short, I'm a he. In your response to the fan that wrote in, you said that transitioning seems like a massive emotional process, and you were exactly right. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Not bad for a cis white male. When I describe the experience, which I do openly, to create a dialogue for people who are genuinely curious, I often say that transitioning is not an option, but more so the only option for most people like me. Let me ask you this. Before you totally committed, was there any doubt like, okay, I hope, because, I mean, I hope I'm doing the right, I hope I'm getting this right. Because I can't tell you how many times I've misread my feelings. I mean, but the stakes were not that high. That's like fucking, you're going all in with the chips, so to speak. Anyway, he goes, imagine you wake up one day with boobs and are expected to wear heels. After the novelty of having 24/7 access to tits wears off, it fucking sucks. Let me read this again. Imagine you wake up one day with boobs and are expected to wear heels. All right, now wait a minute. I thought you transitioned from a woman to a man.
Bro, this broke. Dude, I actually, dude, when I first started like having an open mind or like trying to understand trans issues, it was literally like, for most people, like, I don't know, maybe you're like really young and you just learned from an early age, or maybe you had like you were a product of like a good environment and good upbringing, but like that shit broke my brain too. It was like hard to fucking process and understand. I was like, wait, what? Like I didn't understand, like wires would get crossed. You know what I mean? It is confusing. And I think like when you're super far removed from that unlearning stage or learning stage, you kind of forget like how difficult it is to comprehend it. You know what I mean? Why does he need heels when he is a he? What do you mean? What? The trans man and trans woman thing also confused me, even though it makes total sense and is natural now. Yeah, it's just something that you learn. It's something that it becomes second nature. Like you completely understand it. Anyway.
I mean, I transitioned from female to male. Okay. Says, imagine you wake, maybe he's putting me in this. I don't know. Imagine you wake up one day with boobs and are expected to wear heels. After the novelty of having 24/7 access to tits wears off, it fucking sucks. Nobody chooses to go through all of that trouble of being alienated from friends and family members on a whim. Well, there you go. You just answered my question. For me, if I wanted to have a future post-high school, I had to make this step, and I have avoided a lot of further mental dissonance thanks to the scientists and surgeons who advocated for trans men.
It's not common enough to be easily understood. That's the right take. That's one part of it. The other part of it is the exact opposite worldview is promoted through every facet of society. Because gender is like so deeply tied. Our antiquated understanding of gender being a binary thing and being like totally fucking associated with sex and like totally fucking like tied into sex is a very very rigid and very personal concept that takes a long time to shake and a long time to like comprehend a world outside of that. 2 years IDEO Trans 101, which took like an hour and a half plus question time. It's a lot to process. I used they, them to refer to a dog they didn't know the gender of, and the person I was assumed was talking about multiple dogs. No.
Medicine. And yes, I will always trust the opinions of a scientist over a politician. Fair enough. As the wedding scenario goes, I can guarantee his trans grooms were just as conflicted as him. I also came out right before a relative's wedding and was given an ultimatum of, you either lie about your identity if you want to remain a part of this family, or you won't be welcomed back into our lives. It's just fucking... Can you imagine your family saying that to you? I ended up playing violin at their ceremony for free and never getting invited to another family reunion. Wow. That is really fucking sad. I'm sorry that happened to you. Hopefully, Jesus, in the near future, that doesn't happen. How do you disown your own kid? I don't get that. I don't get that. I mean, I draw the line of, hearing my kid leave and then getting charged with it at night in covering for a murder. I mean, there are lines.
Why would he? Why did he go there, dude? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, there's lines. That's a good line.
Yeah, you do some Dateline shit, you know. I mean, you're kind of out on your own. But I'd still visit you when you went to jail, and I would be like, where did I fuck up that made you do something like that? Anyway, personally, if I were asked to be a bridesmaid before coming out as a guy, I would have stepped down because I don't want to be the one guy in a traditionally female role. I'm betting this guy's trans grooms people felt similar. I have to fucking do the math on that. I would have stepped down because I don't want to be the one guy in a tradition.
Bro, it's literally like a logic, like a philosophy 101 like logic question. You know what I mean? It feels like if you don't fully understand what the fuck's going on, especially like it feels like you're doing a logic question.
Traditionally female
like an LSAT
role.
question.
I don't know what that means. I'm betting this guy's trans grooms people felt similar. I hope you guys understood what that meant. I didn't get that one sentence. Okay, and here's where the rant opens up. All right, here we go. Taking the gloves off there. All right, a lot of trans people are really pissed by the false and performative allyship the far left has dumped on us with little work to back their claims up. Yeah, it's a fucking show. That's what I think so much of that liberal social justice fucking horseshit is. It's just for you to put
That's why I'm an enemy, dude.
on a little performance on your social media page, and people can be like, oh, wow, you're an ally. Here's your little rainbow fucking emoji. And then you can just go back to living your life, and you're not getting your hands dirty. It's like those white people that marched with Black Lives Matter as they were live Instagramming themselves. Like, look at me. I have a bandana on. I'm a fucking revolutionary. And then after that, they just went back to their life. Got CrossFit in the morning. We are identifying more as independents because we...
What do you mean called out? Dude, I literally talk about fucking pandering and like aesthetic liberalism nonstop. Like all the time.
We've experienced hate from the right and tokenism from the...
He doesn't have a concept of like leftist being something different than like liberalism. That's the problem. He just thinks he's a classic fucking American guy. He thinks like, you know, the more, I don't know, the more liberal you are, the more woke you are, right? You know, you vote for the Democratic Party harder. That's how it works. Right? I'm so progressive. I love Nancy Pelosi.
The left. Oh, yeah, you get used. I mean, which is worse? At least, I mean, I know the hate, if it escalates to violence, is
I'm
bad.
gonna be honest though, when a trans person says far left, that's kind of sussy. I don't know what that was about, but you know, who knows?
But at least if somebody's just straight up says how they feel about you, as opposed to just using you. Anyway, I think a lot of your jokes about trans people are actually more about performative cis people. I don't know what cis means, who are using trans issues for votes because they know we are a very vulnerable group. Well, they kind of do that with everybody. I guess that's the only positive way. Politicians always do that. They're always fucking looking for some fucking angle for themselves. Anyway. But not all of them. They're not all bad. There's got to be some good ones in there. Trans people just want to live a normal life, start a family, and not...
No, this is not in 2017. This is recent. This is 2021. He literally called himself cis before. He did? I remember learning what cis meant on the stream 2 years ago.
Not be claimed as a political pawn. I was
in the bit. Yo, he probably doesn't even know what the fuck that means. He said, oh, I'm a cishet white guy. Not bad for a cishet white guy. Probably fucking heard that and literally just repeats it. I say cishet. I think he says cis white male.
my lowest depression before I started hormones and got my chest masculinized masculinization procedure. What chest did you go with? Are they good enough that you can pick one out? Because personally speaking, I would go fucking Matthew McConaughey. But here's the thing. You know what's funny is if they actually get it down someday where you could do that, all of these fucking people who are like anti-trans and all of that shit, if they find out that you can actually get a Matthew McConaughey chest and they're looking at their fucking man tits, they might do it. You know? I got the McConaughey. You know?
By the way, that's another fucking instance of like people constantly talking about gender confirmation, like people who are against gender confirmation and their attitudes towards like women getting breast implants and shit like that, literally, which is still gender confirmation. It's gender confirmation surgery. That's what it is. Or, you know, guys that fucking do even steroids to become more jacked. Like, again, gender confirmation therapy. That's precisely what it is. And, of course, that is, you know, that he's nailing it when he talks about the hypocrisy of like anti-trans people, transphobic people, and their probable opinion or probable likelihood of like engaging in any kind of gender confirmation that corresponds to their, you know, their sex, a sexual assignment. Is it sex assignment at birth? I don't know how to fucking say that.
You know, right before they fucking put the fucking gas on your face, you have headphones, and the last thing you hear is Matthew McConaughey going, all right, all right, all right. And you wake up with a chiseled tan chest. That'd be fucking hilarious if I did that as a redhead and my chest didn't match the whiteness of my head. Then I have to go reverse Michael Jackson, you know, and do a
wild that like he's not, you know, making jokes about trans people, doesn't even have like the full breadth of knowledge that demands such a complicated subject for someone like this, and yet is able to not do the attack helicopter joke that everyone does all the time. That's crazy.
A reverse bleaching. Anyway, let's not make this about you, Bill. Anyway, he says, I haven't left the house in weeks. I hadn't left the house
depth of knowledge
in weeks and nearly dropped out of school. Since transitioning, I'm happy, back on stage, volunteering, writing music. That's great. Teaching violin students, running my small business. There you go. Don't work for somebody else. And I have met someone special. Oh, look at you. I know from an outside perspective, being trans seems crazy. If you knew the thunder and lightning between my fucking ears, I don't think anybody's crazy. I think it's fucking crazy to go through life and not think that you're kind of fucking nuts yourself. You know, walking around thinking you have it all figured out. I think that that's fucking crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, you know, like shit freaks me out without a doubt. I'm not saying this shit, but I will tell you when Bruce became Caitlyn, there was definitely, you know, a what the fuck moment. Now I'm used to it. But what was weird about that was if you were like me, you weren't for some reason allowed to have that what the fuck moment. Which is one of those things that the left is like psychotic with. It's like you got to let everybody kind of go through their emotions as long as they're not hurting anybody. You're processing it. That's all, right? So anyway, this person says, I felt the same way until I realized I would always be an angry.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Don't get mad at him, dude. What do you mean? He's fucking a million years old talking about fucking his own personal experience and growth. The thing is, like, people who say, like, letting people go through the motions doesn't mean tolerating bigotry, Dumbo. Why? Why did you ascribe that to him? Like, why did you immediately fucking jump to that? Bro, Ethan is a great example of this too. It's like, bro, there's so many fucking people that like, there are, this stuff is complicated for people, okay? As long as someone is not like literally dropping fucking statistics because they've like looked in to anti-trans research and talking points that they're repeating to you. Like, the assumption that someone is like hatefully transphobic towards you is one, an understandable one if you're a trans person. Like, obviously you think everyone's transphobic because a lot of people are transphobic, and also you get that hatred all day, every day from everyone around you. So I get that. But if you're like a fucking cis leftist or whatever, and you're just like freaking out on behalf of trans people, like, shut the fuck up, dumbass. You yourself were probably transphobic too. I mean, I even say that to trans people in my chat. Like, I'm like, chill. You know? Sometimes when I'm making an argument about trans existence, actually, in a lot of times I'm making an argument about trans existence, I'm not making it for trans people to feel good. I'm making it for cis people to understand, specifically bigoted cis people. Because, like, those are the people whose opinions need to be changed on this. I don't know, Ethan yelled at a random gay fan is different than just stating an opinion. It was horrible to watch. Yeah, and he apologized for it, and he even apparently talked to the fucking gay fan who's, like, still a fan. This is... The Ethan thing strikes me as the same as, like, me fucking yelling at the... were you ever transphobic before you understood it fully? Yes, I was. If you have ever encountered any of my haters in the wild, they will routinely fucking show old transphobic jokes that I've tried to, like, make as jokes, because, you know, you try to be edgy when you have no fucking humor about concepts you don't understand all the time, as though it was like yesterday when it was like fucking 2013. But, you know, it's growth. It's a normal part of being a human being. Anyway. Hard to also overstate how genuinely impossible it was to understand this stuff if you grew up in a community where it wasn't accessible and Tumblr wasn't on your radar or anything like that. Yeah. I mean, look, I've told you this all. I always talk about this, you know? Everyone. Yeah, Catboy Collector is the fucking... is the chatter who was trans, who I fucking yelled at, and, like, famously they clipped that and they try to use that all the time to say, like, Hasan is transphobic, Hasan is transphobic. Of course, Catboy Collector is back in the community, obviously. Like, they literally openly admitted, you know, I was being aggressive, and I unbanned them. But motherfuckers who straight up still will use that, me banning this person, and saying, I hope you fucking have a miserable existence, or whatever the fuck, in a heated moment, as, like, Hasan is being transphobic. By the way, I didn't even know that this was a trans chatter. There's that too. What were you gonna say about the Ethan thing? Oh yeah, you know, when you know someone is fucking what do you call it? When you know someone is you're not transphobic King Hassel. Thank you, Catboy Collector. When you know someone is you know, trying to be fucking nice and trying to be good and trying to be fucking a positive influence and, like, learning, you gotta take, like, a little bit of fucking, you know, you gotta be charitable to them. You can't automatically assume that they're just like every other fucking piece of shit on the internet who has personally tried to harm you and say awful things to you, you know? It's a huge, it's unfortunately like a huge blind spot. And for the record, sometimes your phrasing is really whack, but if you use your critical thought for a moment, you can tell you're a strong advocate for our rights. So, you know, you gotta fucking dial it back, especially when, like, you know, he straight up apologized. He said he was sorry. He understood. Well, like, he talked to people. He understood. He immediately called his gay viewers sensitive and only apologized after losing subs. That's not even true. So you're fucking lying there. He apologized literally the night of on Twitter, like immediately after the stream. No. So why did you do that? Why did you just do that? You're supposed to be fucking leftist, right? Sometimes I really do think sometimes I really do think that people are like, they just think they're leftists or something. I don't know. Ethan thing was so annoying because their chat and caller were doing the indignant holier than thou thing where they say, why don't you hire X person? You must hire X people. So yeah, they got tilted. But we know they aren't actually homophobic. I mean, yeah, Ethan is still learning a lot, and, you know, says things from time to time that can come across as cringe or whatever. Hello, y'all talking about me? Yes, we are, but not anymore. You haven't seen the following episode, even after the apology. The episode was worse. Same type of dismissiveness, calling people overwoke, etc. I know it's a good dude, and eventually he'll get it. I think like a lot of people have to understand that what a lot of people have to understand, and I mean like Ethan and everyone else, is that if you want to be a fucking leftist, and if you are going to put yourself out there as a leftist, it is significantly harder than being anti-SJW. Okay, you're going to get ass fucked regularly. You're going to get brutalized regularly. People are just straight up going to constantly fucking... People who are on your side are constantly going to second guess you. They're constantly going to look for other like nefarious purpose behind the things that you say. And you just have to unconditionally put your fucking head down through all of that brutalization, through all of that fucking like little, picking apart every little thing that you say and the uncharitable fucking attitude. And you're going to apologize and you're going to fucking move on. You're going to say, yes, it sucks, but it's just the truth. I do it every day. I do it all the fucking time. You just have to keep kicking, you know? There's nothing you can do about it. It's just a really, really, really fucking annoying attitude that we have, a perfectionist attitude that we have. I saw some parts of Ethan's apology, I think, that... So I'm talking specifically about complaining about the woke mob reminds me of the anti-SJW rhetoric of the Gamergate era, and I'm worried that was coming back. No, that's not coming back, but it's the truth. Like, there is a fucking truth to the woke mob, okay? Obviously, if you have like firm beliefs in a thing, even if that thing is not your own specific marginalization, but if you have firmly held beliefs about like trans rights or about like civil liberties for all marginalized people, if you want to like uplift the working class, even if people shit on you, you just got to suck it up and be like, yeah, fuck it, you know? As Ethan said, if you think Ethan's your enemy, then you have no allies, right? Yeah, I mean, exactly. Being a leftist on the internet sounds like such a pain in the ass. I don't know how anyone can think you're a fake leftist grifter. Yeah, that's what I laugh about all the time. Whenever people are like, dude, you're such a fucking fake, phony leftist grifter. It's like, dude, you know how easy it is to just like be fucking transphobic? Like, you just have like an automatic... First of all, most people are transphobic. You have an automatic audience. You could just literally point to everything and be like, look how crazy things are, right? And everyone will be like, thank you. You were brilliant. What an incredibly insightful take from you. Like, it's the default position. It's so easy to fucking, put your back to the default position and act like you're doing common sense. Yeah, just fucking literally just be like, bathrooms. Fucked up. You don't even have to say anything. They just have to like assume you're transphobic, and then they'll be like, this guy's got it. He's got it good. Also, he was not calling people overwork. A journalist that has been on the show before said that he had purposely cultivated an LGBT audience just to shit all over them. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, everybody needs to chill the fuck out. Be normal. Be normal. All of you are little degenerate freaks. You know that? And I mean this in a loving way. You know that. You know that you're fucking got some bad thoughts in there, okay? Every now and then you like bad things. You all have your problematic faves, whatever. No one is perfect. Shut the fuck up. Stop holding people to values that literally you yourself would never be able to meet. You don't like a content creator's politics, but they aren't consistently spreading hateful shit. Just stop watching them. You don't have to try to change them. Nope, speak for yourself. Yeah, well, what do I say this all the time too. Listen. We all have privileged blind spots. Don't make me do that fucking privileged blind spot conversation again. There's an intersectionality of privilege. We all have privileged blind spots, whether we recognize it or not. The entire purpose is to like recognize your privileged blind spots and work against them, okay? And try to not be a fucking douchebag to those who are marginalized, to those who are less fortunate than you, okay? All you can do is try your hardest. And if you don't have any privileged blind spots, okay, as a consequence of like growing up in a fucking racist, homophobic, white supremacist, bigoted, misogynistic, patriarchal society, then you're a sheltered bitch. And you're fucking boring. You're boring, you're annoying, and you're a sheltered fucking bitch. And you can't shut the fuck up about how lucky you were to have been born woke. So shut the fuck up. You're boring. Okay? And also probably a liar, but definitely if you were really being honest, then you're fucking boring. It's so annoying whenever people just say that, like, I was never racist or homophobic. It's like, yeah, well, you were something else. Okay? And if you weren't something else, if you had none of that, then you were sheltered. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Ultimately, you got to be, I mean, as Michael Brooks always used to say, be kind to people and be kind to individuals and be ruthless to institutions. But also on top of that, if someone is engaging you in a genuine manner and is trying to be understanding and is trying to be empathetic and is otherwise empathetic, if they've not shown you that they are truly like a bad actor, that they're trying to hurt you, they're going to hurt your friends, then there's no reason to make that assumption. There's no reason to operate under the assumption. That's like a terrible assumption to have. And it also gets in the way of building larger coalitions. How much caffeine do you drink a day? Just curious. A lot.
Sad person if I had stayed in the closet. I started listening to your podcast the same month I came out back in 2017 and have not been offended by the jokes about trans people. Contrary to what the far left or right wants you to think, trans folk have a pretty thick skin and we're no strangers to having to advocate for our rights. I've been doing a lot of work on undoing the anger I built up over my teenage years, and listening to your show has given me laughs when I needed them the most. Thanks and go fuck yourself. Wasn't that great? Look at me, huh?
Listen, the biggest reason why I'm an advocate for trans rights is because they're pretty good at posting, okay? I'll be honest with you. It's selfish, but it's the truth, okay? If you're a good poster, I will ride or die with you, okay? And a lot of trans people are, you know, they got a lot of fucking, mostly a product of their environment, but they got a lot of fucking disturbed takes, and therefore they're incredible at posting, okay? Fucked up, but it's true. Unless you're a centrist, I don't understand what's going on there. There are some like sock them neoliberal trans people out there that are just like, how did this happen? I don't even understand. Oh yeah. Too much Hillary Clinton?
I'm going to make that whole fucking thing about me. You know, the appeal of me is just really amazing. And you guys, I just want to say, as a podcast justice warrior, all right, so if anybody is listening to this and your kid is gay and they came out and you disowned them, can you not do that to them? That's such a fucking horrible thing to do to somebody. It really is. It really is. It's like, you know, just try to be, you know.
What do you think of the line that trans activists are actually the ones holding trans people back? Wasn't said by the way. What? Trans activists are actually the one holding trans people back? What does that mean? I mean, they could go either way depending on who's talking about it. Because there's like, the unfortunate problem is like, I've said this before, like, I said this yesterday actually, like, let trans people be cringe. You know what I mean? Like, trans people are allowed to be cringe just like everyone else is allowed to be fucking cringe, okay? Like, yeah, there's some trans activists out there that are cringe as fuck. But, you know, that doesn't mean that you can fucking use that against, like, the entirety of trans people. Who cares? And ultimately, I'm willing to bet that that person, like trans activists, are still probably doing a fuckload more than any number of people that are just like sitting on the sidelines, fucking criticizing them. So shut the fuck up. And they're trans, so automatically they're already fighting for that. Trans people say trans people are overtly queer and don't conform, are putting back trans rights. What? Thank you. It's top of the hour for the 5 gifted subs, allowing ironically 5 people to no longer see the top of the hour ads because it is top of the fucking hour and it's time for a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see said ads, then all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here is the 1-minute ad break now. Chess, stop trying to get us on to talk about trans people's business. Yeah. Invictus 13, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It's just you and me, Hasan. Let's hash it out. That's every chatter. Least parasocial chatter. Come on. Just you and me, baby. You look like transgender. Incredible. This guy wanted so hard to get something. Like, he was like, this is what he could come up with. I was like, fucking brilliant, dude. Yeah. All right. Still haven't explained this gesture. Oh, they show it in slow-mo! They show it in slow-mo! Oh, they show it in slow-mo! They show it in slow-mo! What? I get excited and I don't know what the fuck to do with my hands. I did this. Like double dick suck. That's the gesture. So unfortunately, and I will not tell you what happened here, but Mike Isaac is literally doing investigative reporting at this very moment. So yeah, he's doing investigative reporting at the moment, like literally, not even a joke. So I don't know, depending on when that ends. He asked how long will bug as soon as done. Let's see. You have and yeah. Well, we might get back to the Elon Musk thing. L plus fell off, plus no guess. Fuck you, dude. Okay, let's watch this guy. Once again, big homie. Don't know if this is worldwide, but for everyone I've asked, like half the internet has gone down. What? I'm going to talk about Grand Rapids in a bit after this.
I see the police car, we tell him this is the guy, he did the problem in the Brooklyn.
When we saw this guy, we were like between 70 to 80% sure, is it him, is it not? So we pull up the picture, the Amber Alert on our phones, we saw the picture. So we confirmed it between the three of us. Oh, that's the guy. That's 100% sure that's him. So we were ready to call the police. We saw the two guys.
Yeah, apparently Frank James called himself in, huh? That's another thing I heard. That, yo, this dude was like weird as fuck, bro. There's some sussy ass shit that happened here.
Pulling up on the street, so we go to them. We tell them, oh, he's like 1 block away. He's over there wearing a cap, carrying his bag, and going over there. We went with them, and they catch him right away.
I see the police car,
They should still get that 50 grand though. That's fucked up. Like. Yeah, apparently. So many people asking if I got a reward. I didn't get no thing. No one contacted me for the reward. The big reward is for people who supporting me. Love you all. This guy is hilarious, dude. Look at this. Someone got the cut there too. He was like, "I look sexy in this photo." He fucking hit the crop on that one. Frank James said he saw his face on TV and he'd be at McDonald's. The police budget isn't large enough for decay. This is true. I don't want to listen to Jon Stewart. All right, protesters. Okay, we're going to talk about this now. Trigger warning, police brutality, trigger warning, racism, all that good stuff. Okay, 105 is where there is going to be body camera footage that is really violent. But police say, protesters say police in Michigan have used excessive force in a caught-on video shooting. I mean, this is pretty fucking brutal. Another execution. I'm not going to obviously show you the entire video.
Police shooting in Grand Rapids, Michigan has led
to a violation of the terms of service.
To outrage and an investigation by state police. 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya was killed during a struggle after a traffic stop. He was shot in the back of the head as he was on the ground. Adriana Diaz has more.
I'm stopping you. Do you have a license? What done?
The fatal encounter between the unidentified officer and 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya.
Why is the officer identified? Isn't he a public servant? Like, what's going on? He literally is getting paid with our taxes. Like, what do you mean, unidentified officer? What are we, just fucking not identifying murderers now? That's real sus. That's cool.
Began as a traffic stop over a license plate that didn't match the vehicle's registration. Lyoya appears to walk away from the officer and then resist before running. Multiple videos, including from the officer's body camera, his dash cam, a cell phone, and a security camera, captured what happened next. The two appear to wrestle over control of the officer's taser. It deploys twice into the ground. Then, as this video shot by the car's passenger shows, while on top of Lyoya's back, the officer fires a...
He pulls his gun out. Okay, I'm not going to show you the rest of it, but he pulls his gun out while he's on top of him.
Single shot, striking Lyoya in the head. The Grand Rapids police chief released the video despite an ongoing investigation, saying the community needed to see what happened.
So a taser is not per se a deadly weapon. The taser is what would be known as an intermediate weapon.
Under Michigan law, an officer can use deadly force to prevent death or bodily harm. They're not identifying the officer, but the 7-year veteran is on paid administrative leave pending.
Oh, sick, dude. Nice. I mean, dude, I love that. I love that. It's so cool. I love policing in this country. It's totally normal and definitely not broken fundamentally when, you know, another cop murders another person, like straight up just fucking murders them. And you know, you just put them on paid leave. Like, what the fuck is going on, dude? How? Why? What would, like, there's no other job where you, like, fuck up this hard that has bodily harm built into it when there shouldn't be, where you like I feel like doctors get fucking ripped apart harder than cops do for malpractice. It's wild. Like, literally. And doctors' job is to save a lot more than they kill, okay? Straight up. Possibly also a lot more training involved in, you know. I don't even get paid vacations for being outstanding at my job, shaking my head. Yeah, there's...
The investigation. After the video release, hundreds gathered to demand justice. Lyoya, who was a father to 2 young daughters, was a refugee from the Democratic Republic of Congo. In a statement, attorney Ben Crump, who's representing the family, demanded charges against the officer, saying in part, the video clearly shows that this was an unnecessary, excessive, and fatal use of force against an unarmed black man who was confused by the encounter and terrified for his life. That frustration flooded Tuesday's packed city commission meeting.
You share the blame. The blood is on your hands too. We never had to lose someone at all. Patrick Lyoya was cut down in the prime of his life.
The Michigan State Police are leading the investigation. When it's finished, it will be up to the Kent County prosecutor to decide if charges are warranted. For CBS Mornings, I'm Adriana Diaz.
Cops not understand that, like, the person is like a human being. I mean, are cops human beings? Or are they something different? Like, do they just, you can talk to people, right? Like, you can de-escalate situations. I don't know why it's just never an option for so many of these fucking pigs. He tried to use his taser first, but doesn't he have pepper spray? Dude, what do you mean? Fuck the taser, fuck the pepper spray. This, dude, this. He should have used this. Do you know this? This is the most powerful tool you have. Is that how you deal with fucking problems in your daily life? It's wild. It's wild to assume like, oh, well, this is not going the way I intended it to, so I'm just going to fucking kill you now. Like, it's so crazy that no matter what, when we have this conversation in America, partially because of white supremacy, partially because of policing and its role, its fundamentally important role as an institution that safeguards capitalism, and our understanding of cops as a consequence of that being clouded by pro-cop propaganda, and partially because of our draconian approach to crime and punishment, and our criminal justice understanding of criminal justice is like always centered around vindication rather than rehabilitation, that the automatic assumption is like, of course cops are going to escalate. Like, but, let's limit the escalation to a baton or a taser or a pepper spray. I mean, that's crazy. No, how about let's not do any of that? How about cops that are just beat cops, or cops that are fucking patrolling in their cars don't have AR-15s and like riot gear as their starting kit? You know what I mean? Maybe you should build up to that. Get a couple kills in before you can get a couple kill streaks before you can get those guns unlocked. It's crazy. But instead of kills, maybe you de-escalate successfully, solve a couple crimes maybe, and then you can fucking maybe have a sense of responsibility and a recognition that you are doing your fucking job. Motherfuckers run up on black people, dialed the fuck up to 11, horny as hell, and then get away with murdering people. Not really a funny joke, but I get it. Yeah, well, after the 7 millionth fucking police brutality coverage that I'm doing, it's just going to be a little dark in here. I'm sorry. Like, the starting position here should not be that they have... The starting position here should not be like, why didn't he use other less than lethal, which can still be lethal, methods? Starting point should be like, why is he even being pulled over? If the pullover is justifiable, why did he so quickly and so immediately move to like physicality rather than trying to have a conversation? We often look at like European cops with, yakety sax playing in the background as they try to apprehend someone, you know what I mean? With like 6 cops with one guy wielding a fucking machete, and they're trying to fucking hold this dude back like British cops, right? But that's good police work, man. That is significantly better police work than just rolling up on someone with a butter knife, rolling up on like an autistic black teenager with a butter knife in their hand, and then fucking shooting them immediately, gunning them down on the street. Like that's how you're supposed to do policing. Why did he even have to get out of the car during a traffic stop? I mean, he did. Does that warrant murder? It doesn't, is what I'm saying. Even if he fucking ran away, that doesn't warrant murder. You can use anecdotes and be like, well, one time a guy ran away and then they murdered someone and he ended up fucking murdering someone. But like, That's not how it works. Do some fucking police work, dude. Like, you got his fucking face. You got his license plate. You have the car. He didn't get in the car and, like, drive away in the car. Do police work after the fact. You can catch him. I believe in you, okay? I believe in you, cops. I believe in you more than you believe in yourself. How about that? I don't know why so many people lost their minds over your brawl with cops' sake. Cops getting a busted nose is way better than just executing people in the street without trial. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, good police work. This is good police work. Like, this guy is significantly more violent, dude. It would have taken 0 seconds for this dude to get fucking absolutely popped in America. And most Americans would defend it, too. Even I would say, like, yeah, that's an understandable position. Like, at that point, if someone is wielding a machete and, like, trying to fucking clap you, like, I mean, if I have a gun, I might use it, you know?
London police engaged with a distraught man wielding not scissors or a knife, but a machete, all captured on a smartphone from across the street.
His ability to move is not completely obstructed by either the officers or by the vehicles, but he is more or less surrounded. You can see the man pacing around.
You think people who become cops would risk losing a fight and getting embarrassed? They would just rather murder them and keep their ego strong? In the full video, his friend is digging through the glove box for his license. It seemed like he was just trying to walk around the car to look for himself before the cop grabbed him. The cop probably thought the car was stolen because the plates didn't match the car. They could have just towed the car. Figure out what's going on with the dude is still in the car. Like, there is no crime so severe other than, like, an immediate threat to your life. Okay? An immediate threat directly to your life where, like, someone 100% is, like, literally holding a fucking gun to your head where it is appropriate to fucking respond with firepower. You don't shoot someone because you got tired of fucking wrestling them after a license plate discrepancy. Okay? You don't just do that. That's insane. You should go to fucking jail. You should 100% go to jail in that situation. That's psychotic. And of course, a big part of the reason why is because cops are trained to shoot first. They're trained to shoot first and ask questions later. They're trained to shoot first. Their life is more important than anything else. Their life is sacred. You got to shoot. You got to shoot all the time. Pigs abuse stop and searches and targets mainly black young men in the UK. Yeah, I'm not saying the UK police force is good.
Around on the street are moving forwards and backwards, side to side, front and back, each of them trying to continue to verbally de-escalate the situation over a period of time. You could probably say they've contained him without restraining him. And they keep this situation going backwards and forwards for some minutes whilst other officers are bringing what we would call public order shields to the location, and in a coordinated movement.
And it's such a weird combo to have because, like, every time I talk about how uncomfortable I am around cops and shit, or my personal experiences being arrested, personal experiences with, like, cops and shit, like, chat shows how, you know, white they are. And I'm fucking white, and even I have had horrible experiences with cops. But for some reason, chat shows how, like, sheltered, privileged, white, and suburban they are whenever we have this convo, because they're like, what do you mean you're uncomfortable around cops? Like, how the fuck are you not uncomfortable around cops? They're literally, like, they're a bunch of thumbs with a license to kill. Like, they're heavily armed thumbs. All of them are conservative. They're all reactionary as fuck. They all got a hair trigger. They're above the law. They have a horrible attitude. They also, on top of that, are, like, dealing with people on their worst moments every day of their lives, okay? So that even creates more resentment with, like, anyone and everyone that they engage with. You know? how the fuck aren't you gonna be uncomfortable around that? That's wild. This dude literally fucking just don't break the law and you're fine. That's so not true. You're white, just don't break the law and you're fine. That's just not true. This is remote. That's not true at all. Also, again, all the white supremacists who think like, well, you know, cops kill a lot of black people and that's fine because black people are scary. Guess what? They still kill more white people. There's more white people, okay? There's more white poor people out there than there are black poor people because there's just more white people out there, okay? So, trust me, proportionally speaking, yes. You know, black people are executed in the hand, unarmed black people are executed in the hands of the police far more often than unarmed white people, but, you know, just letting you know. Your house was shown on the Austin show? Nice. It's fucking terrifying, man. You gotta move your hands slowly and let them be visible because one of the dumbasses might freak out. Yeah. I had a cop in my house. Doesn't matter how nice you are. They can be extremely hostile to you under full cooperation. Yeah. Son, I love you, but why permaban that guy for saying his opinion? Because I've been doing this for a lot longer than you have, Lady Queen, and I know when someone is making a disingenuous remark, specifically from a racist point of view, when they make that disingenuous remark, and having all of those people stay in the conversation only makes it worse because they're going to consistently try to derail over and over again, which is why in order to harbor and foster a much better back and forth with a chat in a situation like this, it's much easier to just fucking clap people's ass cheeks and move on. White Hispanic apartment got raided because my roommate was throwing a party and complaint got called in. I was in my room. Police told me to come out immediately. I had guns aimed at my head and chest as I opened the door. Got slammed against the wall, cuffed for 2 hours, and grilled and shat on by a detective. Yeah. Yeah. Also, because I look white as fuck, whenever someone questions whether I'm white, it's usually not for good reason.
They move towards.
Yeah, for people saying like, oh, you know, they shouldn't break the law, look at Daniel Shaver's case.
It's very tough to watch that. You can see, though, that there's a struggle. You can see where the officer's afraid. You can see where Patrick is afraid. It's just, there are many, many questions to me on that particular story.
It ends tragically, father of two, and it begins on something that seems so small.
Something that's so routine.
Yeah.
After
Wait, this has a fucking TOS too? Hold up. Second at 1 minute mark. Where's the TOS?
A marathon manhunt across New York City this morning accused subway gunman Frank James.
Have cops ever changed how they acted after knowing your name? Yes, but like not in a good way.
Is locked up.
Frank, why'd you shoot all those people?
Okay. There was blood in the photos. Hold on. Props to the NYPD for, to my knowledge, not killing any black kids over this. Yeah, that was cool.
Multiple police sources telling NBC News the 62-year-old suspect called NYPD's Crime Stoppers tip line on himself, saying he was at a McDonald's. On that call, law enforcement sources say James told the...
I think cops that I've dealt with that know who I am, like know who I am, not just my name, and like assume that I'm, you know, bad because of my name or whatever. Talking like cops who know who I am, do not have a positive attitude about what I have to say or do.
The hotline, this is Frank. You guys are looking for me. My phone is about to die.
Is this why they won't give him the fucking...
Authorities finding and arresting James in Manhattan's East Village.
We were able to shrink his world quickly.
This shit's crazy, dude. It's weird.
To run.
He's now federally charged with one count for allegedly attacking passengers on mass transit.
We saw those
Tuesday
footage.
morning's rush hour, police say James put on a gas mask, opened 2 smoke canisters, and shot 10 people as this subway pulled pulled into a Brooklyn
Bro,
station.
they literally don't want to Arab
New York
people
City
winning,
station
bro.
WNBC obtaining
They
this
literally don't want
exclusive
Arab people
video
winning. I
showing the
swear to
man-
God, like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Give it to the guy, man. Give the 50 grand to the fucking the Syrian dude.
Law enforcement believes is James dressed like a transit worker, entering a subway station nearby nearly 2 hours before the attack.
He has the same black cart that he has later recovered on the crime scene.
Incredibly, investigators say James managed to escape onto another train along with some of his victims. But they say he also left a trail of evidence behind, including keys to this rented van seen entering New York early Tuesday, a handgun James owned, and a bag full of fireworks.
Those are definitely phantom firework items.
Based on this widely circulated picture, Bruce Zoldan believes his company sold James the fireworks at a store in Wisconsin last summer, telling me they keep meticulous sales records.
Only one person bought 4 of those items, exact 4 items.
Investigators say James has a long rap sheet, including at least 12 prior arrests. Brooklyn's 36th Street subway station now open again. New Yorkers riding the trains, refusing to back down.
How does it feel to see you're not the only New Yorker down here?
I feel like New York City, after incidents like this, we kind of come together.
So, Jesse, you mentioned that the suspected gunman, had 12 prior arrests. So the question, of course, is how was he even able to get that gun?
Yeah, and police were asked about that yesterday, Hoda. Those dozen arrests go back to the 1990s, according to authorities, but they were all misdemeanors. If they were felonies, he would have been barred from buying a gun, but because they were just misdemeanors, officials say he was able to legally purchase the weapon authorities say was used in that attack on Tuesday. Hoda?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us there in front of the courthouse. Jesse, thank you.
Bro, oh yeah, because it would have been really difficult for him to fucking get a gun if he had a felony, you know? America, famously very difficult to find a gun. Like, people always be like, well, you know, if we make guns illegal, then, you know, criminals will still get their hands on guns. It's like, motherfucker, every gun was legal at some point, okay? Like, there's no such thing as, like, an illegal weapon. There's no illegal classification of a weapon, okay? Because we have so many fucking guns, that all guns were technically legal at a certain point. Someone bought it legally, okay? And the NRA literally is just like, we should make it easier to make sure that all the guns are legal, actually, all the time. Hilarious who left behind a credit card and keys to the rented van and police still couldn't find them on their own. There are military class weapons that aren't available for civilians. What? Okay. Why is gun violence in America so bad? My brother in Christ, you created the culture of guns and violence in this country? Yeah. The only thing I disagree with you on, usually the state should not have a monopoly on violence. Man, I love shooting guns, okay? I think guns are fucking dope. They're fun. They're murder dildos, okay? They're very expensive as a hobby. And they're fun. And they can, in certain circumstances, provide like self-defense, okay? But you're fucking wilding out if you think that there shouldn't be more scrutiny, regulation, and training around like gun ownership. Please. Please, dude. And also, a lot of these people fail to recognize that like state monopoly on violence is oftentimes worse as a consequence of how many guns are in fucking circulation. That's what cops use as a justification to get even more guns. They're like, we need a javelin missile because like these motherfuckers all have guns. Who knows who has a gun and who doesn't have a gun? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Red flag laws for domestic violence would cut like 60% of gun violence alone. I mean, that would also mean the complete disarmament of the police force. So, win-win, I think. So, all you have to do is steal the guns from those people. I've known people that would do B&Es and would straight grab massive gun safes. One of those had fully auto guns, like a P90, other crazy shit. They were in a gang, but they had military-grade weapons, so I don't understand. Like, okay, so eliminate the person from having a P90. You think the person has a gun safe and like a P90 and shit was like a responsible gun owner? What the fuck are you talking about? Problem is our gun regulations are lib bullshit like mag capacity and silencers instead of universal background checks and red flag laws. Yeah. And also like licenses, man. You should literally fucking... You should 100% have some kind of fucking license. You should be able to demonstrate that you know how to fucking use this thing. No, that's the other chatter talking about military weapons. Oh. I think the whole regulate guns better thing is bullshit. Have measure ban all assault rifle possession or the problem will never end. You can't train your way out of mass shootings in my humble opinion. Wait, what? Yes, you can. The designation of an assault rifle also, like I'm fully in favor of stopping the consistent manufacturing of like military grade weapons that are you know, designated for civilian usage, okay? Semi-automatic rifles are I mean, they're so easy to use. They are. You've seen me fucking shoot them on stream enough, okay? They're literally baby guns. They're guns made for babies. It's fucked up. Assault rifles are a nonsense classification. Yes, it is a nonsense classification. However, that is such a nonsensical fucking take. All classifications are nonsensical. They're just made up. That's how classifications work. Shut the fuck up. Like, oh man, well technically, you know, if I don't put a pistol grip on my fucking gun, like, it's like not the same. 5.56 isn't a baby round though, but I'm not saying ban it altogether. No, it's just, it is though. It is easy. It's for babies to be able to shoot. We have too many guns, man. We have too many guns. It's a weird / poor take, but I get it, I guess. Yes, AR means assault rifle. I feel like the U.S. making guns legal was a genius bottle that we can't... What? Was a genius bottle that we can't close without people revolting in a serious and annoying manner? Yeah. Also worth mentioning that there's a direct correlation between gun ownership and suicide down a country by country. Oh, yeah, that too. Access to lethal means is the single biggest reason why rural states have such massive suicide rates. Yeah, it makes it a lot easier to fucking kill yourself. That's for sure. I think they mean that the people who are going to use guns to intentionally kill people will just get trained and licensed and do their mass shooting anyways. Yeah, people that want to kill are going to find a means to do so. The entire purpose of the law isn't to make it zero, okay? It's to make it as hard as possible. That's the point. That's why people are fucking so annoying whenever people talk about like, oh, well, knife crime in the UK is crazy. It's like, okay, fuck it, YOLO. Let's deploy all of our troops with knives then. Why don't they fight with katanas still? You know what I mean? There's a reason why we use M4s, right? Because it's still way harder to just like fucking butcher people up close and personal with a goddamn knife. In comparison to, you know, a fucking AR-15. Knife crime is worse per capita in the U.S. anyway. Yeah, we just have a lot of issues with inequality. And I do think that we have a gigantic issue with gun violence in this country. It's unimaginable. Like, I mean, it is crazy that people act like this is not an issue in America. It's just straight up fucking bananas. You just like to shoot guns and you don't want to admit it. Or you don't want to admit that it's anything but that. If they increase gun control, you just see more people running rivers of blood. Yeah, I mean, Sweden is a great example, okay? Or not Sweden, Switzerland. You're thinking of Switzerland, not Sweden, I think. Switzerland is a great example of like a country that has a lot of guns in circulation, that has a significantly lower rate of gun violence, okay? Now, but even if you look at Switzerland, Switzerland still has a fuckload of a higher gun violence rate than any other comparable European country. It's true. Yes, so it might shock you, but, you know, turns out when you have more guns, you still have a great example, more like the only example. Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah. The gun violence is just the lowest level of issues in the U.S. We need better ways to see any of helping poor and impoverished people. In my opinion, we need universal health care, free college so people actually have the opportunity to chase equality in our fucked up country. About guns, there was an incident in Malmö in Sweden where a student attacking killed 2 teachers with an axe. And I couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if that student had a gun. Shooting rarely happens here, but there surely would be if we had more guns. Yes, that's true. In Texas, at gun shows, you don't need a background check to get a gun. You don't need a background check to get a gun at any gun show. That's the gun show loophole. By the time you wake up tomorrow, an average of 50% of Americans are going to be killed by non-suicidal gun deaths. 57 each day. Jesus Christ. Oh. Good example, although Switzerland has a lot better political and social situation than the USA. No, the average Swiss socioeconomic conditions is like, is obviously better than the average American socioeconomic condition. Income inequality, all that sort of stuff is like way different there. But what you have to also recognize is that there is a different level of like gun control and gun safety in Switzerland. Sushi Sunday is correct though. The gun debate in this country ended when 20 toddlers got gunned down in Sandy Hook, and we literally just did fucking nothing about it. Not to say we still shouldn't try, but goddamn, yeah, it's not gonna happen. You literally have to just like sit down and pray that you are not victim to gun violence in this country. That's the only way you can avoid gun deaths, is by just hoping that you are not victim. I drove through Switzerland in 2019. It was also too fucking pretty to want to do murder. I love Switzerland. I mean, it's got a checkered past, but I'm a fan overall, okay? Anyway, all right, Ukraine.
It's now in the war.
Here, let's talk about fat Dubs. Dubs so fat, you can see it from space. It's like the fucking Great Wall of China. Ukraine did some fucking crazy shit. Hopefully the retaliation by Russia is not severe, but goddamn, this shit was wild, okay? This is a wild fucking thing that Ukraine pulled off. I don't even know how the fuck they did it, okay? Moskva, a fucking cruiser on the Black Sea, a Russian cruiser on the Black Sea got fucking... it got fucking destroyed, okay? I mean, this is some real Taliban shit. And I mean that in a positive way. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, this is like straight, they sunk it, dude. They blammoed it, okay?
War in Ukraine and what appears to be a major blow to the Russian military. Ukraine claims it badly damaged Russian flagship in the Black Sea as President Biden announces an additional $800 million in military aid. Foreign correspondent James Longman is on the scene in Kyiv. Good morning.
Why do all the other lefty streamers call you in our community Russian apologists? I'm honestly confused. Because they're not fucking leftists, okay? They're idiotic, dick-riding orbiters who can't fucking comprehend anything. And all they want to do is, like, create more drama, including using this fucking clip as an opportunity to, like, you know, try to take a piece of this audience. That's it. Is that good? Is that a good understanding for you? Is, like... I'm still anti-NATO, by the way, motherfucker. That position has not changed.
Morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. Possibly the biggest setback for Vladimir Putin of this war so far. His flagship vessel in the Black Sea abandoned.
This morning, humiliation for Vladimir Putin's forces. Ukraine saying they've hit the flagship of his Black Sea fleet, the Moskva, with 2 anti-ship cruise missiles.
That's crazy.
The Moskva was named for Russia's capital. And this morning, Moscow has admitted the cruiser has been abandoned, although they make no mention of a
anti-NATO, you want Chinese to achieve global dominance? What the fuck? Yes.
strike. They've blamed it on an ammunition fire instead. The strike is a major psychological blow for Russia. A large and important vessel scuppered by a country Vladimir Putin thought he could occupy in a matter of days.
It is very significant. It is a big
win. It wasn't just Vladimir Putin. A lot of Western analysts said that too. Let's be fucking real, okay? You and what army? The people that are taking this whole like you and what army Russia approach straight up are like, what's this is over. They're gonna take over Ukraine, they're gonna take over Poland. And when I laughed at that fucking notion, so many people got mad at me and said I was a Putin apologist, okay? But now those very same people that are like, oh wow, actually, like it's sure been a lot harder for Russia to take over the entirety of Ukraine like we predicted. Oh my God, what's happening here? Those motherfuckers totally forgot about me being like, dude, what are they gonna do? Like how? It's not like if they want to fucking nuke Ukraine, they could, okay? That would be psychotic. Obviously, they're not gonna do that. But other than that, and other than indiscriminate shelling and a fuckload of bloodshed that they're spilling currently, it's gonna be quite difficult to like literally launch a 20-year counterinsurgency battle in a country that is their neighbor, that is a literally long history of nation building that revolves around saying fuck the Russians, okay? So what happened? What happened to all the motherfuckers who were like, oh dude, they're gonna do that, they're gonna like take over Ukraine, they're gonna hold it forever, they're gonna hold it. This is as revisionist as telling of what you're saying. I don't think you got it quite right. No, the point I'm making is my analysis and my interpretation of what Russia was doing and how difficult this would be to pull off, and the reason why I thought it was unlikely was correct. They still ended up doing it. You were saying that Russia's going to dominate Ukrainian forces? You think Russia is not dominating Ukrainian forces? Are you fucking insane? They're literally, you can't hold on to the position that they're doing genocide in Bucha while also simultaneously saying they're not dominating Ukrainian forces. They are incredibly overwhelmed by the amount of defenses that the Ukrainians have been able to launch. But yes, they're still fucking absolutely destroying Mariupol. That is an incredibly bloody conflict. But it's also true. Both of those things are true. They can't maintain their presence, okay? They can't maintain their fucking presence over the entire Ukrainian country. They never were going to be able to do that. One of the ones who said Putin would take Poland is literally in Poland right now. Yeah, motherfuckers were straight up like, yo, Vladimir Putin's going to take Poland. Like, what's up? I know you don't like to, but you just have to admit it. When you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong. Was wrong, you were wrong. Dude, look. Dude, your brain is not, your brain is malfunctioning currently, okay? Of course I admit I was wrong to assume that Russia was going to behave in a fucking normal way and like not end up fucking, you know, invading Ukraine. I was wrong, which I admitted months ago. So is your brain still hard stuck in like, just please, just either only exclusively watch the other YouTubers who keep telling you that I'm a fucking bad person, okay? Motherfucker only comes in here to say you wrong. Oh my God. Either just get the fuck out of this community and only watch the other fucking people that keep telling you like how fucking dumb I am. It's clearly made like enough of a, enough of an impact in your brain. It's like cratered your fucking brain, I guess. Or just, be normal when you're in here, okay? Please. Thank you. I thought people would shut up when Nadia agreed with you and Chelsea Manning. No. All those dumbass orbiter, dick rider, motherfucking neo-lib orbiter Andys are all still of the mindset that like Chelsea owned Hasan. Bro, what the fuck? Chelsea's in here every day, dude. Like they literally took, when you are so hot off of the fucking psychosis, when you are so pathologically obsessed with like proving that I'm bad or wrong, that you literally can't even interpret information that's in front of your eyes. Owns the song, gets you clicks and views. Yeah, I know. It's so fucking stupid. How the fuck do the majority of lefty streamers become full on? They're not lefties, man. They're not. They go with the wind, okay? Let's continue.
And to the Ukrainian. This is obviously going to cause an embarrassment to President Putin and the Russian Navy.
The bombardments on the east continue. Shocking new video from Kharkiv appearing to show what experts say are cluster bombs. Ukraine's second largest city has been under Russian shelling for weeks.
Bro, they've been using it since day one. What the fuck do you mean shocking new videos? Like, yes, they haven't stopped using cluster bombs, for the record. Like, they've been using it. It's not shocking or new, okay? They haven't stopped it.
Local officials say the latest attack has left at least 7 people dead.
I feel like you're trying to step away from the drama baiting has galvanized these debate perverts even more. I love that. Debate pervert. That's such a funny way. That's it. I'm gonna say that going forward. They're debate perverts. I love that.
Injured.
That's a new
As Russia
insult.
readies its eastern ground assault, President Biden promising his Ukrainian counterpart more help, unveiling a new $800 million aid package to Ukraine. That package is set to include long-range artillery systems, armored personnel carriers, additional drones and helicopters. President Zelensky saying he is sincerely thankful for the support. And Russia is this morning setting new pretexts for attacks. Their defense ministry saying that they're seeing attempts of sabotage by Ukrainian forces in Russia. They're now threatening Ukraine's capital, saying if such activities continue, the Russian armed forces will conduct strikes on decision-making centers, including those in Kyiv.
Yeah, bro, they're not gonna fucking... The one thing that they've said from the jump is that if they feel like they're losing the conventional war, they will deploy some tactical nukies, okay? That's why America's been very careful with the amount of like weapons and intelligence that they're sharing with Ukraine. That's why the rest of the world is like legitimately terrified. Like, war is such a weird concept because it's not like the way you see it in movies where they literally are just like, oh yeah, you're going to have to let us win on this one. You know what I mean? It's like, or else we'll take our ball and leave. And by take our ball and leave, I mean like, you know, we'll blow up your main base. Problem isn't that you were wrong. The problem is your behavior. Dude, shut up. Please stop. I've dealt with the most deranged debate perverts over the course of the past, like, 3 months, 2 months now, that think that, like, I'm personally responsible. You would think that I invaded Ukraine, motherfucker. Like, shut up. Shut up. You're a debate pervert, okay? You're a debate pervert. Stop it. Get your perverted behavior out of here. Oh, yeah. People were more convinced that, like, I was single-handedly invading Ukraine than anything else.
Now, it's still unclear what exactly happened to the Moskva, but it does further raise the possibility of more Russian strikes on key targets across this country, including here in Kyiv. Michael?
All right, thank you, James.
Debating in public is frowned upon? Yeah. No perverts here, only coomers. Pay the chat for the rice is their joke? No, I'm not going to do that. Quick question. I've noticed some leftists have been critical of Ukraine while pushing Russian propaganda. Why are they doing this? On the surface, it seems like reactionary posturing to the so-called liberal adulation of Zelensky. Quick answer. I don't know who you're talking about. There are definitely people who say that they're leftists but have like the most reactionary fucking tendencies. They spread vaccine misinformation and then they're like also pro-Russia and whatever the fuck. I don't know. Some people are just deranged. What do you want? You can give me like an actual example of someone who is like, I'm critical of Ukraine. I'm critical of Ukraine all the time. I'm significantly more critical of Russia, but I'm also critical of Ukraine. I'm critical of America's involvement in Ukraine. I'm critical of the Western involvement in general in Ukraine. Okay? But it's pretty obvious, at least to most people who don't spend all their time like watching other content creators talk about how I am a pro-Russian shill or whatever, that I'm not a fucking, Russian apologist by any means. Okay? My Palestinian parents are insanely pro-Russia. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of that. Because they all see not Russia's involvement, but they all see American involvement in Ukraine as yet another act of Western imperialism. And there is Western imperialism in that situation. Like, America's involvement in Ukraine is not because they are, doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. They're not doing this because they truly care about Ukrainian lives or Ukrainian sovereignty. They're doing this because they want to fucking destroy a foreign adversary with a very willing population of people who are willing to fight back against said foreign adversary in their justifiable emancipatory cause of purging the invading Russian army. Okay? And they're making a lot of money off of it, too. Americans are making fucking a lot of money off this. This is great. To some, America is the only imperial power. America's imperial power is so fucking vast that all of the other little baby imperial powers are nothing in comparison to it, by the way. Make no mistake. Okay? So that's something that you shouldn't also forget either. The chat was talking about 5 people on Twitter. Meanwhile, Western media is doing puff pieces about the Azov and talking about the war like it's a Marvel movie. Yeah. Lefty debate that happened after a certain person's ban saying you were living in Russia, apologia or some shit. Dude. Stop watching them then, okay? Stop watching them. People are mad for your take that they should surrender to Russia. What take that they should surrender to Russia? If it stopped bloodshed, if it stopped further bloodshed, then why the fuck wouldn't you surrender to certain conditions, under certain conditions? Well, how do you think this war is going to end? Yeah, people keep saying appeasement, appeasement, but like, we are doing appeasement. America's currently doing appeasement, motherfucker. Like, when America is not personally like doing nuclear holocaust by engaging Russia in conventional war, then that's technically appeasement. I know that they're like giving guns and also intelligence, but that's a weird way to say capitulation. It is capitulation. It is capitulation. Debate pervs got to you again. Yeah, that's true. Chatters are intentionally trying to get you into drama and farming clips. Yeah. How the fuck do we get here by me celebrating a fucking fat dub for the Ukrainian military into like them still turning this on how I am a personal fucking Russia simp? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Stop. I mean, I know where it's coming from. Part of it is because people literally just say, people want to believe that like Russia is personally going to go and take over the entirety of Ukraine, and that's what they thought. And I think like that's the reason why they're like, oh, there can be no negotiation with terrorists. Like, you just, I don't know. Crazy. Why the Ukrainian no-fly zone won't ever happen.
The Russian army has brutally invaded Ukraine.
So I want to watch this, but I don't fucking know. I love RealLifeLore, but I am worried that they're going to do fucking war porn in this a little bit. I'm a little scared that there might be some TOS. Have you guys seen this? No toes? Okay, let's do it. Fuck yeah.
For the past several weeks, the Russian army has brutally invaded Ukraine. Throughout these weeks, cities, along with both military and civilian targets across the country, have become subjected to devastating Russian missile and air attacks raining down from the skies. Across major Ukrainian cities home to millions of people like Lviv, Kiev, and Kharkiv, the chilling sounds of air raid sirens have begun sounding alarm to residents for the first time since World War II. While thousands have been forced to take shelter beneath the ground in increasingly packed metro stations. Scenes eerily reminiscent of Britons in the London Tube throughout the German Blitz campaign of 1940. And just like for months during that era, the battle for control of the skies over Ukraine is ongoing, with neither side so far being capable of achieving complete air superiority, even though the Ukrainian Air Force is overall badly outgunned. The Russian Air Force possesses around 11 times as many fighters, 24 times as many dedicated attack or bomber craft, and roughly 13 times as many helicopters as the Ukrainian Air Force has got. In a longer war of attrition, with all things else being equal, the Russians simply have the numbers to continue sustaining heavy losses in the air, while the Ukrainians do not. And so the math for eventual air superiority is on the Russian side. And once air superiority is achieved, the likelihood for a Kremlin victory in some form or another increases dramatically. Therefore, throughout the agonizing weeks of this war, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, along with numerous
last thing I gotta say is the opposite of appeasement is awarment, okay? Awarment. And appeasement, or the counter to appeasement, could have only happened under a non-nuclear proliferated state. Okay? So if you're not going to fucking advocate for awarment, then shut the fuck up about appeasement.
Ukrainian civilians and diplomats have pleaded with the West, America, and NATO to assist the country by ordering a total closure of the skies above to Russian warplanes. A no-fly zone.
To create a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Sanctions now! Sanctions now!
The accurate description of what people mean by a no-fly zone is actually an aerial combat zone.
A no-fly zone, if people understood what it means World War III.
Because if an American pilot shoots down a Russian pilot, that's a
Bro, they did such a good job going against their fucking no-fly zone propaganda for years and years and years because they were using it against like fucking Libya and shit. It's so funny seeing like, you know, Marcus Aurelius Rubius over here fucking talking about how like devastating a no-fly zone would be. You know what I mean? Oh, what's up, dude? That's crazy. I'm just surprised. What happened? Oh, all of a sudden, you know, you can't do a no-fly zone against a fucking nuclear power. Oh, man. Wild. So why does nobody yell at these motherfuckers for appeasement versus awarment? They're doing appeasement. They're conceding to Russia. They're literally, not only are they conceding to Russia, but they're literally telling Russia exactly what their flight movements are. Okay, they're constantly fucking telling Russia exactly what their flight patterns are, what their flight movements look like. They are limiting the level of intelligence that they're allowing Ukrainians to have on their side. Duchess Evie, thank you for the 5 get the subs. So what's up? Why is nobody thinking that these guys are also doing appeasement? I'm working on my social media platform, Polygon, the biggest, which temporarily allows the praise of the Azov Battalion. What do you think about it? I'm working for a social media platform which temporarily allowed the praise. Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid. Okay, I think fuck the Azov Battalion. I think every fucking news outlet that even offers any kind of coverage of the Azov Battalion beyond being like beyond them being Nazi are doing a disservice to Ukrainians. I think it's fucking whack as shit. I think it's totally unacceptable. They're literally doing fucking propaganda for the Nazis. I don't. So stupid. They are fucking Ukrainians. Not as hard as Russia is right now, but like they're fucking future Ukrainians super hard.
Declaration of war.
Many parliaments within NATO allied countries of Eastern and Northern Europe like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovenia have all called for the no-fly zone to be established. But despite all of these urgent requests, poll after poll carried out across countries in Western Europe have consistently shown low support among the general Western European public for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. However, the same cannot be said of the American public, where several polls there have shown consistently high support for one throughout the invasion, like a poll from Reuters on the 4th of March that showed 74% of Americans supported the implementation of a no-fly zone, a CBS poll from the 11th of March that found 59% of Americans supported one, and a Quinnipiac poll from the 16th of March that found nearly 1 in 3 Americans still disagreed with President Biden's decision to not.
Wait, did Moldova also call for a no-fly zone? Oh, you know they did. You know they did, dude. Are you kidding me? Explosions reported in Kyiv, retaliation of Putler asking for the sinking of Moskova, I guess. Americans don't even understand what a no-fly zone means and what consequences it has. Okay, first of all, Corn Pop TV, you'd be one of those stupid Americans if you didn't watch me all the fucking time, okay? When I first started talking about how fucking no-fly zones are stupid, there were hella people in this chat that were like, what do you mean? Why not? That sounds like a great idea. And the reason why most Americans have this opinion, and I don't even like hate them for it, even though they are bloodthirsty for the most part. The reason why they're hitting Kyiv Oblast right now because of Moskova, most likely. But the reason why most Americans have this is because most Americans have this opinion is because they've been lied to over and over again. They've been propagandized like nonstop about no-fly zones and its efficacy. Like they make it's a propaganda term, no-fly zone. That's why they think it's different than Article 5, NATO. That's why they think it's different than fucking. Same with NATO, actually. Why do most Americans talk about letting Ukraine join NATO? That's not different than a no-fly zone. It's not. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. It's different than sending out your Air Force and fighting? What is different? No, it's not. What's different than invoking Article 5 for Ukraine, even though it's not a part of NATO? What's different than sending troops into Ukraine? It's not. No-fly zone is exactly the same. No-fly zone is exactly the same concept. It's just a different way to say the same shit, which is go to war with Russia. Go to conventional war with Russia. But the reason why people have such different opinions on this, when you ask them like what a no-fly zone entails, then the fucking support for it drops entirely, and it's still like way lower than, again, going into heated conventional war with Russia. The reason why there's such differences in opinion is propaganda. That's the difference.
Not impose one. But despite all of this public pressure within, and the mounting pressure coming in from NATO allies, and the Ukrainian government and civilians, President Biden and NATO have thus far continuously resisted.
A lot of chat is saying they don't know what it is, strangely enough. A no-fly zone is when the United States and all of the NATO forces, like they did in Libya, decide no enemy fucking flights can occur over a certain area, over a certain territory, like they did in Libya. What that means is you have to send your boats, you have to send your drones, you have to send your Air Force into that region and drop Russian planes, okay? That means conventional war. That means American flights, American, Air Force attacking, dogfighting, whatever, destroying Russian aircraft, okay? It's the exact same as American boots on the ground military fighting against Russian military and like shooting each other. Okay?
Did these pleas and steadfastly refused to implement the no-fly zone over Ukraine, and they are unfortunately correct to continue doing so.
Exactly.
And these are all of the many reasons why. Despite the apparent fact that many Americans are in favor of the no-fly zone, I'd also wager that most of those Americans don't really understand what a no-fly zone actually means. It means setting up a zone, in this case the entirety of the airspace above Ukraine, and then demanding that no flights from anyone take place through that zone. The biggest danger with declaring a no-fly zone like that.
Well, I should have just played the video, but instead I'm going to serve you the ad at the top of the hour. But there is a no ad zone. That's called being a subscriber. For $5 a month or for free, for the Twitch Prime that is, you too can have a no ad zone when I serve you a 1-minute ad at the top of the hour. Every hour. Twitch Prime is of course free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account. Okay, stop trying to invoke Article 5 on me. Or you can get gifted a sub, which is like Javelin missiles gifted to you by America, Oilers. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
This is what happens after the declaration, because the declaring power must be willing to enforce it. If Russian jets decide to ignore the demand and continue their operations, then it means that NATO and American jets must fly in and engage them, potentially resulting in aerial battles between American and Russian pilots, with the high chance for casualties taking place on either side. In the past 30 years, America and its allies have declared 4 of these no-fly zones with various results. A northern and southern no-fly zone in Iraq leading up to the Gulf War, and
All Trans, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Jaded Jago, thank you for the 4 gift subs.
The 2003 US invasion, a no-fly zone over Bosnia in the mid-1990s, and another over Libya in 2011. In each of these cases, the United States utilized its vastly superior Air Force and conventional military capabilities to enforce its will in the skies against opponents who could offer up little resistance. Saddam's Iraq, the Republika Srpska proto-state in Bosnia, and the Serbian government, and Gaddafi's Libya. In the most recent no-fly zone that was declared over Libya back in 2011, American and NATO warplanes managed to
I heard you hate gays, is that true? Totally.
completely
100%.
alter the course course of the entire Libyan civil war that was going on against Gaddafi by denying his forces any access to the skies.
Dude, can you think about a more like fucked up thing than telling another nation state they can't fly their own fucking aircrafts against like rebel forces that they're trying to fucking stop? How crazy is that? Like China comes in. Imagine a world in which like, you know, January 6th was actually not police officers like allowing these psychos to come in and break into like the halls of Congress. And instead, like they were just like murdering politicians and shit. And the American police force was, and the American military was like trying to stop that from happening. And then China's like, no, you can't do that. We're going to blow you up. And they did. The Chinese Air Force came in and like blew up the American Air Force. That's what's going on in Libya. That was totally appropriate, by the way. The Serbs were killing and raping Muslims. Yeah, I know, bitch. I know. Shut the fuck up. I know. Why are they in Libya? Are the Serbs killing and raping Muslims in Libya? Is that what you're talking about right now? Because that's not what I'm talking about. Why did you bring that up here? And even then, there were a million different fucking diplomatic options that could have been exercised that, you know, that we failed to do so and then went for the fucking final option there.
And bombing his strategic positions on the ground.
I hate this. So a no-fly zone in Serbia was unjustified as well. I mean, there were fucking unjustifiable bombing campaigns in the process of that. Okay? There were. Like, it's true. As much as I, you know, yearn for a Titoist Yugoslavia, okay? It's so fucking annoying that people constantly, you know, throw this out as like, yo, there's no other way. They had to kill like fucking people broadcasting on the television station. Like it had to be done. They had to drop like a metric ton of fucking bombs. You are giving into the Balkan posting. I know. Jesus Christ. You're messing Balkan people's business. Back off.
And NATO didn't lose a single plane throughout that entire operation because they were overwhelmingly more powerful. But a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be inherently different from all of these because Russia possesses far, far more capabilities to
and nukes, motherfucker. It's not Libya. They got
retaliate
nukes
than any other target of an American no-fly zone has before. Despite Russia's military setbacks in Ukraine, the Russian armed forces are generally still considered to be the second most powerful in the world behind the United States, with the second highest number of ballistic missile submarines in service, and one of only 3 militaries worldwide that operate strategic bombers. But the greatest military asset that Russia possesses that none of those other regimes in the past did is a lot of nuclear weapons. In fact, Russia has at its disposal the single largest nuclear arsenal in the world, with approximately 6,000 total warheads. For the sake of comparison, the United States has only around 4,000 warheads, and of all the nuclear weapons in the world combined, Russia owns nearly half of them. Of critical importance to understand, however, these 6,000 warheads can be divided into 2 different categories: strategic arms and tactical arms. Strategic nuclear arms are the big, scary ICBMs that you usually think about from the movies that fly on top of a missile fired from a silo or a submarine that are powerful enough to destroy an entire city. The point of strategic nuclear weapons like these, though, is to never actually use them. They're only there for deterrence, to dissuade the enemy from ever being tempted into using theirs, and thus they guarantee mutually assured destruction if one side ever deploys them. From the perspective of the Kremlin, however, tactical nuclear arms are viewed very differently. These are significantly less powerful and destructive nuclear weapons, with only a
But like, okay, there's no shot he's just saying like tactical nukes are significantly less destructive without mentioning that like it's still like 100x what happened in the at the fucking grain depot in like Beirut, for example. You know what I mean? Like baby nukes are still, you know, they're not bitch made, okay? They're
fraction of the power of the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima, that can be fired from artillery, rocket launchers, or even planes onto a battlefield. They are explicitly designed to be used as a more restrained or limited option by an army to meet battlefield objectives, and critically, the Russian military defense doctrine currently approves of their use in the armed forces under certain conditions, like covering a major retreat operation. Out of Russia's total arsenal of 6,000 nuclear warheads, it's believed that around 2,000 of them are these kinds of smaller tactical nukes. And the centerpiece of this Russian strategy of battlefield nuclear deterrence is the Iskander-M, a mobile missile launcher that can fire either conventional or tactical nuclear warheads at a range of roughly 5.
Damn, this guy's such a fucking, you know, white American Bernie bro with these takes talking about like Russia's nuclear capabilities from a point that is like actually understanding and technical and like descriptive, rather than just simply talking about how, you know, nuclear war wouldn't be all that bad. That's crazy. He must be pro-Russia, I think, probably, right?
500 kilometers. And prior to the invasion of Ukraine, satellite images revealed these exact Iskander missile batteries deployed by Russia inside of Belarus with unknown payloads, but with the range to strike nearly every major target inside of Ukraine. This doomsday arsenal must be taken into consideration when deciding on a no-fly zone over Ukraine, because sending in NATO and American jets to shoot down Russian planes who violate the no-fly...
He must not have the nuance that only a European would be able to have on nuclear holocaust.
Zone would only really be the beginning of the operation. In order to keep their own planes safe, a no-fly zone would also likely entail NATO airstrikes on Russian air defense and support targets down on the ground, like airfields, surface-to-air missile or SAM batteries, and radar facilities. However, not all of these targets would be limited to the ground within Ukraine. Some of Russia's more advanced SAM batteries, like the S-400, have a range of 400 kilometers, meaning that they could cover wide swaths of Ukrainian airspace from behind the borders inside of Russia or Belarus. Neutralizing them would necessitate bombing targets on the ground inside of Russia or Belarus.
The guy who said recently nuclear war wouldn't be too bad was Adam something. Which his supporters now claim I hate like Hungarians or something. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Like that's the new meta, is that like I despise Hungarians or some shit.
Itself. And thus, it shouldn't really come as any surprise then that Putin has stated that any attempt by the United States or NATO to impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be effectively treated as the United States and NATO directly entering the conflict. Ordering a no-fly zone over Ukraine will therefore dramatically escalate the chances of a hot war between Russia and Belarus on one side and the United States and NATO on the other. And when you consider that NATO vastly overpowers Russia in nearly every single category of military capabilities except for nuclear, it's not inconceivable that if the Kremlin felt they were...
AS is Hungarian himself, so it actually checks out. No, I know. That's why they were saying, like, I hate Hungarians. That's why they were saying that. Which also doesn't make sense because, you know, Orban is kind of a supporter of Putin. So like, why, if I'm a supporter of Putin, why would I hate Hungarians? Just many things to consider.
For being backed too far into a corner, they might choose to authorize a smaller scale tactical nuclear strike somewhere in a last-ditch effort to turn the tide. And it's impossible to predict how things could hypothetically escalate from there. But it's not just the enormous risk of escalation towards a third world war in Europe that makes the no-fly zone unfeasible. Even if one were to be declared, it's unclear how helpful it would actually be. Many of the Russian airstrikes that have hit targets across Ukraine have been missiles fired from planes flying within Russian airspace that never left or entered Ukrainian airspace, which a no-fly zone over Ukraine would not protect against. And that's besides the point.
Well, they would have to literally, implementing a no-fly zone over Ukraine would mean hitting Russian targets inside of Russia. Like, as I think he also pointed out, would have to hit Russian targets inside of Russia as well. It's just not like you know, it's just full-blown war at that point. Straight up. I think he mentioned that already,
the
right?
overwhelming, vast majority of the damage that the Russian military has been inflicting on Ukraine has come from ground-based artillery and missile attacks, which, again, a no-fly zone on its own would not be designed to prevent. Back in the 1990s, when NATO imposed a no-fly zone over Bosnia, it initially did very little to prevent Serb forces on the ground from carrying out highly destructive artillery strikes, and thus, a frustrated and pressured NATO gradually expanded the scope of their aerial operation towards bombing Serb targets on the ground. This exact situation could end up playing out in Ukraine as well against ground-based Russian artillery and missile systems, and thus NATO could find itself dangerously expanding.
I mean, like, what the Serbians did were fucking completely, I mean, obviously, it was fucking insane and unacceptable, okay? So Americans were like, we're gonna do that exact same thing to them. Like, that was the solution in that situation, was like, oh yeah, like, they're literally fucking indiscriminately shelling you know, Muslim areas, like indiscriminately shelling Muslim areas. So we're just gonna indiscriminately do that to everything and everyone.
Expanding the scope of the operation very quickly. And finally, unlike the Serbs or Saddam or Gaddafi, the Russians also possess a very capable and powerful navy with highly capable long-range strike abilities. Back in 2015, a flotilla of Russian warships operating within the Caspian Sea fired 26 cruise missiles towards Islamic State targets across Syria, more than 1,000 kilometers away. Hypothetically, these same ships operating within either the Caspian or the Black Sea could initiate cruise missile strikes into Ukraine from hundreds of kilometers outside of the boundaries of any hypothetical no-fly zone, which could lead to a situation where, once again, NATO may have to consider attacking Russian naval assets.
Okay, bro, you guys are saying like Black Sea Fleet and shit, but like they took down Moskva, but like, listen, this is a whole different ballpark. I don't think Ukraine has missile capabilities that can strike from that distance. They did a really good job and took one down. Big dub, fat dub. Obviously, RealLifeLore published this video before that happened. Okay, but you know, they still got some fucking fatties out there
that's outside of the parameters of the no-fly zone in order to fully prevent attacks coming from the sky and dramatically risk escalating to the brink of nuclear war. So, with all of this being said, a no-fly zone over Ukraine would offer only limited help to Ukrainian forces on the ground, while dramatically increasing the risks of apocalyptic military confrontation between NATO and Russia. And so, that's generally why Biden and the majority of NATO have decided that it simply isn't worth the risk, and are unlikely to change their minds. But there are other potential methods that NATO can employ to help Ukraine defend their skies. Earlier in March, Poland, a NATO ally directly bordering Ukraine, offered to transfer 28 of their older Soviet-era MiG fighter jets to the United States and Germany, who would then hopefully transfer them over to the Ukrainian Air Force and replenish the Polish.
We're not celebrating Ukrainian losses, but we're cheering for Russian losses. What? Yeah, I mean, dude, what the fuck? Yes, Russia is still the invading force. Why wouldn't I fucking cheer for that? That's so stupid. Yes. It is a fucking fat dub for the Ukrainian military to just like blow up a fucking. What do you think what do you think those ships are doing? Like, they're literally facilitating in bloodshed. Yeah, no, I do think it's great. Awesome. Like, I don't fucking jerk off to like Russian POWs getting fucking murdered by Ukrainians or anything. There's like hella fucking worse shit that people celebrate. I think that's unacceptable and wrong. But like, if they blow up if they end up blowing up a ship, which got evacuated too, you know, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna celebrate that. The most pure military target with no chance of collateral, only retaliation.
Polish Air Force with a set of newer F-16 fighter jets. However, this too is something that the United States eventually declined to do, out of fear of risking further escalation with Moscow. But there are other things that America has done to support the Ukrainian war effort a bit more indirectly. Following President Zelensky's emotional speech to the United States Congress, Washington announced a further $800 million security package for Ukraine, which will further add to the plentiful anti-air and anti-tank weapons that have already been provided, including around 800 Stinger shoulder-fired anti-air launchers. Simultaneously, Turkey, another NATO ally, has already sold several dozen of their very capable aerial drones to the Ukrainian military as well. Regardless of what kind of help is given by the governments of NATO, the civilians and children that are there on the ground and suffering right now are in dire, absolute need of some kind of help from someone. It's estimated that there are at least 7.5 million Ukrainian children who are now in grave danger of physical harm, severe emotional trauma, and displacement. And while NATO will not be ordering a no-fly zone for all of the reasons that I just covered, there's a lot that everyday people like you and I can still do to help right now. This video has a fundraiser attached to it going towards Save the Children Ukraine, who have been in the area ever since 2014 when Russia first invaded Ukraine and annexed Crimea. They have the highest rating of 4 out of 4 stars on Charity Navigator, and they're there on the ground near the Ukrainian border right now, providing civilians and children with life-saving assistance as they flee the horrific violence happening all around them. I will be personally matching all of the donations made to this charity up to $10,000, including every cent of AdSense that
homie already raised 41 grand.
This video generates. And even if you don't have any spare money that you can afford to give, there's still something that you can do as well to help for free by visiting this video sponsor, Tab for a Cause, and installing their browser extension, Tab for Ukraine, which also supports the same charity, Save the Children Ukraine. The extension will show small ads on the bottom of your new tab page that are paid by advertisers, and then the money that is generated.
This stuff is so weird, like, such a strange thing to... What about a charity for Russia, though? Wait, what? What? Charity for Russia? What, like regular Russian babushkas that can't get, fucking insulin or some shit? Is that what you mean? Sounds like a data scraping gimmick. I do think it's like that.
Generated from those ads will go towards Save the Children Ukraine.
Wait, what are you going to do? Are you going to donate to the Russian Central Bank, dude? Go buy some rubles, brother. Like...
That simple, and to prove they're legit, their website is completely open source and they publish quarterly financial reports showing exactly where all of the money goes. So far, they've raised more than $1.3 million for worthy causes, and if you want to start helping, all you've got to do is download the extension and just continue using the internet like normal. Just click the button that's here on screen right now, or follow the link that's down below in the description to head straight there. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
That was Why the Ukraine No-Fly Zone Won't Ever Happen. Another great video from RealLifeLore. Crushed it. Very good. Good stuff overall. Hasan is going to name your price on Thursday. Can't wait. What the fuck? Okay, let's see.
Hello, Blazers. It is your boy Roman, your favorite name.
This is a new video from No Fuckers, okay? NFKRZ, talking about the polls in Russia.
Good Russian. How you guys doing today? Welcome to a brand new video. In today's video, guys, we're going to be discussing something that is very interesting and something that I feel like needs to be cleared up a little bit. Because a lot of the people have no idea how this actually works. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm like a specialist in this either, but my understanding of this is not as one-dimensional as some people. Basically, guys, if you've been watching my channel for the past month or so after the recent events in Ukraine, my overall message for a lot of these videos was that the average Russians, the average Russian people, a lot of them actually didn't really want it to happen. I've said that multiple times now, and pretty much every single time that I say it, I get destroyed in the comments by people who are saying, Roman, you're completely wrong.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. Oh my god. You just got fucking owned. You got owned. Debate me, debate me, debate me. You got owned, bitch. Debate me. Yeah, guess what? You have been matched in the intellectual marketplace of ideas. I just debated you and you're wrong. Here it is. Fuck you.
Because according to the polls of the Russian government, over 70% or like close to 80% of the people are in support of the special military operation. And also, in fact, the Russian people's support for Putin has actually increased. So essentially I'm wrong. And I see that argument as well a lot on Reddit, because I go on Reddit like r/world news and people discussing.
Oh no, don't go on Reddit as a Russian right now. Biggest mistake of your life, okay? Never again, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. It'll hurt your very soul, dude. You will, dude. When Reddit gets into a fucking frenzy, they lose their mind, dude. It's crazy. It turns into like a singular hive mind. I don't know why. Like fake gold, like internet gold has this like powerful energy to turn every unique human being that originally had like different opinions to straight up to straight up whip them into the same fucking attitude over a subject. China and Russia are two things where it's like, if you ever fucking bring that up on Reddit, like, oh my lord, dude. Might as well not do that. Just never do that.
With whatever's going on with Russia, and you get these like absolutely deranged comments from people saying, you know, that Russians are like the scum of the earth and should just be cut off from everything. They should be deported from every single country that they live.
Just the most average Redditor comment. Yeah. Oh, he says most sane Redditor. Exactly.
When I go back to Russia, literally people are leaving comments like that. Not even exaggerated, okay? And usually when these people's takes are challenged by somebody, their response or their argument is, you're wrong, like 74 or 80% of Russian people are in support of this, so they are terrible people, all of them, they shouldn't have the right to exist. Which honestly, if you want to battle fascism, is kind of a weird thing to say, okay? Well guys, in today's video I want to discuss whether actually like 70 or 80% of Russians are supporting the special operation in Ukraine, and also just kind of describe how Poland and Russia works in general. These people who take these poll results at face value.
Groupthink has always existed before the internet just connects more of these idiots than ever before. Yeah, dude, Reddit is like on a different level of groupthink though. Reddit is the groupthink factory. Even on Twitter, regardless of the lack of free speech on Twitter, brother, like there's still hella fucking discourse. Like on Reddit, it's crazy.
And believe them, they're gonna have no idea what Poland actually works like in Russia. And spoiler alert, it's very different from Poland in Western Europe or America or any other more liberal democratic country. So first of all, let's outline the stats that we're talking about. Okay, here's the thing. Usually the majority of the polling on the territory of Russia is handled by an organization known as VTIOM, which in English is called the Russian Public Opinion Research Center, which is, pay very close attention, a state-owned institution. Okay, so let's see the data that this research center.
I'm willing to bet that if those fucking polls also literally said like there's only 10% support for war in Russia, then those very same Redditors would turn around and be like, yeah, well, that's a Russian-owned polling station, so they're obviously lying to create sympathy for the Russian individuals and the Russian citizens. So like, don't believe those polls. You can't believe those polls. They're fake. They're Russian and they're lying.
Has provided us. On the 23rd of March of 2022, they conducted a poll, actually published the results of a poll about the support of the special military operation in Ukraine. And according to their data, the special operation in Ukraine is supported by 74% of the Russian citizens. 17% said that they do not support it, and 9% decided to not answer. Also, according to their data, the amount of people who actually want to protest against the government has decreased. So in January 2022, 17% of respondents said that they have some reasons and they have a desire to protest against the government. However, in March 2022, only 10% of Russians said that they will actually protest against the government in some sort of way. Also, according to another organization that actually conducts polls in Russia called Levada Center, which is actually considered a foreign agent in Russia, which is pretty interesting as well, right? I think that's because sometimes their polling results don't really...
It's crazy, you know? It's crazy what 15,000 people being arrested and also a new law being put in place that says you can go to jail for 15 years will do to people. You know what I mean? It's wild. Wild to consider. I mean, man. How did that fucking happen, right? really put a hold on that whole, you know, fighting against the war thing.
Coincide with the position of the state media and stuff, so. But even they recently published the results of a poll according to which, in February, Putin's approval rating was 71%, and now in March, it's 83%. So the conclusion is very simple here, right guys? The Russian people are all in complete and total support of the government and what is going on in Ukraine. No. It's not that simple. I'm gonna give you guys sort of anecdotal and also real reasoning why you should be skeptical of these results. First of all, you gotta understand that the majority of polling in Russia is being conducted by the state. And when people are getting called up, essentially by what seems to be a governmental institution, and you live in a country where, I mean, technically, being publicly against a military operation could actually land you in jail for up to 15 years, you gotta understand that the people that are being called by a governmental institution that's asking them, hey bro, do you support the military operation? Do you really think the person on the other side of the phone is going to be completely and 100% transparent and honest and is gonna respond anyway? Look guys, just from my experience, right? I've been polled maybe 2 times in my whole life or 3 or something like that. And I'm gonna be completely honest, I have never responded. I usually just pick up my phone and they're like, hey, this is a poll, you know, we're asking people's opinions. And I'm like, immediately just hang up. First of all, I don't want to waste my time. You gotta understand that the people who usually respond to polls have nothing to do, okay? Like, this is part of it as well, right? Like,
by the way, what he's ironically describing is literally a common problem in American polling, and why American polling is so fucking dog shit too. We've talked about this before on this broadcast, like landlines and the way that fucking polling works in America has made it so much more difficult to adequately poll people. Because people just don't pick up random fucking phone calls. So people that do engage in polling are like fucking weirdos.
What kind of people do you think are like the biggest fans of Putin? It's either like 70-year-old grandmas that are just sitting at home who just watched the Russian TV state propaganda and they don't know anything else, or it's just random like 40-year-old Russian guys that like to drink and work at a factory or something, you know, who would just watch TV and don't even consume much of alternative media either. And these people don't have much going on in their life, so these are the kind of people that are going to be given answers to begin with. And even if in the midst of these people there's some people who don't agree with what's going on, they're probably either going to say they support it to sort of, you know, cover their tracks a little bit, or they're going to say that they're not sure, or they're just gonna hang up, just like I did. I mean, I just never gave an answer, and I feel like that is what happens to majority of people. You gotta understand that when you live in an authoritarian country, and the government essentially calls you and is like, yo, what's up, bro? You think the president is great and you support the party and everything that it does and everything that it's ever done? If you don't, by the way, you're gonna go to jail for 15 years. Even if you don't, you're gonna be like, yeah, I guess it's cool. I guess I support everything. Yeah, it's all good. You get what I mean. And you guys gotta understand, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a sociologist, so the way I'm describing this is like very simple. But actually, I want to show you an excerpt from a video I watched recently, an interview with a Russian sociologist who actually knows what he's talking about. And he was asked about the approval rates of the special operation in Putin at the moment and what the stats are showing, if it's true or not. And this was his answer.
Я там часто призываю быть аккуратным очень с опросами вообще. В России вдвойне, а сегодня там в десятерне. В России и так-то низкий уровень ответов на вопросы, и люди, которые отвечают на вопросы, в целом исходят из того, что они общаются напрямую с государством. А в условиях там военных действий опасения вырастают многократно, и мы видим по всем исследованиям, которые сейчас проводятся, независимые, да, что падает уровень ответов, что люди рассказывают о страхе, спрашивают интерьеров прямо, арестуют ли меня. Я думаю, что ключом здесь, конечно, является желание огромного числа наших соотечественников, в общем, продолжать жить своей спокойной приватной жизнью.
So yeah, that's basically what I said, but put more eloquently, should I say. And you guys just have to understand that in a country where you cannot say everything that you think, the polling results are gonna be way off. To be honest, polls in general suck, kind of, even in Western countries, but imagine how much they suck here. Now here's the
summary for audio viewers. First of all, how did you write if you're just the audio viewer, okay? And secondly, the summary is exactly what he said. He literally said, oh, this guy basically summarized exactly what I just mentioned. Still type when you're audio only. Anyway, he said, for understanding that what he said without reading the subtitles, Russian spy confirmed, Tovarish. Yeah.
Next point I want to make as well about, this is not even like empirical evidence because this is also based on another poll, but I feel like it gives my arguments a little bit more of a substance. So another polling organization in Russia, which is not governmental, but I think is also related to the government, they've recently released another poll, actually on the 29th of March.
Boo-hoo, poor Russians decided to stay silent when Ukrainians are dying at the hands of their army. Nice way to say you don't care. What? Dude, you're such a piece of shit, dude. Seriously, suck my dick. You don't even care about fucking Ukrainian lives either. Ugh. I hate people like that so much. Dude, you literally deserve to be executed on the street by like any fucking Palestinian, Iraqi, Afghani citizen by that logic. You know that, right? Not to say that that's acceptable or appropriate, but like straight up, any fucking Afghan citizen could just like pull you and your family aside and just kill you if you think that that is the attitude that you want to go with. No, not in a video game. I'm saying like that's the attitude that you're straight up advocating for. You know what I mean? It's so dumb. In America, you don't get arrested that frequently, like the same way that you do in Russia, and motherfuckers still weren't, you know, all that aggressively against the wars.
March about the overall mental state of the people and their hopes for the future in Russia. And you just always love to see articles.
The best way to take action against the Russian state is to assert your position in the polls, dude. Why won't you understand? Dude, chatters whose greatest fucking fear is when mommy makes a hot pocky and the middle is fucking cold are over here being like, hey, why don't you just like fucking, you know, put your life at risk, dude? But why don't you get over your like unreasonable fear that like the Russian state might fucking jail you for having an opinion against it in a country where calling this a military operation or calling this anything but a military operation is literally going to fucking put you in prison for 15 years, dude. Debate pervs. Let me tell you something. Dude, chill, dude. I'm kidding, man. lmao. Okay, sorry. I thought you were a debate pervert for a second. Stop it. You're just being toxic. Take control of your emotions. Wish me to be executed as well if you want. I wish you'd go to therapy. Responding, dude, stop. I don't wish you to be executed. I just wish you to be fucking not so parasocial. Okay? Shut the fuck up, you parasocial weirdo. Oh my God. Lots of Russian state media anchors calling it a war straight up, so I think its forbidden word is overblown. Yes, that's also true too, to be fair. Yes, they are saying it's war. But the ones who say it's a war are saying it's not enough. I've seen Russian state media, motherfucker. There's hella people who are like, Putin's being a pussy on this. They need to fucking raise Ukraine. Be fair though, like I think a lot of those people are saying that because they get the allowance from Putin to be able to say such things.
Articles like this, by the way, like this article, I'm on a pro-Kremlin website right now, and the article says, Fund Общественное мнение has noticed a rise in optimism among Russians. Yeah, boy, it's fucking great. Russia is doing so good. Yes! We're optimistic as fuck right now, dude. Anyway, here are the results. According to the data, 33% of the people that responded are saying that they think that in 6 months or a year, life in Russia will get better. 20% think that nothing will really change, and 26% think that everything is gonna get way worse. So the thing why I decided to look at this poll is that, well, it doesn't look that jolly, does it? When only 33% of the respondents said that everything is gonna get great in the future. And 26%, which is a pretty sizable amount actually, say that everything is gonna get pretty bad. And I mean, to be completely honest, we gotta also apply to this poll the fact that a lot of the people probably don't even want to express their real opinion. So it might be slightly skewed as well, but the reason why I decided to talk about this poll is because, like, if you kind of think about it, and I understand this is not like a direct correlation or anything, but if 74% of the people in Russia are in support of the special military operation, then why do only 33% of the people think that something will be great in the future for Russia? I mean, technically, if you think that all of this is great and you support Russia, then I guess you gotta think that the country is going in the right direction and it's only developing, it's getting better, and it's gonna be amazing soon, right? Well, that doesn't really seem like that's the case, because again, only 33% of the people have positive thoughts about what's gonna happen in the future. And the reason why I'm comparing these two polls about the special operation and this is because this right here is also a political poll, kind of, but the question is just not direct. So when you get a call and you're immediately asked about what do you think about the special military operation, you're gonna be like a little bit tensed up because it's a controversial topic, and also you understand you can't really say much. But if you get in a call and somebody's asking you if you think the future will be good or bad, or if it will not change at all, it's slightly related to where the country is going in politics, but also not really. It's just super vague, right? So here you kind of have more of a freedom of expressing your opinion. And we can just tell that a much smaller percentage of people actually thinks that everything's great, and a way bigger percentage of people actually think that everything is kind of fucked. And I know you guys are gonna be like, Roman, you're a genius, or this is dumb as fuck, either one of those. I didn't actually come up with this theory or with this idea to compare these two polls. I've actually seen Russian sociologists talk about this and saying that this shows that in a country where freedom of speech is limited, you cannot fully believe these polls, okay? So yeah, I feel like that is very important. And also one thing I want to discuss as well is, you gotta understand that polls, since in Russia the majority of them are conducted by governmental, state-owned institutions, largely these polls actually don't matter much, and really what they do is that they're supposed to just create news and show the people that, you know, the person reading should just believe that everybody around them sort of...
What is that background music? Law came into place 1 week after the war. When the war started, Russians were making fun of my people, so I know what I'm talking about. What? Ukrainians or people are not thinking Russian citizens are anywhere responsible for the abhorrent actions of Putin and their government is insane, even if some of them are brainwashed and think war is good. Are you even watching this video?
Of agrees with them if he, you know, supports the ruling party's line, or if you're a person who thinks otherwise. These news headlines are basically meant to make you feel like you're alone and nobody thinks like you and nobody supports you and nobody, you know, opposes whatever is going on. And these polls have been conducted for a long time, and they've always been a very effective and very strong method of propaganda, because when you constantly go online and you see that a new poll has shown that everything in Russia is doing great and Russians are loving everything that is happening, you're like, hey, I guess it's not that bad, right? So yeah, I mean, these polls are literally bullshit. And the problem is, as well, I think, is that I want to actually talk to the Westerners watching this video. Maybe you guys, before you watched this video, you actually believed these polls. You actually thought that, yes, like 80%.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. No fuckers. Homie, the people that fucking believe those polls from the jump, they don't give a fuck, okay? They want to see blood. Even if those polls show 10% of Russians want to fucking support the war and whatever, even if it literally said 10% of Russians support the war, like, a lot of people are still going to 100% say, like, well, those polls are fake. They're by the government. And they're fake to draw sympathy out of the West. And we will not fall for it. We will hate Russia harder now. Okay? Respectfully, they won't take a word of a Russian person on Russian topics. Bro, they won't take my word on this topic. Dude, we've lost our minds. America is like, in a lot of ways, like, the West is so ready for war. They were so ready for a war where they're not like the immediate bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, they were waiting for it. They were like, oh, thank God, dude. The fact that I said America bad was enough for them to fucking be like, dude, you're taking the attention away right now from the main bad guy. Like, as though people are going to be like, oh, man, I really thought Russia was bad, but now I think America is bad too. That's fucked up. Yeah. Anyway, America's still the main bad guy. Oh, no, America's still the main bad guy for sure.
Of Russians support the special military operation or whatever. And the reason why I think that Westerners actually believe this is because I see this take all the time online. Constantly, people are saying Russians are warmongering assholes. All of them are supporting this. 80%. They're terrible people and stuff. It's really weird, right? That you guys don't believe anything that comes out of Russian propaganda, Russian state TV, or Russian officials' mouth. But then you literally believe the polling results that come straight from governmental institutions. Believing these poll results is the same as believing believe in what any, Russian TV channel has to say. And Westerners don't usually tend to believe what Russian TV channels have to say, right? So why do...
Yeah, it's almost like it's nothing. It's just like ad hoc rationalizations or post hoc rationalizations for the hatred that they feel towards Russia, because Russia's the big bad guy in the situation, and they are the bad guy in the situation. And that kind of takes away from, America being the bad guy in the situation. You know what I mean? They care more about, Western polling kind of showed the same, though. Dude, there's no way you're going to get adequate information out of Russia right now. It's just not going to happen. And the other part of the problem is that, even if hella people are like, oh, yeah, no, war is sick, actually. It's not even a war. It's a special operation. You have to remember, they're getting fed a healthy diet of fucking bullshit from their TV. And the inverse of it is criminalized. So what are they? Well, they got nothing. Think about how bloodthirsty Americans are right now. And there is no criminal punishment for, what do you call it? There is no criminal punishment for fucking saying anything against the Ukrainians, but people still fucking lose their shit. Chat knows that anyone expressing anti-war sentiments in Russia is being detained and silenced, at least publicly, right? Yeah, I don't know why the fuck they're, not seeing that.
Do they believe what these polls say? You guys gotta understand, right, that by believing this and spreading this information and making it such a big topic where everybody uses this as an argument now to say that Russians are terrible people, essentially, you do understand that you're literally spreading Russian propaganda. You might think that you're fighting against it, you might think that you're fighting against the regime, but you're actually spreading straight up Russian propaganda, because these poll results literally are just...
I mean, they also do have, they also are spreading Russian propaganda when they talk about Azov Battalion being make it seem like the Azov Battalion is the only fucking troop out there, the only battalion that they ever end up putting in front of the camera. You know what I mean? Western media does Russian propaganda better than Russia could, all the time. It's so fucking annoying that this is even a conversation. You guys know what my fucking position is on the denazification bullshit. It's a bullshit justification. It's not a justification at all. But every time Americans have a Ukrainian soldier on the battlefield, on the front lines, they just have to put the camera on the dude wearing a black sun patch. And it's come on, bro. What are you doing? You think we don't fucking see that? They're so fucking horny, dude. I think NATO did that 2 to 3 times by mistake. No, I'm not even talking about NATO. I'm talking about literally every fucking Western outlet. To be fair, then you look at the Russian media and they're pointing at a camera at the DNR dude with the SS patch on. Yeah, I know. It's fucking quite literally a Nazis on both sides situation, which is wild. Very fine people on both sides, baby. Great. They're everywhere. America, too, so. All Nazis. French investigators in Bucha. What is this? Look at his vest. What? What does that say? Does that say Deus Vult? Deus Vult? Really? Again, very fine. Very much Nazis on all. Dude, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Oh my God. Oh my God. No shot. He's not wearing a Deus Vault patch. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's also this, by the way. I saw this too. Dog, this shit's crazy. OUN volunteer battalion is marching to eastern Ukraine just like in 2014. That's insane, bro. Like, they're just posting this like, oh yeah, the OUN battalion. Like, that guy is old enough that he probably was also in OUN, as in, you know, like the original. Like, literally collaborating with Nazis and did, like, the pogroms, and 1.6 million Ukrainian Jews were killed. Like, that's way worse than Deus Vault shit, okay? Yeah. Jews, Poles, Roma, children, just indiscriminately. It's the Ukrainian nationalists. It's the organization of Ukrainian nationalists. That's OUN. It's literally Bandera, like historically, Stefan Bandera, the organization that he was a part of, that was his, like, they were the Nazi collaborator organization. Here, oh, here it is. Here, Mark Ames talked about it too, but responsible for slaughtering Druze, Poles, so Ukraine's Azov Right Sector, Freikorps, OUN, how many more? Like, these guys are, I mean, they literally are straight up, like there is a likelihood that this homie actually worked with Nazis. I need you to understand that, okay? Like, this homie is old enough to have potentially, I mean, maybe not. He would have been way too fucking young back then, but like, yeah, you got 3 generations of Nazism. He doesn't look a day over 40. Deus Vault, it is a Crusader meme, yeah. You don't look, he may not have, but his dad definitely did. Or straight up. The amount of stupid fucking idiots trying to say because you were wrong about the invasion, you're compromised. It makes it hard for actual constructive criticism to get through. Good faith people don't think you were a Russia simp. Just as your focus, general being on American imperialism, which is usually good coverage, came across as whataboutism and falling in line with the propaganda RT used to say Russia was pushing into the invasion. Yeah, still true. I don't care. I saw comments under that fucking post about like Haas or Infrared or whatever the fuck being banned for doing. I don't know why he got banned. I think it was like Russian propaganda or some shit, whatever. And like half the comments were about like, let's ban Hasan next. Let's ban Hasan next. And first of all, good luck with that. Okay, that's ridiculous. You know, I mean, you can get me for fucking, you know, the C word or whatever, but that's wild that you think like, which is going to ban someone who fucking raised money for Ukrainian charities and has like literally been a supporter of Ukrainian emancipation just because they are like also criticizing American imperialism simultaneously. Insane. So that's one, okay? But not only were they saying that, but in the comments they kept saying like, oh yeah, he used redfish propaganda. He used redfish propaganda. And I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? And then I realized, remember, first of all, redfish is a Russian-owned like RT, Russian-owned like State Department backed outlet, right? It was a fucking originally like on the day of the invasion, like there was a redfish thing that came out about like the ongoing explosions or the ongoing like fucking wars all around the world, like, and I liked it on Twitter. I literally just liked that fucking graph on Twitter because it's true. And it even featured like Russia's bombing campaigns. Like on the actual Like, on the actual fucking thing, it was also criticizing Russia. I can't wait. Let me see if I can find that graph. It's so funny, dude. Holy shit. They wanted me to get banned for showing this, dude. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Airstrikes. Airstrikes in the last 48 hours. Map porn, right? It was on map porn too, but I like this on I like this on Twitter. I didn't even like I don't even think I showed it on stream, but even if I did show it on stream, which I am right now, they were like, "Dude, this is like Russian propaganda. He's showing Russian propaganda. You need to ban him." Yeah, this is literally the Russian, this is Russian State Department backed. How did you find it so quickly? I just Googled it. I said redfish bombing map and it came up. Okay. Bro, in this, they're literally showing dozens of Russian airstrikes in Ukraine. Like, what the fuck? Yo, these people are going to be so surprised when they find out that I have friends, like actual friends, and people that I've had on this broadcast that have also had shows on Russia Today. Yeah. It's true. Guess what? Propaganda, in a lot of instances, can be true, can be utilized to reassert your position. This is just true. Yeah, Abby Martin. This is all true. Yeah, you know who else had a show on fucking Russia Today? Larry King, motherfucker. So, for people who are thinking like, for people who are thinking that the Redfish organization broadcasts their propaganda campaign against the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid for a $5 free or Twitch Prime, fuck you. It's so wild that like, it's so wild that motherfuckers are like, yo, bro, like showing this should get you banned. Like, you're fucking psychotic. You are the Russian government. Like, you are literally behaving like the Russian government when you want this, when you want people to get banned for like showing a true map of airstrikes in the last 48 hours. Crazy. When do you get so stuck on Reddit incel virgins? I don't even know how Redfish is like Russian state affiliated, but I believe it. I'm sure. Dude, listen, guys, you have to understand. Russia plays all sides. Okay? They play all sides. Russia Today had far-right psychos on there, and they had far leftist people on there. They use anti-imperialism when it suits their purpose. They use hyper-nationalistic rhetoric when it suits their purpose. They don't give a fuck, okay? They're quite similar to the CIA in that regard. That's how it works, okay? That's how it works. They are just simply trying to destabilize. They are simply using anything and everything they can to get their message across. Okay? That's it. That's just how it works. Redfish Connection is extremely marginal. They get a little funding from a third party that is funded by a Russian state media fund or something. I mean, it doesn't matter. They, like, as long as their coverage isn't sussy baka, like, I don't give a shit. And I think their coverage is their coverage, as far as I've seen, is good. Do people understand how carefully your every move is documented by these certain communities? No. That's why they think I'm being crazy. Funny though, because like they tried to say I was homophobic for liking a tweet yesterday. Like, I'm telling you, homie, like motherfuckers are out of control. They're insane, dude. Liking and unliking a tweet within 3 minutes, by the way, when I realized like what the emote implied. Absurd. So yeah, the cigarette emoji, which I did not know was a substitute for the F word. These aren't lefties. Stop, Dilly Brown. You keep saying that over and over again. They're not actual leftists. Like, these people are not. They're just, drama baiters. They're drama sharks. And it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. They're monitoring your Twitter likes. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, they're let me tell you something. These guys are debate perverts and they're drama groomers, okay? They're groomers of drama and they're debate perverts. One of them, your biggest fear would be a gay Hungarian trans woman conservative, and now it's just some short bald. Yes, a gay Hungarian trans woman conservative would be terrifying to me. Because that is like, that it would break my brain just trying to understand what kind of life events that took place for that person to become a conservative. So yes, that would be more terrifying to me than the HVAC tyrant from Idaho. I'd be like, how the fuck did you become the way you are? But again, it's not because they're gay or trans or Hungarian. It's more so the fact that they're conservative that would blow my mind. Literally a soul's boss. Why would it blow my mind, though? Why would it blow my mind that a person with that kind of background from like a reactionary country that has like very reactionary attitudes towards trans people, gay people and shit would then turn around and be a reactionary themselves? That would be mind-boggling to me. It would be wild. Anyway.
That. So yeah, just stop doing it, I guess. Russian propaganda is doing well enough. We don't need to spread any more of it. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be probably pretty much it for today's video. This is all I wanted to say today. Just wanted to make a video about this.
Sun patch? The black sun patch. It's a black sun. Black sun. It is Himmler's very own nice little Nazi edition.
Because people talk about this all the time in the West, and I don't think it's that true. Anyways, guys, if you did enjoy this video, if you did find it entertaining, please make sure to slap the like button on it. As well, guys, if you want to support me additionally, then go over down to the...
French dude wearing a Deus Vault patch is pretty funny, though. The actual argument is that it would be inflationary, and inflation is a big deal these days. A modest-sized targeted forgiveness program is probably worth doing anyway. There have been no student debt payments for 2 years. From the current baseline, forgiveness would mean no net change, and if it's combined with a resumption of payments on whatever remaining balance, it would be deflationary from the baseline. David Dayan owning Matty Boy in the marketplace of ideas. Political argument against student debt relief is that it's the gratitude of millions of people getting their lives materially improved wouldn't be worth enough to counterbalance the anger of the people on the sidelines who aren't directly affected one way or the other by it. It's often a bit of a tell when people don't cite specific folks they're disagreeing with, link to their takes, or quote their direct words, but here's a piece I did on student debt relief in a world where inflation means there are no free lunches. Oh my God. How many advocates would still support this policy but were paid for by raising taxes? I feel like even a lot of, oh God. Oh, I hate neoliberals so much. It like immediately they're like, who would want this if it meant paying extra taxes? Just like literally, you're just a conservative who's like, I'm fine with gay people and trans people, okay? If you are a neoliberal, you are just a conservative who's like, yeah, trans people shouldn't be murdered. Like, sick, dude. I'm happy. Solidarity with the trans people. You know what I mean? It's nice that you don't care. Ironically, they are the first people to be like, okay, fuck trans people. We got to drop them from the conversation. You know what I mean? Because like it's now politically unviable for Democrats to win anything. So let's stop talking about trans people. Let's stop defending trans people. They're the first people that will throw trans people under the bus. But you know, for up to this moment though, they're like, yeah. Vice's article saying the Redfish airstrike map is Kremlin back. Nice. I did Kremlin propaganda. Oh, by the way, here it is. That's crazy, dude. Hey, free Donziger. Neolibs. I don't hate poor trans people for being trans. I hate them for being poor. Yeah. I'm actually extremely worried. Country slides more realistic right in the next 8 years. Trying to see queer cultural genocide. I know it's a meme, but trans and queer people might actually have to take refuge in Canada. I hope it doesn't get there, but I did see the picture with Donziger and Chris Smalls, yes. Okay. Folks, I am actually doing a half day today. Okay, and the reason why I'm doing a sleepy lefty positive message, off topic, but now news just came out as transgender parents are in their mid 60s, early 70s. They're definitely new to this change. So am I. But you helped me understand the trans community a lot. And I just showed my parents a video of yours, and it was helpful. Thank you, Hasan. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. You know, nice of you to be understanding and accommodating to your niece. I have to end it on a good note, and I also have to end it regardless because I am currently trying to figure out if I want to go with everyone else tonight or tomorrow morning. So regardless though, whether or not I go tonight or tomorrow morning, I have to figure out clothes and shit. And I was going to do it together on stream, but we'll see. I am also bringing my bag with me, so I will try to stream from Coachella. Okay? So fear not. I'm going to try to stream from Coachella. I'm going to try to do a collab from Coachella. But here's the last 3-minute ad break now, folks. This
the chatter's trickling in.
Anyway, I will try not to get too wild. Oh, but I will try to, you know, take my mind off of the debate perverts. That is gonna live in my mind forever. Thank you, Hasan Twitch, for the 5 gifted subs. Alright, I'll be blasting fits from Coachella. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. Alright.
There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.
Hopefully see you tomorrow, but if not, sometime this weekend, okay? And I will be all over my Instagram and Twitter, so you know that already. So follow me on both of those places. And peace.
Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips and out your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. I can't say that word. A Trump rally, live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream failed comments. Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS RealLifeLore frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, months of streaming in your home. My dog's excited about it too. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.